Chapter 1. The Envelope. My phone began to vibrate before the alarm, a thin, insistent shudder against the wood of the bedside table. For 1 second I thought it was work. A son too late to the bedside, a brother already angry about the will before there was one. I reached for the screen without my glasses and saw an unknown local number, and the time, 5:42. Beside me, Leon made a small sound and rolled onto his back. Rain moved softly at the windows. The room still belonged to that hour before morning had fully committed itself, when the house was only shape and fabric and breathing, the expensive quiet of Rowan Dray House, the life I had built by choosing order often enough that it had started to look like character. I answered on the 4th vibration. Hello? There was wind on the line first, then a woman's voice, level and brisk and already in motion. Is that Celia Rowan? Yes. Detective Inspector Fenwick, Saltmere Police. I'm sorry to contact you so early. Leon opened his eyes. I pushed myself upright. Why? The pause was no more than a breath, but I felt my mind move inside it, doing what it always did, taking tone apart before content reached me, trying to get ahead of the sentence, trying to arrange the damage before it landed. Your sister was found in the early hours near Friar's Edge, she said. I'm afraid she's dead. I did not understand the words in the order she gave them. My sister came first. Then early hours, then dead. Found took longest. Found meant there had been a stretch of night in which Romy existed, and then a later stretch in which she had become something other people reported. Who is it? Leon said. I held up a hand without looking at him. Found where? I asked. The detective did not offer the usual softening words. No terrible news. No gone. I respected her for that, and resented her a second later. She was discovered below the path at Friar's Edge by a Coast Guard team, she said. We're still establishing sequence and cause. Sequence and cause. I got out of bed and crossed to the door. The carpet was cold. Yesterday afternoon. What time? Just after 4. My voice sounded normal. That offended me. She called while I was driving back from West Hallow. I could hear traffic. She wanted to know whether I was in the office. I wasn't. She said she'd try me later. But no. I opened the bedroom door and stepped onto the landing. The house beneath me was dark, except for the amber strip of the alarm panel by the hall cupboard. Leon followed, quieter than I was. How did she seem? Fenwick asked. Like Romy, bright when she was angry, brighter when she wanted to conceal it, the kind of brightness that made other people feel handled. Quick, I said, distracted, impatient. Any indication she'd arranged to meet someone. She often arranged things without calling them arrangements. Ms. Rowan. I don't know, I said. She didn't tell me. We were in the kitchen now. Stone counters. Black tap. Fruit bowl. Yesterday's post stacked by the coffee machine with the kind of neatness that, at this hour, looked almost accusatory. Leon switched on the under-cabinet lights. The room came up in hard, useful planes. Was there any reason she'd be at Friar's Edge? Fenwick asked. Hundreds. None. I wanted to hand a stranger before 6 in the morning. Romy walked there when she wanted weather big enough to match her temper. She walked there when she had been drinking and wanted the town to feel small beneath her. She walked there when she wanted to frighten someone into honesty. Friar's Edge was where people went to perform despair if they still believed themselves in control of it. In bad weather, the place became much less interested in performance. She knew the path, I said. That's all I can tell you with confidence. Did she say anything recently about harming herself? The word recently was doing too much work. So was harming. No, that was true, and not true enough. Any medication, current diagnosis, substance issues, or significant emotional event we should be aware of. Leon had filled the kettle. Water ran against metal. The sound made the room feel indecently ordinary. My sister did not need translating, I said. I'm asking what may help us establish the night accurately. Accurately? Again. I hated the word as soon as I said it. Romy would have heard what I meant behind it, and hated me for that too. Fenwick asked for my address, although she plainly already had it, and told me an officer would contact me shortly about identification if necessary. Not now. Weather was interfering with access. She said it flatly, as if not pretending that rain was noble would somehow make the delay less insulting. Barefoot, white t-shirt. Hair still compressed from the pillow, already stilling himself into usefulness. Yes, I said. Good. Try not to contact too many people yet. We need to preserve sequence. Preserve sequence, as though events could be handled like documents, if everybody stayed disciplined enough around them. Inspector. Now, yes? I realized, absurdly, that I wanted her to tell me Romy had been difficult. Furious, impossible. Something that would let the dead remain themselves, instead of slipping at once into official texture. Instead I said, if you know more, I don't want it softened before it reaches me. Understood, she said, and ended the call. I stood in the lit square of the kitchen, with the phone still against my ear, rain pressed at the back doors. Somewhere in the house a pipe clicked. Leon waited until I lowered the phone. I told him, found below the path. Friar's Edge, early hours, early hours. Sequence and cause not yet established, each phrase sounding more contaminated the second time I said it. Language had already entered the room ahead of grief, and begun doing what language always did in this town, choosing proportion before truth. Leon listened without interrupting. When I finished, he leaned one hand against the counter and said, "All right, nothing in me could bear those words. All right, I mean we do this carefully. She's dead, I know." He took that without answering at first, which was one of the reasons people trusted him. He did not rush to occupy silence if silence might still be useful. I mean, he said, we don't start ringing half the town before we know what happened. He looked at me then, not alarmed, more like he had understood, very quickly, that imprecision was about to become its own kind of insult. If this was an accident, he said, or if the sequence is going to look one way at first and another later, we don't help people get it wrong. Not cruelty. Never anything as easy to resist as cruelty. Calm, instead. Practicality with its shoes on. People? I asked. You know what I mean. I did. Neighbors. Police. Whoever else Romy had spent the last few weeks agitating. Whoever would be eager to mistake noise for answer, because answer felt cleaner. She called me yesterday, I said. I heard. I should have called back. Leon came around the island then, slowly, not wanting to crowd me, and not wanting to leave me alone either. Usually I liked that about him, the care with which he entered another person's distress. This morning, it felt procedural, like watching a man approach a spill with the correct cloth already in mind. You don't know that, he said. I thought of Romy's voice in the car, background traffic. Impatience. I thought of not calling back, because I had been tired, and because a quiet evening had been available to me, and because with Romy, there was always tomorrow, until there wasn't. No, I said. I don't. The doorbell rang. Not a tentative ring. One firm press that carried through the hall, the kitchen, and up the narrow staircase like a decision. Leon took his hand off my arm. Neither of us moved. At 5:51, in the blue hour before sunrise, nobody came to our door with anything good. The bell rang again. Leon moved first. Of course he did. He was already halfway into the hall before I had properly set the phone down on the counter. Don't open it until you know who it is, I said. I wasn't planning to invite them in for breakfast. The kettle had started its thin, urgent hiss behind me. Rain tapped at the front glass in finer strokes now. The storm reduced to aftermath. I followed him into the hall, aware of my bare feet on the runner, the cold working up through the boards, the fact that I was in yesterday's t-shirt with my sister newly dead. Leon checked the frosted side panel before he touched the latch. Courier, he said. At this time? He opened the door. The man outside looked barely old enough to shave. Dark, waterproof jacket, cap shining with rain, scanner lit blue in one hand, a rigid cardboard envelope tucked under the other arm. He had the hollow, apologetic face of someone already too far into a bad shift to care whose morning he ruined next. "Mrs. Dray?" he said, looking at Leon first and me second. "No," I said. He corrected quickly. "Ms. Rowan. Special delivery. Needs a signature." Leon held out a hand for the envelope. "I'll take it." The courier glanced at the scanner and then at me again. "Has to be her. Sorry." Something in me tightened at that. Not because it mattered, exactly. Because it did. I stepped forward and took the stylus. My name was already on the screen. Not resident, not addressee. Celia Rowan, typed in full, waiting for me where a signature line glowed beneath it. I signed. My hand looked steady enough to belong to someone else. "Thanks," the courier said. "Have a good morning." He was gone before the absurdity of that sentence had fully landed. Leon shut the door and slid the bolt across. The envelope was heavier than it should have been. Thick board. Legal size. My name on a printed label. No return address. Even through the cardboard, I could feel the squared edges of smaller envelopes inside. "Who sends a courier before 6?" Leon asked. I turned the package over, though there was nothing new to find on the back. Plain seal, no stamp, no office franking. Whoever had arranged it had wanted the thing to arrive as an instruction, not a traceable kindness. "Someone who wanted it here before anybody started talking," I said. Leon's face changed a fraction. Not fear, assessment. "Celia. We don't know what it is." "No," I said. "We know somebody knew where to send it." We went back into the kitchen because there was nowhere else to stage something like this. Leon switched the kettle off without asking if I still wanted tea. I set the envelope on the island. Water from my hands had already darkened the cardboard in patches.
The seal gave badly, lifting fibers as it opened. Inside were 4 cream envelopes, stacked with precise, almost ceremonial neatness.
Same size, same paper weight. Each addressed in ink. Romy. Not Romy Rowan, not Ms. Rowan. Not anything formal enough to pretend distance. Just Romy, 4 times over, in 4 different hands. For a moment I could only look at them. Leon said, "Maybe wait." "For what?" "Police. Daylight, 10 minutes. "Why?" That feels like an argument for not doing the first thing panic suggests. I looked at him. Reading isn't panic. It can be. Maybe. But waiting would have been something else. Submission, perhaps. Agreement that this packet belonged more properly to the people who would arrive later and put gloves on before touching it. I picked up the top envelope. The flap had already been opened once and tucked back in, carefully enough to preserve the illusion of discretion. Inside was 1 sheet folded in thirds. I unfolded it. "Area. I let you believe you were asking for too much, when I had already decided to go back to the life that made me look decent. I used your need for honesty against you. I know that now." Leon said, "Do you know him?" "No." That was not the whole answer. It was the fastest one. The letter had the texture of practiced, private contrition. I set the page down and took the second envelope. This hand was more disciplined, the strokes finer, the spacing careful enough to suggest someone who had spent years being praised for self-command. "In Smire." I told myself I was trying to calm things down. But I wanted distance from you more than I wanted fairness. I let them use your private words to make you look less credible, and I kept pretending that wasn't what I had done. I stared at the line, "make you look less credible," until the words lost shape. "Who is that one?" Leon asked. "Nadine Yarrow." I heard that much, I know. He waited. I said, "She was Romy's friend once." The word came out thin, There was an old, ugly familiarity in the letter that had nothing to do with present grief. Private words. Credible. Calm things down. It carried the sour smell of a room, after too many people had agreed that the best solution was the one that spared everyone else embarrassment. Recent? Leon asked. No. The answer arrived before the explanation. Older than that. How much older? I don't know. That was closer to true. The third envelope was the plainest. Cheaper paper, thicker pen. The apology was brief enough to feel edited. Romy. For the harm done by the way I made it. I said I was helping everyone settle after an ugly night. I was protecting the version that caused the least damage to the people who could still go on to have proper lives. I know what that cost you. The name struck somewhere behind my ribs. You know him, Leon said. I know the name. From where? I folded the sheet once, too sharply. I don't know. It was a lie shaped like frustration. I knew the name in the way one knows a road, before one can place the town, by bodily recognition, by a turn in the dark, by the knowledge that one had once gone somewhere one should not have gone, and come back different. Leon leaned his palms against the island. These could still be old dramas, he said carefully. Affairs, friendships, somebody saying the wrong thing after a party. Collected? You know what I mean. I did, which was why I hated it. Romy had not collected situations. She had gone looking where other people preferred curtains. 3 letters lay between us on the counter. 3 kinds of guilt. Intimacy, dressed as remorse. A statement made for the sake of the people who still deserved futures. None of it looked clean enough to belong to coincidence. I looked back into the board envelope. 1 remained. This one was wrong before I touched it. The paper was the same cream. The size was the same. It sat too evenly, too familiarly on the line. The shape of the AR in Romy opened exactly the way mine did when I was rushing and trying not to show it. Leon saw something change in my face. What? I did not answer. I opened the flap. There are shocks that feel loud. This one did not. This one removed sound with methodical hands. The rain retreated. The fridge hum thinned out. Even the house itself seemed to step back and wait. The handwriting on the page was mine, not similar. Not reminiscent, mine. The legal school loops I still fell into when I was tired. The mean little drag at the end of a Y. I had watched that hand make witness copies, execution clauses, codicils, clean final pages for grieving families. It had paid my mortgage. It had signed my name on documents so often, the gesture no longer required thought. I read the first line, and then read it again, because meaning would not stay where I put it. I am sorry for choosing the version that protected me and calling it the truth. My stomach turned over once. Hard. Leon came around the island. Celia. I stepped back before he could touch the paper. At the bottom of the page, beneath the apology, was my name. Celia Rowan. Not printed. Signed. Memory did something ugly then. Not returned, exactly. Flinched. A smear of summer dark. Wet stone under cheap shoes. Romy's voice sharpened by contempt or fear. Someone saying, "What is it?" Leon said. I could hear concern in his voice now, but concern was not the same as understanding. He was still looking for the sensible arrangement of this morning, the version into which each new thing could be placed without upsetting the entire structure. I looked from the signature to my own hand and back again. This one did not. It knew where I pressed too hard, where my name ceased being a name and became a habit. Except, I had never written this, not to Romy. Not about that night's, not ever. I didn't write this, I said. Even to me, it sounded less like certainty than prayer. Chapter 2. My name at the bottom. Leon did not speak for a moment. Neither did I. Outside, Rain moved over the back doors in a thin diagonal sweep. No longer storm, not yet aftermath. The kitchen smelled of wet cardboard, kettle steam, old coffee. The citrus spray our cleaner used on the counters every Thursday. All the usual proofs of an ordinary life. None of them altered the fact that my sister was dead, and my name sat at the bottom of an apology I had never written. "Let me see it," Leon said. "No." "Celia." I said no. He stopped where he was, one hand half lifted, usually that stance read as patience. I lowered the page onto the island instead, and flattened it with my fingertips. Not surrender. Control. My signature sat at the bottom like a legal threat. I read the first line again. "I am sorry for what I let them make of you that night. Not what I said in anger. Not how we left things. Not any of the smaller injuries sisters could plausibly do to one another and live with afterwards." "Could she have copied it from something?" Leon asked. "Copied what?" "The wording. The signature. An old card. A note." I turned the sheet over. The ink had bitten through faintly where the downstrokes pressed harder. There were grooves in the paper from a single decisive hand. Not print. Not photocopy. Not the cheap flattening that comes when somebody is faking texture they do not understand. "No," I said. "You're sure?" Very quickly. "Because it's written, pen to paper, one hand." He leaned in far enough to see without touching. I hated letting him that close. I hated more that I did not move it away. "Maybe she got you to sign blank paper." I looked at him. "Why would I do that? For something practical." That nearly made me laugh. Romy queuing politely while I signed blank paper, like a woman auditioning for fraud. "No," I said again. The word had begun to lose shape. I reached for the letter, and studied it the way I would have studied a disputed will, not for truth, not yet, but for pressure points. The long tail of the way protected me sat too close together because whoever wrote it had started to move faster than good sense allowed. Leon went to the kettle and poured water into a mug. "You're making tea?" I said. "I'm putting something warm in front of you." That isn't an answer. Neither is staring at paper until you faint. He set the mug beside me, plain white. No sugar, no question. That, too, was very Leon. Care delivered in the shape he found most efficient. I opened the junk drawer, found a receipt pad and a black biro, and pulled them onto the island. "What are you doing?" "Testing it." "Testing what?" "Whether it still looks like mine when I do it now." I wrote my name once. Celia Rowan. Again. Celia Rowan. The first was too careful. The second was worse, because it was trying not to be. I set the pad beside the letter. Leon watched in silence. The signatures were not identical. They never were. But they belonged to the same habits. The impatient finish. Certain things a hand did when it had been itself too long to bother performing. I felt an ugly flicker of relief at the differences, and hated that too. Relief meant I was still trying to win an argument my body had already lost. "Could you have written it recently and forgotten?" Leon asked. I looked up at him. He had selected the sentence with care. Not "did you," not "when's," the kindest version available of an ugly question. "No, you were under strain last night." There was something in that pause, not certainty. Selection. What does that mean? "It means your sister died this morning, and a letter in your handwriting has arrived at the house. I am trying to consider the least catastrophic explanation first." "For who?" He exhaled. "For everyone." Again that soft, civic language. Everyone. Not truth. Not me. Not Romy. Just the largest available container for damage. I read the letter properly then, not just the lines my mind had fixed on first. Arius. I am sorry for choosing the version that protected me and calling it the truth. I kept telling myself I was frightened and young, and that fear explained the rest. It did not. I knew what would happen if I said nothing. I knew what kind of story they would prefer. I let them have it anyway. The added lines did not help. They made the thing worse by becoming more precise. Protected me, said nothing. The story they would prefer, not a sisterly cruelty then. Not some recent quarrel dramatized into theater. Whoever wrote this had been answering a charge with years inside it. What does she think I did? I said. I had not meant to say it aloud. Leon set his own mug down too carefully. Maybe the point is to make you ask that. That is not an answer, no. Do you think I wrote it? He failed to lie quickly enough. I think Romy knew how to corner people, he said. I think she liked forcing things into the worst available light. That isn't the same thing, I know. Why, do you? He went still, not angry. Held. Celia, listen to me. We have a dead woman, 4 letters, and police who already told you not to complicate sequence. We do not need to decide what this means in the next 5 minutes. I stared at him. You hear yourself, don't you? Yes. You sound like a man preparing a statement. That landed. His face changed by so little most people would have missed it. I am trying to keep this from becoming worse than it already is, he said. Worse for who? He did not answer. I looked back at the page. The line about fear and youth sat there with unbearable self-knowledge. Too much self-knowledge almost. The kind people reached only when they had either been cornered into honesty or had rehearsed a sentence in private for years. Romy had once forged our mother's signature on a school form and blamed me for it. She had made the capital too neat. I had spotted the trick instantly, and she had laughed because being found out was, to her, only another form of attention. This was nothing like that. This was not mimicry. This was either mine or close enough to mine that the distinction had become technical. I tipped the sheet toward the under-cabinet light. The pen pressure showed on the reverse in shallow tracks, deepest under truth and nothing, harder there, harder where whoever wrote it had stopped trying to sound reasonable. When did you see her last? Leon asked. You know when. I mean in person. I kept my eyes on the page. Last week. At the office? No. Where then? Why are you asking like this? Because if she put something in front of you to sign, or if there was an argument, that matters now. I laid my palm on the counter and found I was gripping the edge of it instead. There had been a meeting, not here, not at the office. Somewhere damp and public and vaguely humiliating, with Romy in a dark coat and too much lipstick, and that look she got when she had already cast everyone else before the conversation began. But the memory came to me with blanks in it, not because there was nothing there, but because some part of me kept refusing sequence. I remembered her pushing a page toward me. I remembered not taking it. I remembered saying her name in the tone she hated most. After that, only weather. Her laugh. A wall slick with rain. The bodily certainty that I was being watched from further off than I could account for. It was the first fully honest sentence I had said in several minutes. My phone started vibrating against the stone behind me. Neither of us moved at first. Then it went again, and again, longer this time, as if whoever was calling had decided politeness no longer applied. The screen had lit with 3 message previews above the incoming call. One from an unknown local number. One from a woman at the office asking if the rumor was true. One from a school friend I had not spoken to in 11 years, already saying she was sorry without specifying for what. Under them all was the call. I looked at the impossible letter, then at Fenwick's name bright on the screen, and understood with a clarity that made me cold that Romy's death was already leaving the house. Once it entered the town properly, it would come back to me dressed in somebody else's language. Chapter 3. After the Tide. I answered on the 4th ring, Ms. Rowan. Fenwick's voice was as unornamented as it had been before dawn. Access is open. If you want to come to Friar's Edge before we lose the first look to weather and people, come now. Not if you want to identify the body, not if you should. Just that clean, useful choice. Is she still there? I'm not discussing that on the phone. Behind me, Leon was already reaching for his coat. "What do you know?" I asked. "Enough to say I am not ruling accident in, and I am not ruling anything else out, because it would make this easier before breakfast." That was the closest thing to kindness anyone had offered me all morning. "All right," I said. 10 minutes if you can. The town is waking up." The line went dead. I stood with the phone in my hand for a second too long. The kitchen had not changed. The mugs were still on the island. The 4 letters were still on the stone. My own apology sat on top of the stack, as if it had earned seniority by brutality. I slid the 3 others back into the board envelope. Then I folded mine once more than good paper deserved, and put it in my coat pocket, not because I knew what to do with it, because leaving it behind felt naive. Leon was by the back door, dragging on a waterproof over the t-shirt he had slept in. "I wasn't planning to." "I mean it, and I mean I'm driving." "No, you are in no fit state to take a blind bend above a wet cliff at 6 in the morning." The precision of it nearly made me smile. "It's 10 minutes. Then the loss of autonomy will be brief." I should have argued longer. I should have made principle do more work. Instead, I went upstairs for jeans, socks, my thick navy jumper, the waxed coat I wore when I needed weather to understand I had seen it. By the time I came back down, Leon already had my keys in his hand, and the car engine running. Saltmere before 6:30 looked rinsed rather than awake. Closed shop fronts along the high street, a bakery light on in the corner unit by the post office, 2 men in orange jackets smoking under the awning of the Harbour Cafe, as if rain had become part of the town's bloodstream decades ago, and nobody mentioned it anymore. Leon drove with both hands on the wheel. Wipers, bend, junction, breath, concentrated calm. For the first few minutes neither of us spoke. Then he said, "Do not show Fenwick the letters yet." I turned toward him. "Why?" "Because you don't know what they are." "I know what one of them is." "No, you know what it looks like." The wipers made another pass. The sea flashed silver gray through the houses to our left, then vanished again. "And if I show her?" "You hand police a narrative before you've even seen the place. You seem very sure stories are the dangerous thing here." His jaw shifted once. "I'm sure that the first version usually wins." That was close enough to truth to make the rest of the drive colder. Friar's Edge sat just beyond the last houses that pretended not to be coastal. A strip of road, bent sign, low gate whirring on its hinge in the wind. One police car angled on the verge, and a marked van farther up. Blue light off but presence unmistakable. The sky had the color of old metal. Leon pulled in behind the police car. "Wait here," I said. I opened the door before he could keep going. Cold hit with a force that felt medicinal. Salt. Whetstone. Seaweed pulled apart by the tide. My shoes slipped once on roadside grit, and then held. Below the top path, concrete steps dropped toward a lower landing, half obscured by the angle of the cliff and the damaged line of the rail. Wind came up from the water in damp, muscular pushes. It was not difficult to imagine someone missing a footing here. It was not difficult to imagine somebody preferring that version. I. Fenwick stood just inside the tape, in a dark waterproof with the hood down and a notebook in one hand. She had one of those faces that made embellishment feel like wasted effort. "Ms. Rowan," she said. "Celia." "All right, stay this side of the marker." Leon came up behind me. Fenwick gave him one brief look, and filed him somewhere provisional. "Husband," I said. She nodded once. "Already done with the category." From the top of the steps I could see the lower landing, dark with rain and wash, and beyond it a white scene tent, failing to make anything gentler by covering it. One officer crouched near the rail with a camera. Another stood with a Coast Guard volunteer in red and yellow. Everything had the careful geometry people imposed after impact, as if tape and evidence bags could make a sequence less human. "Can I see her?" I asked. "No. Not unkind. Immediate." "Can I see where she fell?" "You can see where she was found," Fenwick said. "We do not yet know whether she fell." I looked at her. "You told me on the phone you didn't want anything softened, she said. That applies to my wording as well. That nearly made me trust her, nearly. Somewhere behind us, voices murmured. I turned and saw two women at the roadside, one in a dog-walking jacket, one in gym clothes under a quilted gilet, both pretending the sea had called them out before dawn. One of them glanced at me, looked away, then back again with the furtive concentration of someone storing detail for later use. Saltmere preferred its tragedies legible by breakfast. What are they saying already? I asked. Fenwick followed my glance. That depends who you mean by they. It's early. That's not an answer. No, she said, but it's the one I have. Wind tugged at my hood. I shoved my hands into my pockets and felt the fold of my own letter against my knuckles. Any witness? I asked. Not yet. Her phone. Water exposure. Being looked at. Did she call for help? Fenwick watched me for a second before answering. There is a gap in the sequence between injury and report. I'm treating that gap as important. Not accident, then. Not enough of one. Not enough of anything to let anyone rest. And what are you treating this as? An unexplained death on a dangerous stretch of coast. It is the accurate version of uncertainty. Below us, an officer badged something small from near the rail. Fenwick clocked the movement without looking away from me. Did your sister know this place well? She asked. Everyone knows it well. That's not what I asked. I let out a breath. Yes, she walked here. Alone? Sometimes. Distressed? Sometimes. Drunk? Sometimes. Fenwick did not write any of that down. And last night? I don't know. Did she tell you she was meeting anyone? No. Did she mention being frightened of anyone? The letter in my pocket felt indecently loud. No, I said, and hated the answer for several reasons at once. Fenwick glanced toward Leon. I need confirmation of what she was wearing when you last saw her in person. I didn't see her yesterday. When did you last see her in person? Last week. The words were beginning to sound rehearsed even though they were not. That frightened me. An officer came up from the lower path carrying a clear evidence bag and stopped beside Fenwick. Inside were a phone in a cloudy case, a key ring, a lipstick with the cap off, and a folded pink slip of paper sealed inside a smaller inner bag to keep it dry. Pocket contents, he said. One item may be relevant now. Fenwick took the bag and turned it so the pink slip faced her. Then she looked at me. Your address is Rowan, Dray House? For a second I heard only the C. Yes. She lifted the bag higher. The paper was carbon copy thin, damp at one corner but still readable through the plastic. Collection time stamped the previous evening. We found this folded in your sister's coat pocket, Fenwick said. Do you know why she would be carrying a courier receipt for a delivery to your house? I stared at it. Not intuition now. Not the ugly private theater of my own handwriting. A receipt. A timestamp. Something that could sit in a file and go on, meaning the same thing, after everybody's feelings had finished trying to edit it. Romy had not only expected the envelope to arrive, she had arranged it and come here with the duplicate still on her. The key ring knocked softly against the phone case every time the wind moved Fenwick's hand. No, I said. This time, the word was true and useless. Fenwick kept her eyes on me. If your sister was setting something in motion before she died, I need to know now. I thought of the other 3 apologies under the fruit bowl, my own in my pocket. Leon telling me not to give police a story before I understood it. The 2 women by the road, pretending not to witness anything, while they built the shape of the morning in their heads. A clean version already existed here. Wet steps. Wind. Difficult woman out too late. If Romy had left anything less clean, it would be in the flat. I need to go to her place, I said. Fenwick's face did not change, but something in it sharpened. Why? Because if she carried proof of the courier here, she kept the rest somewhere she meant me to find it. I looked at the pink slip again. My address. Yesterday evening. Whatever made this deliberate. Fenwick watched me for a beat, Rain needling the hood of her coat. Go straight there, sign for the key. Touch as little as possible, and if anything in that flat looks arranged, you call me before you start interpreting it. Chapter 4. Romy's Flat. Leon wanted to come up with me. I could feel it before he said anything, there on the pavement outside Romy's building, with the engine ticking as it cooled, and rain beginning again in thin, needling strokes. No, I said. You don't know what you'll find. That is why I need to go in alone. He stayed behind the wheel for a second, hands loose on the steering wheel, looking at the narrow external stair that ran up the side of the building. If Fenwick calls again, answer. I know how phones work. His mouth shifted. Not quite a smile, not quite surrender. Recent evidence is mixed. I shut the door before irritation could become a different conversation. The stairwell smelled of wet concrete, takeaway grease from the shop below, and the sweet metallic damp that clung to buildings this close to the sea. Romy's floor was only one flight up, but by the time I reached the landing, my breathing had changed in a way I did not entirely trust. Not exertion, anticipation. Her front door was painted a blue that had once been cheerful and now looked weather-beaten into defiance. 3 old stickers clung near the buzzer: a local arts festival, a theater collective, a square of faded gold foil from some exhibition pass, long since peeled away. Romy had always lived as if surfaces should bear witness to her having happened to them. I used the key Fenwick had let me sign out. It stuck once, then turned. The flat smelled of stale coffee, cold air, and the tail of Romy's perfume, something bright and expensive she wore too generously when she wanted a room to remember her after she had left it. Sea light came through a cracked living room window and made everything look sharper than grief would have preferred. At first glance, the place was exactly what I expected strangers to call it: scarves over chairbacks. A coat, half off the hook by the door, open paperbacks. A lipstick uncapped on the low table, 2 mugs on the sill. The kind of visible life that became shorthand for chaos in tidier mouths. Then I stepped properly inside. Nothing here was random. The coffee table had been cleared, except for 4 plastic wallets laid in a row, each labeled in black capitals: Nadine, Julian, Cele. Dates in one column, names in another. A 3rd headed contact, version, every 5th page marked with a colored tab. I set my bag down slowly. No spin out, no collapse. A system. The shallow tray by the door held 4 spare keys on labeled rings, each one tagged with masking tape in Romy's block capitals. EOST, store. Not places in the flat, places in the process. Next to the tray sat a stack of folded local maps, all from tourist racks, each one cut apart and retaped so only one district remained visible. On the uppermost fragment, Romy had drawn arrows in blue from the Harbour to Blackwater House, from Blackwater to Friar's Edge, from Friar's Edge back into town. She had not only built an accusation, she had built logistics for it. Even the tabs had been chosen with purpose, rather than aesthetics. Blue for documents, yellow for witness routes, red for apology writers, green for timelines. The fridge hummed behind me. Somewhere in the building, a neighbor crossed creaking floorboards and ran a tap. The ordinary sounds only made the room feel more deliberate, as if Romy had built all this in the middle of daily life and expected it to withstand interruption. I went first to the wallets. Adrian contained a photocopy of the apology letter from the envelope at my house, clipped to 3 further pages, a company's house-style printout for Blackwater House developments, a photograph of Adrian Heskett leaving some restaurant with a woman who was almost certainly his wife, and a page from Romy's own notes with 2 sentences underlined so hard the pen had nearly torn through. He apologizes like a man applying for mercy. Ask him about the date. Not the affair. At the bottom she had written a date in red. 11. October 2013. The number meant nothing to me, and too much at once.
Nadine held printouts of messages, fragments of posts, one page from an old email chain, everything highlighted, dated, and cross-referenced.
On the inside cover, Romy had written, "Not betrayal in the abstract. Transfer of private words into public use." Julian contained the apology, a photocopied statement on old-headed paper, and a yellow sticky note. He called it settling things. He means selecting the future. My own wallet was the thinnest and the worst. One photocopy of the apology in my handwriting. One blank page underneath, except for a single question at the top. What do you remember? Because it happened. And what do you remember because it was safer? I closed it too quickly. The narrow desk in the corner had been turned into a second table. Duplicate copies of everything. Spare stationery. Envelopes addressed but not stamped. A courier booklet with one used carbon slip torn out. Mailing instructions written in Romy's hand. If not delivered by 6 o'clock, resend from duplicate pack. If missing, use copies on wall and voice note index. Do not rely on anyone being decent once police arrive. I stood very still with that in front of me. Romy had not arranged a gesture. She had arranged for failure and built around it. A biscuit tin without a lid had been turned into storage for memory sticks, each one banded with a strip of colored tape and a date range. 2013 copies, 2019 follow-up calls, VO. ICE backup. One of them had a paper tag looped around it. If laptop goes missing, assume not accidental.s. My eyes moved from that to the duplicate envelopes and back again. Any lingering part of me still tempted to call this fixation had run out of nouns to hide behind. Fixation did not produce redundancy plans, route maps, backup media, and resend instructions. Fixation burned hot and private and then collapsed. This was colder than that. This was built to outlast interference by men who preferred courtesy notes to evidence bags. Above the desk, butcher's paper had been pinned in overlapping sheets until it covered most of the wall, not collage. Not the kind of theatrical mess people performed when they wanted to look obsessed. This was method. Timelines, arrows, clipped photocopies, color-coded names, dates repeated until they became pressure rather than information. Courier dispatch, duplicate letters, call logs, train ticket, weather report, map extract with Friar's Edge ringed, and 3 other locations marked. Every line returned to the same cluster in the middle. At first I thought it was another date card. Then I moved closer. Pinned at the center was an enlarged photocopy of an old group photograph, copied often enough that the grain had become part of the image. Young faces outdoors, drinks in hands, a summer night carelessness the camera had mistaken for innocence. I found Romy first, not because she looked exactly like herself, but because even then she seemed to have been interrupting the picture by being too vivid inside it. Beside her, one face had been circled in blue, a younger girl, dark hair tied back, uncertain expression. She was not looking at the camera at all, but slightly beyond it, as if somebody outside the frame had said something she did not yet know how to answer. The lower part of the photocopy had been cut away, no caption, no name. Only Romy's handwriting around it. No one writes her down first. I'm easier to misdescribe. Me. Celia must stop reading me as the event. I sat without meaning to. The chair gave a small complaint under me, one back leg uneven on the floorboards. There were more photographs tucked behind the central one. Same gathering, different angles. In one, Adrian stood near the edge of frame, younger and broader in the face, his arm around somebody cropped out. In another, a man I took to be Julian was caught in profile speaking to someone off camera. At the bottom of the board, below the circled girl, Romy had written in capitals, "Not about M.E." I had spent the whole morning doing exactly what she expected everyone to do first. treating Romy as the main wound because Romy was visible, difficult, proximate, and dead. But this board did not orbit her, it used her. I stood again and forced myself to keep reading. Pinned under one corner of the board was a torn page from some old Blackwater event program. Most of it had been crossed through in black marker until only practical words remained visible. Rear lawn access service corridor staff. Entrance lower path closed in poor weather. Romy had ringed the last phrase twice and written beside it were also index cards fixed lower down with map pins, one card for each name. Adrian, sees enough. Julian, names first. I looked away from my own card first, and then back, because I could not bear the accuracy of having done so. On the desk lay a page headed Timeline Master, with 4 columns: original event, later statement, contradiction, who benefited. Night begins at Blackwater House. Paths. Julian's wording becomes the clean version by morning. In passes on private material that helps make Romy unusable, and then, on the next line, written smaller. I put my hand over that sentence before I could finish properly reading it, not because covering it changed anything, because for one childish second, I wanted to interrupt the line physically, stop it entering me in the same clean way the others had. Memory moved then, but not enough to count as memory. Wet stone. Cheap beer. Romy's voice edged bright with contempt or panic. Someone sane. Leave it. A lower path. A lower path. A girl's white sleeve in darkness. Then nothing I could hold. On the far corner of the desk sat an old speaker and a neat stack of index cards, bound with an elastic band. The top card read, "Voice note Stance." I did not press play, not yet. There was already too much of her in the room, and for the first time since Fenwick's call, I understood something simple and terrible. Romy had not been spiraling toward death and leaving mess behind her. She had been preparing for interference. The copied letters proved it. The courier instructions proved it. The duplicate documents proved it. The receipt in her pocket proved she had wanted a paper trail that survived her body. On the outer edge of the butcher's paper, almost beyond the board altogether, Adrian's name appeared again with a red arrow from his apology to the circled girl in the center. Next to it, Romy had written, "He'll try to make it about sex, because that's easier than sequence." Below that, "Start with Adrian before his wife sees the letter." I looked back at the Adrian wallet. Blackwater House Developments. Restaurant photograph. The note about the date, not the affair. Outside on the stair, somebody's steps sounded briefly and passed on. I crossed to the window. From here I could see a slice of wet street, a delivery van pulling away, gulls shouldering the air above the Harbour roofs. Saltmere looked ordinary enough to kill truth by breakfast. On the sill beside me sat an opened utility bill with Romy's handwriting up the side in impatient blue pen. If they say she wasn't meant to be there, ask who paid casuals and cash that week. If they say weather made everything impossible, ask why lower path closure only appears in brochure material after 2014. If they say I made it dramatic, ask why everyone kind got organized so quickly. Even her reminders had sequencing in them. Not outrage first, question first. Make them name the category they were using. Make them defend why it existed. Behind me, Romy's board waited with its circled unnamed girl at the center, and my own photocopied apology hanging at the edge like evidence not yet admitted. If the town spoke first, Romy would become a fall, a difficult woman. A sister who drank, a body on bad steps. If Adrian spoke first, his apology would shrink into an affair, and nothing older. I picked up the Adrian wallet, then my phone. On the back of the final photograph, in pencil almost rubbed away, Romy had written one last note to herself. Say her name once. Celia stops pretending the story starts with me. Chapter 5. Adrian Heskett. By the time I got back to Rowan, Dray House, the rain had thinned to mist. Leon was gone. A note sat on the island in his compact, irritatingly legible hand. At the office for 2 hours. Call if Fenwick contacts you again. Eat something. No mention of the letters beneath the fruit bowl. No mention of whether he had looked. The omission felt selected. I moved the bowl and took out Adrian's wallet. Romy had left me enough to find him without effort, heroic enough to feel foolish. A company printout, a mobile number written in the margin of the restaurant photograph, one clipped page from the Heskett Public Affairs website showing Blackwater House Heritage Consultation as an active account. On the back of the photograph she had written, "He'll answer an unknown number if he thinks it might be work." That alone said more about the affair than I wanted it to. I rang before I could invent a better order of operations. He answered on the third ring, voice smooth and brisk. "Adrian Heskett. My name is Celia Rowan." Silence. Not long, not theatrical. Just the sound of a man moving quickly through the available disasters. "Romy's sister," he said. "Yes?" When he spoke again, the smoothness had altered. Still controlled, but with the first fracture of dread in it. I wondered when someone would call. "Did you? Is she all right?" "No," I said. "She died this morning." He made a sound then, small and bodily. Not disbelief. Objection. "Christ," he said quietly. "No." "How?" he asked. "That is still open." Another pause. This one more guarded. "You got the letter," he said. "Yes." "Then I should probably say, I never meant for that to reach anyone else." "You meant it to reach Romy." "Yes." "Why?" He exhaled through his nose. "Because she insisted." I looked at Romy's note. He apologizes like a man applying for mercy. "I want to speak to you in person," I said. I wasn't asking whether it was wise. He let out a brief, humorless laugh. She sounded like that too, when she was determined. The comparison made me dislike him more than the affair itself. "Where are you?" "At Blackwater House." Of course he was. "Then stay there." I ended the call before he could offer me a softer arrangement. Blackwater House sat inland, just far enough to pretend it had risen above Saltmere's ordinary weather. The drive curved between stone walls furred with moss, then opened onto a house built to make gratitude seem natural in other people. Pale stone darkened by salt air. Long windows. Symmetry used as a moral argument. This was where the date began. Night begins at Blackwater House. Not proof, not yet, but enough to make the house feel less like a location than a sentence waiting to be finished. Adrian was standing just inside the front hall when I came in, as if greeting me himself would look less like avoidance. He was taller than he appeared in the photograph, fair in a carefully unremarkable way, wearing a navy sweater over a pale shirt open at the throat. The sort of man people called decent before they called him anything more exact. He looked as though he had not yet chosen whether to be ashamed or useful. "Celia," he said. "Adrian, I'm very sorry about Romy. You have already said that once. Do you want tea?" "No." "All right." He led me into a drawing room overlooking the back terrace. Pale sofas, unlit fire, framed landscapes in obedient colors, white flowers too fresh to have happened accidentally. Through the windows, I could see the garden dropping away into darker trees, and, beyond them, a paler band of wet sky. I did not sit. Eventually, he remained standing too. "You wrote that you lied to her," I said. He rubbed his thumb once against the side of his forefinger. "I had an affair with your sister," I gathered. "It lasted a few months. It should not have happened. I told myself it had become serious because she made everything feel serious, and then I panicked when seriousness started asking to be lived with in daylight." The wording was neat, too neat, but not wholly false. "Did you love her?" He looked away for a second. "I cared about her." Something flickered at his mouth, perhaps at hearing his own evasions, returned colder. "No," he said, "it isn't." "Then why tell her you would leave your wife?" "Because it was easier than admitting I wanted intensity without consequence." That at least sounded adjacent to the truth. "And the letter?" "She came to see me 2 weeks ago. Here." He glanced around the room as if the furniture might object. "She said if I wanted to keep calling myself a good man who'd made one selfish mistake, I could write that down and watch how small it looked." "So you did." "I wrote what was true. Part of what was true." His eyes lifted to mine then, properly. "Yes," he said. I took the photocopy from the wallet and unfolded it on the low table between us without sitting. "You apologize for lying to her," I said. "You apologize for using her. You do not apologize for 11 October 2013. It was not dramatic. That was what made it useful. No blanching, no staggered breath, just a sudden tightening, as if some internal brace had been kicked. "Where did you get that date?" he asked. He moved toward the mantel, then thought better of it, as if pacing would concede too much. "If this is about some old house party mythology, Romy may have been connecting things that do not belong together." "It's an accurate one, is it?" He gave a short, tired smile without warmth. "You really are a solicitor." Yes." He dragged a hand across his mouth. "The affair happened recently. What happened years ago, whatever Romy believed she had reconstructed, belongs to a different category." The phrase landed with the dead weight of prior use. "Is that how you kept it manageable?" I asked. "One shame in one file, another shame elsewhere?" "No." He said it too fast, then slower. "I kept it manageable by not looking at it directly for a very long time." That came out before he could improve it. Real shame was always less polished than apology. "Were you here that night?" I asked. He looked at the windows, rather than at me. "Yes." "Was Romy with you?" "For part of it." "And the girl in the photograph?" His head turned back too sharply. "What photograph?" There it was, the first clean lie. "Don't do that," I said. He held my gaze and let the lie die without retracting it. "Romy believed," he said carefully, "that if she dragged enough smaller sins into daylight, someone would eventually hand her the larger one out of exhaustion." "It's pressure." "You say that as if pressure and truth are unrelated." "I say it as if frightened people will sometimes confess to whatever moves the immediate threat away from them." "Is that what you did?" He looked down at his own letter. "Partly." "And the other part?" "The other part was deserved." That was the strongest sentence he had offered me. I let it sit. "What else were you apologizing for?" I asked. His jaw hardened. "Not murder, if that's what you want me to say." I didn't ask for the easy denial. "No," he said. "You asked for chronology. Then give me one fact. One exact thing that makes the date matter more than the affair." He stared out at the wet terrace. When he spoke again, some of the managerial finish had gone from his voice. "Because she did not bring the affair up first," he said. "She brought up the date first. The affair was the thing she knew I would rather confess." "Why that date?" "Because we were all here. There was drinking. People were stupid. People said things that should have remained ugly and brief. Romy decided afterwards that the whole night had to mean more than it did." "Afterwards when?" He hesitated. "After the girl went missing?" I asked. His eyes came back to mine at once. He had not expected me to say it plainly. "You need to be careful," he said. "That's not an answer." "No," he said. "It's advice. I don't want advice from you." "Then take this as self-interest instead. The affair is true. The letter is true. My cowardice is true. But if you try to force everything through one date and one old photograph, you may end up destroying the only parts of this that can still be proved." That was the first moment he scared me properly, not because he sounded violent, because he sounded administrative. A man already thinking in admissibility, erosion, survivable versions. "Who else was here?" I asked. "Lots of people. Names." You know some of them already. Names, Adrian. He shut his eyes briefly, as if granting me this much cost him something real. Nadine was here, he said. Julian, obviously. Romy, me, others too, but those are the ones Romy kept circling back to. I thought of the board in the flat. Nadine passes on private material that helps make Romy unusable. Because Nadine always understood the social version faster than the factual one. Meaning? Meaning. If you wanted to know how a girl could become unbelievable in under 12 hours, Nadine was useful. He regretted the sentence the moment it left him. Did she give them Romy's messages? I asked. I didn't say that. You almost did. I said Nadine knew how to make something look calmer than it was. And Julian? At that, he looked tired, rather than frightened. Julian liked statements, he said. He liked language that made everybody feel sensible by morning. There it was again. Not enough to solve anything, too much to ignore. If Romy knew this much, I said, why send apology letters instead of going to the police? He laughed once, softly, with no pleasure in it. Which is, people like police when the story is already tidy. She didn't have tidy. I picked up the photocopy of his apology and folded it once. You're still protecting someone. Yes, he said. Your wife? Not only her. That was all. I looked at him, at the beautiful room, at the care with which every difficult truth in this house had probably been given softer furniture. Adrian was guilty. I believed that now. But he was guilty the way a rotten beam was guilty, structurally, usefully, not alone. If I speak to Nadine, I said, what will she lie about first? He answered too quickly for prudence, that she was trying to help. Then he seemed to hear himself. Celia, he said, and for the first time my name in his mouth sounded like warning rather than appeal. Whatever Romy told you, whatever she staged, you need to understand that once you start saying the old date out loud, people stop being ashamed and start being afraid. I thought of the circled girl in the photograph. No name yet. Just presence and absence arranged into pressure. I turned and left him there with his careful room, his partial confession, and the weather closing in again against the glass. Chapter 6. Nadine Yarrow. I texted the unknown number from Romy's flat. Then tell me yourself. Came back. You shouldn't be in her flat. She arrived 40 minutes later. In the meantime, I had gone home for dry clothes, ignored Leon's note about eating, and brought back the copied screenshots from Nadine's wallet. By the time the buzzer sounded, Romy's coffee table was laid out with a precision I disliked in myself. The Nadine wallet, 2 highlighted screenshots, Julian's old statement, and the text exchange that had brought her here. When I opened the door, Nadine Yarrow looked like a woman who had spent years ensuring nobody would ever again mistake her for the girl Romy once knew. Dark hair pinned back, minimal gold jewelry. Expensive shoes, not meant for salt-stained stairwells, the kind of polish that made other people's mess look elective. Her eyes moved past me, took in the table, then returned to my face. Celia. Nadine, you look tired. Romy died this morning. Sleep hasn't been the priority. Something tightened in her expression, not pity. Recognition. I am sorry, she said. No. She stepped inside without waiting to be invited twice. Fridge motor, rain at the cracked window. A television faint through the wall, ordinary domestic noise, which only made the room feel less forgiving. Even here she managed to look as if she were entering a treatment room she had been asked to rescue from someone else's emotional spill. I didn't send the text, she said. No. She set her bag carefully beside the chair, buying time through order. There are only so many things Adrian wouldn't tell you, and screenshots are one of them. Yes. I sat. After a beat, she sat opposite me, knees crossed, hands folded too neatly in her lap. You wrote Romy an apology, I said. Yes. Why? Because she made me. That's everyone's answer. It may still be true. I slid the photocopy of her letter toward her. She did not touch it. You want me to say I betrayed her, she said. Did you? Yes. The answer came too quickly to be performance. Then she added, because plain guilt was apparently more than she could carry for long. I was young. You were old enough. Her eyes sharpened. And so were all of you. I let that sit. She looked at the screenshots, messages, pages from notes, fragments. To who? Julian first. Why Julian? Even she heard the weakness of it. I could tell from the brief change in her mouth. I picked up the first screenshot. Romy's messages were younger here, faster, more ragged than the trap she later built on paper. One line mentioned blood. One said not to leave a girl alone by the lower path. One, sent later and misspelled, said they're already choosing what's easier. These? I asked. Nadine nodded. Not all of them. Selected ones. Selected by who? By me at first, she said. Then by Julian. Why? Because she was impossible by then. I stared at her until she winced at her own word. I mean, she was saying everything at once. Furious, frightened, accusing everyone, changing sequence, crying, then laughing, then saying the worst things about herself before anyone else could. I thought if somebody older saw how volatile she sounded, don't do that. Then choose words you can survive hearing back. She looked away. I told myself context would calm it down, she said. What I actually wanted was distance, from her, from the night. What pages exactly? Screenshots from my phone. 2 diary pages she'd left at mine a week earlier. 1 email draft she sent, and then unsent, but I'd already read it. And Julian did what? He used them to argue she was confused. I pushed his photocopied statement toward her. She hesitated, then picked it up. I haven't seen this in years. She did, voice flattening as she went. Romy Rowan was highly distressed, and had been sending contradictory messages throughout the evening. She appeared fixated on blame, and resistant to calmer accounts from those present. She stopped, swallowed, then went on. I advised that she should not be relied upon, as the sole source for the sequence of events following the disagreement near the path. I waited until the words had settled. Your pages gave him that. She lowered the statement. Yes. Did you know he would write it like that? No. Did you know he would use what you gave him to make her less credible? This time she did not answer quickly. I knew it was possible, she said. Outside, a voice sounded on the stairwell and passed on. Nadine flinched before she could stop herself. I hated her for making me choose, she said. Not fear, not even cowardice. For about 24 hours, I hated her for forcing it into language, while the rest of us were still trying to keep it unshaped. And after that? After that, everyone started calling her unstable, and I told myself I hadn't started it. I'd only contributed. She gave a short, ugly laugh, as if collective betrayal becomes cleaner. I looked down at the screenshots. What isn't in these? A diary page, she said too quickly. About what? She knew immediately she had said too much. The room narrowed. What about me? You and Romy after the party. She wrote that you told her nobody would ever believe the whole thing if she kept saying it the way she was saying it. That if she wanted anyone older to help, she had to stop making it sound as though everyone there was equally guilty. I kept my face still because not keeping it still would have been confession. Did Julian see that page? Only part of it. What part? The part where she said you were frightened and choosing the safer version. The same wound again. Younger this time, but already shaped. You gave him that too? I told myself it would make him take her more seriously, Nadine said. That if he understood she wasn't only dramatic, but also observant, maybe he'd. She stopped and looked at the statement in her hand. That's not true. I knew he'd use whatever made her sound inconsistent. I just didn't think he'd do it so efficiently. I looked at the line again. Highly distressed, contradictory, not to be relied upon. No need to call someone a liar if you could call her unstable first. Why write the apology now? I asked. Because she came to my studio with photocopies of everything I'd handed over, Nadine said. Not originals, copies. She laid them out on the treatment bed, where I usually leave jasmine water, and folded towels, and asked me whether I wanted to keep pretending I was a woman who helped other women heal. And she was right. Nadine's voice stayed level only by force. Not about every detail, not in every version, but in the part that mattered. I helped take her private fear and turn it into public unreliability. Who else saw what you handed over? Julian. Possibly Adrian in passing. I don't know if he read the pages or only knew they existed. She pressed 2 fingers to her forehead. If you're trying to understand that night, Adrian isn't the real architect. He panics. Julian arranges. That was the line I needed. Do you still have the originals? I asked. She hesitated. 1 page, she said, not the messages. 1 diary page. I kept it because I couldn't decide whether it was guilt or insurance. Where is it? At home. Bring it to me. Her eyes lifted. You don't get to speak to me as if I'm under oath. No, I said. You get to decide whether you want to stay sorry in private or be useful in public. She stood, smoothing the front of her coat. I'll send a photograph first, she said. Then I'll decide about the original. Decide now. Her face closed again. I said, I'll send the photograph. At the door she turned back once. For what it's worth, she said. Romy hated that everyone started with her because she was easier to dismiss than the girl who actually vanished. I held her gaze. I know, Nadine nodded. Then stop letting Julian's wording do the work for you. When she had gone, I looked from the screenshots to Julian's statement and saw exactly how damage got laundered, frightened people handing a careful man the right fragments. Chapter 7. Julian's Letter. I rang Julian from Romy's flat, and he answered as if he had been expecting the call for years. Celia, he said, before I had given my name. His voice was older than I remembered, and otherwise unchanged, measured, reassuring, the sort of tone adults used when they wanted younger people to feel both seen and faintly ashamed of their own intensity. You know why I'm calling, I said. I can make an educated guess. Good, then save us both time. There was the faintest pause, not surprise. Calibration. I am at Blackwater House for another hour, he said. If you'd like to speak in person, that would be preferable to this. Preferable for who? I nearly asked. But the answer was obvious enough. I'll come now. Very well. He ended the call without a goodbye. The house looked different later in the day, less atmospheric, more official. Somewhere beyond the formal garden, the sea made itself known only as pressure in the air. Julian Kershaw was waiting in a study off the main hall, rather than the drawing room Adrian had used. That felt deliberate. Smaller room, fewer soft edges. Shelves of trust reports, parish histories, framed committee photographs. A desk large enough to suggest decisions got made on it, and old enough to imply they had always been made by the correct people. He stood when I came in. Celia. He was grayer now, thinner in the face, but otherwise exactly the kind of man who had once made frightened people feel that order and goodness were near relations. Navy suit, no tie, hands dry, folded lightly before him, as if he had spent a lifetime receiving difficult information without ever allowing it to become mess. That almost earned a smile. No, he said. I expect not. He gestured to a chair. I ignored it. After a second, he sat alone behind the desk, which I assumed was the point. On the blotter before him lay a cream envelope, his apology letter, or a copy of it. He rested 2 fingers on it as if paper itself might require supervision. You've spoken to Adrian, he said. Yes. Not a question. Yes. Then I imagine you've already collected several emotionally satisfying versions of a complicated past. I don't remember asking for satisfaction. No. He inclined his head slightly. Romy rarely did either. She preferred impact. It was an ugly thing to hear said that neatly. You wrote that you were sorry for your statement, I said. Let's start there. He opened the envelope, withdrew the letter, and read from it without theatricality. I am sorry for the statement I made, and for the harm done by the way I made it. I said I was helping everyone settle after an ugly night. I was protecting the version that caused the least damage to the people who could still go on to have proper lives. He put the paper down. That is what I wrote, he said. And is it true? Yes. Then tell it to me without euphemism. For the first time, something sharpened in his face. Be careful what standard of clarity you ask for, Celia. People often say they want plain language, when what they actually want is language that condemns the correct person immediately. I want language that doesn't hide behind administration. Administration, he said, almost thoughtfully, is often what remains after panic has finished damaging everything else. Not denial, something colder. A moral structure built to make containment sound like care. Nadine says she gave you Romy's messages and diary pages, I said. She did. And you used them to write a statement making Romy sound unreliable. I used them to understand the instability of the scene. No, I said. You used them to understand whose account could be safely weakened. He leaned back a fraction. You have become much less patient with rhetoric than you used to be. You made rhetoric expensive. That landed. He did not show much, but he showed enough. The situation that night was volatile, he said. Young people were frightened. One girl had vanished from the group's immediate sightline after a serious disagreement. Another was accusing everyone in reach of equal moral guilt, while plainly distressed. My job, as the only functioning adult present, was to prevent hysteria from becoming further harm. Hysteria. He could still reach for that word after all these years. The girl in the photograph, I said. He did not move at once, which told me more than movement would have. So we are centering her now, he said. Were you hoping not to? I was hoping you might understand that naming the dead and naming the missing are not identical acts. That sounds like policy. It is policy. She was a girl. Yes, he said. And at the time, I was trying to stop that fact from destroying multiple futures at once. I stared at him. You hear yourself? I said. I hear myself exactly. No shame there. Or none. He was prepared to grant the room. What did you write down years ago? I asked. The safest available sequence, the least inflammatory one. For who? He folded his hands again. For everyone involved. There was that word once more, the broad, false shelter of it. Were you protecting Adrian? I asked. Among others. Nadine? Among others. Yourself? This time he let the silence answer first. I would be lying if I pretended otherwise, he said. Not confession, accounting. And Romy? I asked. Romy was never going to be helped by being allowed to narrate from the center of her own distress. I took a step toward the desk before I realized I had done it. You made her impossible to believe. No, he said calmly. I put in writing what many people could already see. That was worse than anger would have been. Nadine says Adrian panics, and you arrange. Nadine has always preferred moral description to moral responsibility. Did you know what she gave you would be enough to bury Romy? I knew it would complicate her reliability. Same thing. No, he said. Not if one's first obligation is to prevent a wider collapse. Wider collapse of what? A house like this? A set of names? I looked around the study. Local histories. Committee photographs. Framed minutes from charitable trusts. A brass clock ticking on the shelf, as if this room had never once hurried toward the wrong answer. Julian sat inside it all, like the human version of the filing system. "Why apologize now?" I asked. "Because Romy wanted the sentence written in my hand, and because at my age one develops an interest in leaving fewer lies behind. It isn't noble." His voice stayed gentle. "It is late." For a moment I thought that might be the closest he came to truth, spoken without varnish. Then he spoiled it. "What Romy never understood," he said, "was that truth told at the wrong temperature can become another form of violence." I looked at him and thought, this is how he does it, not by saying nothing. By saying things that let him remain the adult in the room while everyone else becomes excess. "She understood temperature perfectly," I said. "She just stopped mistaking cooling for care." Something flickered then, irritation perhaps, or memory. "Did she play you the recording?" he asked. I went still. "What recording?" "Then not yet." He glanced at the envelope, then back at me. Romy was very fond of arranging for her own framing to arrive after everyone else's. It gave her a sense of leverage. "You knew she was recording things." "I knew she had taken to leaving messages she thought people would deserve later." The study felt airless all at once. "What message?" "I think," Julian said, "if she trusted you at all by the end, she will have left something explaining that none of these letters was primarily about her. That was, after all, the point she was most offended. Nobody grasped quickly enough." He said it almost kindly, which made it more sinister, not less. "You're telling me to go back to her flat," I said. "I'm telling you that if you continue interviewing the weak links first, you'll gather emotion and miss structure. And your structure." "Yes," he said. I picked up his letter from the desk before he could stop me. He let me. The paper was thick, cream. Chosen to make apology look dignified. "If I find a recording," I said, "and it says what I think it will say, you do not get to keep calling your statement care." His expression barely altered. "No," he said. "I expect by then you'll have found harsher language." When I left the study, the clock was still ticking with obscene calm behind me. Outside in the gravel, before I had even reached the car, I took my phone out and opened the note I'd made from the speaker on Romy's desk. "Play only if cornered.es." Julian had not raised his voice once. He had not denied enough. He had not been frightened in any useful way, which meant Romy had expected this version too. I got into the car, shut the door, and headed back toward the flat, to hear what she had wanted saved for later. Chapter 8: The Shared Date. By the time I got back to Romy's flat, the light had thinned into that gray coastal hour that made every surface look flatter and more exposed. I let myself in carrying Julian's letter, my bag, and the feeling he had left behind in me, which was harder to name than fear and less forgivable. The fridge still hummed. Somewhere on the stairs a neighbor coughed, then shut a door. Small domestic noises, as if the building had decided grief was no excuse to stop being itself. Romy's board waited exactly as I had left it. That steadied me more than it should have. I put Julian's cream paper beside the other 3 letters on the coffee table and started again, this time without the useful distraction of the people attached to them. Not Adrian with his shame, not Nadine with her polished remorse, not Julian with his curated authority, just the documents, dates. Adrian's letter pointed backward to an October night and to what he had failed to say after it. Nadine's apology referred to material she had handed over the following morning. Julian's letter did not name a date in its body, but the statement behind it was headed 12 October 2013 and described events from the previous evening, and mine. I opened my own wallet more carefully than I had before. The photocopied apology still made me feel as though I had walked into a room where somebody had already been wearing my face. Beneath it, folded into quarters so neatly I had mistaken it for backing paper, was a torn sheet from the ruled pad on Romy's desk. In my handwriting, ES7. not because I was shocked by then. Shock had already burnt through too many times that day. This was worse. Familiarity without memory. My hand. My pressure on the pen. Even the habit of crossing the sevens without thinking. I laid the fragment beside the others. The date now sat on the table 4 different ways, like something trying to become undeniable through repetition alone. I got up and went back to the wallboard. The central photograph of the younger girls seemed to have altered while I was out, though of course it had not. Same turned head, same uncertain mouth. Same sense that whoever she had been, the camera had caught her half a second after she realized she was not where she should have been. I read the notes around her again. No one writes her down first. Begin with me, because I'm easier to misdescribe. Now it felt diagnostic. Romy had not written it as self-pity. She had written it as method. I took Adrian's letter to the desk, then Julian's statement, then the copied screenshots Nadine had helped create. I began laying them in order, matching times where I could, following arrows on Romy's master timeline, cross-checking her block capitals against the quicker scrawl she used when she was angry enough to stop performing neatness. There were other scraps folded into the system too. A marina weather printout with wind direction ringed in blue. A photocopied ordnance map with Blackwater House marked at the top and a lower path notched in red. A taxi receipt from the early hours. One clipped notebook page headed simply, "Who moved first? Who saw her? Who spoke for her? Who corrected the wording?" Benefited from calm by morning. The same names kept recurring beneath different verbs. Adrian undersaw and later underwithheld. Julian understated and reframed. And at the center of the page, boxed twice in red, not Romy's disappearance, not Romy's bodies, not Romy's night alone. That was what I had been slowest to understand. Romy had not only built a case file, she had built an argument against narrative drift. Every scrap in the flat was doing the same work from a different angle, pushing the eye away from the loudest woman in the room and toward the gap everyone else had learned to step around. Again and again the pattern held. Romy named people, the others named consequences. Romy wrote girl. They wrote distress. Romy kept circling a center, the others refused to touch directly. They were all apologizing around somebody. That was when the omission stopped feeling accidental and started feeling designed. Aggressive, Romy had written in the margin of one photocopy. Whole strategy. I found the full note a minute later clipped beneath the enlarged photograph. The line continued underneath in smaller writing. If they say, girl, incident, that evening, don't let them have it. For years I had thought Romy was the one who made everything larger with language. More dangerous, more impossible to contain. Standing in her flat with 4 apologies spread out like reluctant evidence, I began to understand the opposite possibility. Maybe Romy had spent half her life fighting reduction. Maybe the respectable version had always begun by making things smaller. On the desk beside the square speaker sat a stack of index cards held together with an elastic band. Most were marked with dates or initials. A few carried simple instructions. If Nadine cries, ask what she gave him. If Julian is calm, that is not the same as safe. I swallowed. Under those, 3 cards had been turned face down. I flipped the first. If Celia still reads this as my tragedy, play 8. If Celia finally wants the truth, instead of the version she can survive, play 11. I stared at the number as though it might alter if I waited long enough. I crouched beside the low shelf where her speaker and laptop sat plugged into an extension lead. The laptop was asleep but not dead. When I touched the trackpad, a folder window appeared at once, as if she had expected interruption and designed for impatience. Inside sat a row of audio files named Without Poetry, VN01, VN02, VN02, VN03. Further down, VN11. Not immediately. First I looked back at the coffee table. at the letters, at the repeated date, at the girl in the middle of the board whose name none of them had been willing to write. Then I looked again at Romy's note in my handwriting. T2 4s and 11, October 2013, was not only her night to carry. Not Romy. The understanding arrived whole enough to hurt. All day I had been moving through the same mistake in different forms. Fenwick asking about my sister's final movements, Adrian apologizing for desire, Nadine apologizing for betrayal, Julian apologizing for phrasing. Even my own horror had kept returning to Romy, because Romy was the one I could see most easily, my sister, my grievance, my dead. Whoever the others had been circling was harder to hold, because she had been made smaller first. The letters had never been a puzzle about who had most wronged my sister. They were a trap, built around the fact that everybody kept choosing the wrong woman as the center. I put on the headphones beside the speaker, clicked once on V and 11 Celia, and waited in the flat salt-damp hush for Romy to begin. Romy came in too close to my ear, not softened by death, just Romy, impatient with equipment, too near the microphone, alive in exactly the way my body had not prepared for. There was a scrape in the recording, as if she had shifted in her chair, then her voice. If you're hearing this, one of two things has happened. Either I ran out of time, or you did. Don't start crying yet. It makes you mishear me. My hand tightened around the edge of the desk. The room around me stayed ordinary. A burst of footsteps on the stairs, a gull somewhere outside sounding offended by the weather. None of it helped. The letters are not about me. They are not about who slept with me, lied to me, pitied me, or decided I was easier to survive once I became the difficult sister. They are about the girl none of them will name first. The words landed with a force that made the rest of the room seem briefly undecided. Not girl, not her. Not that evening. Romy breathed in on the recording. I could hear traffic faint behind her, or perhaps sea wind at a window. Say it properly, Celia. Everybody else found a way not to. That was the first part of what they did. I took the headphones off for a second, but the silence that followed was worse. I put them back on almost at once. You always think the lie starts where the shouting starts. It doesn't. It starts earlier, when people with better coats and calmer voices begin replacing nouns. Fear becomes volatility. Leaving someone alone becomes confusion about sequence. Julian's study came back to me so fast, it was almost physical. Least inflammatory. I made them write the apologies, because I wanted them forced into language. Adrian hides inside shame. Nadine hides inside regret. Julian hides inside care. You hide inside accuracy. I looked at the torn slip in my own handwriting still lying on the desk. That's the one you hate, isn't it? Your version of being sorry. You wrote it when I finally pushed hard enough, and you wanted to make me stop. You said the date, as if saying it accurately was the same as surviving it honestly. I could remember the shape of the argument without sequence. My coat still on, her voice already sharp enough to cut through my carefulness. My own familiar urge to make her lower it, neaten it, say it in a way that would not ruin us in every direction at once. Not memory, exactly. Pressure finding its old bruise. You keep trying to make this my tragedy, because that's kinder to you than making it hers. If it's mine, then you get to grieve me and feel put upon, and say I was impossible and magnetic and exhausting, and still loved. You can be the good sister of a bad outcome. If it's hers, then you have to ask what you did while she was still alive enough for help to matter. I bent forward until my forehead nearly touched the cool edge of the desk. Outside, somebody laughed on the stairwell. Then quiet again. The whole building carried on around the sentence, as if it had not just split me open. I'm not saying you killed her. I'm saying you chose the safer version, while there was still time for truth to cost the right people. I remembered enough then to hate the parts that came back first, not the worst moments. Never the worst. The neutral details around them. The damp hem of my jeans, gravel pressed into my palm. A door slamming somewhere higher up the house. Somebody saying, very calmly, that making allegations like that would ruin lives if we weren't careful. And me, grateful to hear care offered as a reason to wait. Romy's voice softened, which was somehow harder to bear than her anger. She came to Blackwater House that night because somebody wanted an extra body around, somebody less central, somebody who could be made to feel lucky to be included. After the row by the lower path, everybody behaved as if the emergency was what the truth would do to them. That's the whole shape of it. I opened my eyes and stared at the board across the room. The blue ring around the younger face. All this time, Romy had been trying to force the center back where it belonged. Go back to Blackwater House. Not for Adrian. Not for Julian. For the place itself. People remember selectively. Buildings are ruder. Use the service side, not the pretty approach. The pretty approach is how they still think about it. Service side. I sat up straighter. On the ordnance map pinned beneath the photograph, one black line did run away from the terrace toward a narrower route I had barely noticed before. Beside it, Romy had written 3 words I had skimmed earlier because they sounded too practical to matter. Deliveries before noonza. Old laundry yard now locked? Ask who still has keys. That was the difference between my mind and Romy's. I had spent years believing truth would arrive through revelation if pressed hard enough. Romy, infuriatingly, understood that truth often survived in routes, rotas, utility doors, and the people considered too incidental to edit the official version. Blackwater House was no longer only a site of memory. It had become a set of practical entries and omissions, keys and staff habits, and routes people forgot to romanticize. Somewhere inside that shift was the first useful thing I had been given all day. Start with house records and staff routes if they've left any. Start with who was allowed to see things and who was paid not to say them properly. Start with the seawall and the lower path. And if you still love me, don't come back with another version that makes everyone sound unfortunate. There was a pause long enough that I thought the recording might have ended. Then her voice came one last time, lower now, stripped of performance. Point away from me. The file clicked off. I stayed where I was for a full minute, the headphones still on, listening to nothing. Then I took them off and looked around the flat, as if it had shifted while I listened. It had, in the only way that mattered. The board was no longer a map of Romy's grudges. The letters were no longer a set of elegant confessions orbiting my sister. Even my own apology had changed shape. Not evidence that Romy had trapped me unfairly. Evidence that she had already forced me, once, nearer the truth than I had been willing to stay. I photographed the service route line on the map, pulled my keys from my bag, and left for Blackwater House before I could mistake understanding for action, or grief for work, or delay for care, again. Chapter 9. Blackwater House. By the time I reached Blackwater House, the evening had pulled itself thin and metallic over the coast. I did not use the front drive. Romy's map had marked a narrower lane curling behind the walls, past the old kitchen gardens, and a gate that looked less welcoming than forgotten. I parked on wet gravel beneath a stand of bent pines, and sat for a moment with the engine off, listening to it tick itself cooler, while the house loomed beyond the trees in pieces. Pale stone, long windows holding the last of the light, one chimney dark against the sea-colored sky. From here, it looked less like a prestigious address than a patient lie. I got out carrying my phone, the photograph of Romy's service route line open on the screen, and went through the side gate. The difference was immediate. At the front, Blackwater House performed itself. Symmetry. Heritage money. At the side, it admitted more practical truths. A rusted drain, paint blistered around a service door. Bins lined up under a stone arch in a way no brochure would ever have bothered to crop out. The wind came harder here, shoving at my coat and bringing the smell of damp stone, salt, and old linen from somewhere within. Romy had been right. The pretty approach was an argument. This side was a route. I tried the service door expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. The corridor beyond was narrower and colder than the formal rooms I had seen earlier that day. Flagstone underfoot, whitewashed walls scuffed by years of trays and laundry baskets. A back stair rose sharply to the left. Ahead, a strip of dull light showed where the passage opened toward the rear of the house. I stepped inside and closed the door quietly behind me. It took almost no imagination to see how movement here could disappear from the memory of anyone waiting in drawing rooms. Staff, deliveries, children told to keep out of sight, girls who were not meant to count as guests. The route curved past usefulness, not display. On the wall by the stair hung a narrow board with old brass hooks, most empty now. Under each hook, a painted label had survived from some earlier version of the house. Linen kitchen, night porter, einen upper West not names. At the end of the board, a newer plastic strip had been screwed in over the original wood, events. The word looked wrong there, recent and managerial against the older order underneath, a whole theory of the house in one ugly patch, labor first, then service. At the end of the corridor, a second door stood ajar onto the back terrace. Beyond it, the sea moved as a darker band under the evening sky. The terrace wall ran low along the edge, and below it the land fell away in a steep, uneven track toward the lower path Romy had marked. I went out onto the stone. The wind hit me full in the face. From here the formal lawns broke apart into rougher ground. Clumps of wet grass and worn steps leading down toward a stretch of seawall that looked decorative, until you noticed how little stood between it and a bad fall. The wall itself was farther along, half hidden by scrub and shadow, but the route to it was plain enough now that I knew to look. Not a dramatic cliff, something worse. A place where dark, drink, hesitation, embarrassment, panic, and weather could all become the same story afterward, if the correct people were allowed to name it first. You're not meant to be round this side. I turned. A woman stood in the terrace doorway, with a ring of keys in one hand, and a folded cleaning cloth in the other. 60s, perhaps. Short dark coat, gray hair pulled back without interest in fashion. Her face had the kind of plainness that only ever belonged to people who had spent years noticing more than they were noticed. "I'm not here as a visitor," I said. "They all say that when they use the wrong door." Her voice was steady, unsentimental, almost bored. I recognized the type immediately, and distrusted myself for how long it had taken me in life to learn that boredom of tone often meant accuracy of attention. "Celia Rowan," I said. No flicker at the name. "Maris Venn," she said. "Former housekeeper, current inconvenience." Romy had not marked her anywhere I had yet found, but the fit was instant. Place witness, someone who knew which parts of a house were truth and which were set dressing. "You still have keys?" I asked. I still get asked to help when they discover heritage trusts don't run on brochures. She glanced at the terrace, then at me. "You're Julian's upset caller from earlier. Does he report his visitors now?" "He reports disturbances." The wind pushed at the cleaning cloth in her hand. She tucked it into her pocket, without taking her eyes off me. "Why are you here?" she asked. I could have said Romy's name first. Habit would have preferred it. Grief would have supported it. Romy's recording was still too close in my head for either to win. "The girl in the photograph," I said. Something changed then, not softness, recognition with its guard still up. "People notice late," Maris said. I waited. "You pointed the right way at least," she added. The sea struck harder somewhere below us, sound arriving a second after impact. "Romy said I should come back here," I said. "Not the front, this side. She said the service routes mattered." Maris looked past me down toward the lower path. "Because houses like this teach you what counts by where they send you. Family through the front, staff through the side, deliveries round the back." trouble wherever it can be least admired. I felt the sentence settle in me alongside everything Romy had already said. And if somebody went missing? I asked. Maris gave me a look that was nearly pity. Then people asked which category she'd been in before they asked how quickly she needed finding. You mean staff or guest? I mean countable or awkward. Was she here as staff? I asked. Not exactly. Again, the same shape. Not a contradiction of Romy's framing. A place-bound confirmation of it. What happened near the seawall? I asked. Maris gave me a flat look. If I knew enough to say that cleanly, do you think we'd all still be living inside their wording? Then tell me what you do know. She leaned one shoulder against the door frame, not relaxed. Deciding. I know the weather turned mean after 11. I know the ground below the terrace goes slick fast if it's been raining. I know people came back up in pieces that night. Too loud, then too quiet. I know there was more delay than there should have been before anyone sensible went down the lower path with a torch. Who delayed? Names. Not tonight. I almost said I did not have patience for witness theater, and stopped myself just in time. Maris was not enjoying this. She was rationing it. Why not? I asked instead. Because you still sound like someone trying to take minutes, and I spent enough years being tidied by other people's questions. The house behind her gave a long wooden creak, settling or warning, impossible to tell which. Was she on the guest list? I asked. What guest list? For that night. Maris gave a short, dry breath that was not quite laughter. No, if she had been, this would have broken differently years ago. Then where would she be? Around things. Not in them. Omission as architecture. Maris stepped fully onto the terrace and came to stand beside me at the wall. From here the route downward was clearer. Terrace steps, narrower track, a bend where the house lost sight of you, then the run toward the seawall and lower path. Pretty houses keep ugly weather too, she said. I looked down the route and, for a second, my body recognized it before my mind did. Not an image, a recoil, damp on my hands, the sense of wanting not to go farther, and being ashamed of that wanting while it was still happening. I gripped the cold stone coping. It was not a question. In pieces, I said. Pieces are how it comes back. Below us, the path bent out of sight. Who else in the house knew she'd gone down there? I asked. Enough people, Maris said. Too few of the right kind. Not enough. Not yet. She moved past me into a small side pantry and came back with an old service bell plate the size of her palm, unscrewed from somewhere, and kept for reasons I could already guess. The brass had tarnished dark around the letters, but they were still readable. Lore. For trays, ashtrays, extra blankets when guests wanted to feel sea air without weather. You rang once from outside, and it sounded down here, not in the front rooms. Staff heard it. Visitors rarely did. Is it still there? No, they restored it away. I looked from the plate to the service stair, and then back toward the terrace door, so if someone shouted from the lower side. Depends who was listening, Maris said, and where they had been trained to think the sound belonged. She turned back toward the door and jerked her head for me to follow. I did. Inside the service corridor, the air felt even colder after the wind. Maris led me past the back stair to a narrower passage I had missed on the way in, one hidden behind a tall press cupboard, and painted the same dull cream as the wall around it. At the end stood a smaller door with an old brass plate, so worn I had to step close to read it. ARCIV. Trust brochures. If you're looking for how someone disappears from paper, don't start there. My pulse kicked once, hard. What is in here? Operational rubbish, according to him. Old staff rotas. Delivery books. Maintenance logs. Event setup files. You have a key? Of course I have a key. She held it up, then did not hand it over. If I let you in, she said, don't come back out telling me this place was tragic. It wasn't tragic. It was managed. I met her eyes. Be exact, I said, before I could stop myself. Something almost like approval crossed her face. Romy asked better questions by the end. Maris said, did she come in here? Not this far. She got shown the nice archive first, and understood the insult immediately. Maris held the key at the lock for a second before turning it. She knew enough to ask who kept the delivery logs, who signed for laundry vans, who held the side door keys on night functions. Then Maris turned the key in the archive door, pushed it open, and the stale smell of paper, damp cardboard, and old dust came out to meet us. Chapter 10. The Missing Name. The archive room was colder than it needed to be. Maris found the wall switch, and a pair of fluorescent tubes came up in stages with the kind of reluctant buzz that made every object look temporarily guilty. Metal shelves. Gray archive boxes. A narrow table under a fanless vent. Nothing dramatic in the room itself. That was part of the point. Institutions did some of their quietest harm in places designed to look procedural. 10 minutes before anyone starts wondering why the side corridor's busy, Morris said. 15 if I decide. I dislike them more than I dislike you. Generous. Don't romanticize it. She left the door ajar and stood just outside, keys in hand, letting me understand that privacy here was conditional. I started with the nearest labeled box. The first folders were exactly the sort of papers Maris had meant by pretty records. Program proofs, seating diagrams, donor lists, a drinks menu printed in a font that treated expense as culture. The event itself had been described as an outreach evening tied to scholarships and heritage fundraising, which was another way of saying several kinds of status had been invited to flatter one another under one roof. There were plenty of names: parents, governors, sixth form helpers, local business sponsors, caterers, not hers. I moved to staffing sheets. Again, the same shape. Named prefects. Named volunteers. A typed column headed Student Supportee with 2 initials and 1 surname. A handwritten amendment adding an extra pair of hands through the service side after 7:30. The next folder was slimmer and more useful. Inside sat a weather printout for 11 October 2013. A handwritten note about wind strengthening along the sea-facing terrace after dark, and a maintenance slip reporting that the lower path lantern was unreliable in wet conditions. The maintenance slip had been initialed, but not signed. The weather note was clipped to a map of the terrace and seawall, with a red cross by the service route Romy had marked on her board. I stood for a second with the paper in my hand, and the memory pressure of that route still alive in my body. The danger had not been hidden, it had been documented. Just not in a way that would ever be forced to compete with the version respectable people later preferred. I opened the next file. Incident material. At the front sat the typed summary Julian had spent years learning how to half-own. The heading read, Informal Note, Re-Disturbance Following Evening Event, 12 October 2013. Not disappearance. Not missing person. Not girl. Disturbance. I read the first paragraph twice.
A distressed female pupil remained agitated after an interpersonal disagreement near the lower path, and continued making inconsistent allegations regarding the conduct and whereabouts of others present.
Distressed female pupil. That was Romy. No need to name her if the point was to reduce her. I kept reading. Another younger attendee appears to have left the immediate group without notifying staff. Given the emotional confusion present among the pupils, sequence remains difficult to establish with confidence. Another younger attendee. Not Nia Barlow. Not even girl. I looked through the pages behind it. Follow-up note. Internal phone message. A list of attempted calls. One later insurance review referring to the lower path incidents, as if the event had happened to the building rather than to a person. She was everywhere by contour and nowhere by name. That was the trick. Romy had spent years being called excessive because she insisted on specific language. Here, in a cold room under dead light, I could finally see why. Once the naming went first, everything after it could be softened without ever becoming technically false. "You found the wording then," Maris said from the doorway. I looked up. "You knew." I knew what kind of men write notes like that. I turned back to the file. Half misfiled behind a later governor's memo sat a photocopied sign-in sheet from the service entrance. Cheap, ruled paper. Time column. Supplier column. Notes in 2 different hands. Most entries were practical. Wine delivery. Flower crate. Sound technician. Then, at 1942. Venn plus extra helper, through Sygate. No name. At 2318, and darker ink added later, helper not currently accounted for, believed left grounds. I stared at the line until the words blurred. This was what Romy had meant. Nia had not vanished from paper because there had been no paper. She had vanished because every point where she might have become fully legible had been phrased downward first. Extra helper, younger attendee, left grounds, around the record, never inside it properly. I checked the bottom of the box and found one more folder tucked beneath the event files. This one much newer. SEA wall. Inside were current documents, drainage notes, access correspondence, a printed chain about proposed stabilization work near the old wall and ground erosion around the lower approach. Same service side, same lower route, same part of the grounds respectable tours preferred to ignore. Halfway through the file, clipped to a request for historic maintenance comparisons, I found a recent access memo. Archive retrieval authorized for consultant review. Seawall, lower path historic maintenance packet to be released to R. Then again, the room did not tilt with shock exactly. It rearranged itself. Leon's name did not belong here as my husband. It belonged here as consultant, intermediary, quiet local professional. One more person with paper access before Romy. One more person in the chain of careful handling. And to be managed carefully. Attached was an email printout from 8 days earlier. "Leon, if she contacts you directly, I would appreciate a steadier route back through me, before this turns into something needlessly disruptive." That almost made it worse. Because if Leon had said nothing, the silence had still been a choice, and if he had replied elsewhere, then our house had been carrying more of Julian than I had understood. "You've gone pale," Maris said. I looked up too quickly. "Did you know my husband was in these files? I know men like Julian don't send notes like that to people they think will cause trouble." Not answer enough. Answer enough. Across the room the fluorescent lights hummed on with institutional indifference. The desk clock showed I had minutes before this became visible in the wrong way. Enough time to photograph everything. Not enough time to decide what kind of wife I still was, in relation to the man named in the memo. I took pictures of the sign-in sheet, the maintenance slip, Julian's old summary, the access note, and the email to Leon. Then I copied one line into my notebook, because I wanted to feel it in my own hand. R. Rowan requesting sight of packet after consultant review. To be managed carefully. Managed. When I put the files back, the archive no longer felt separate from home. It felt like one of the rooms inside it had simply been hidden from me. "If you ask properly," Maris said as she locked the box again, "they'll tell you there was no lie, only caution." "And if I ask exactly?" She looked at me over the keyring. By the time I reached Briarwell Probate, the sky had gone fully dark, and the windows had turned the office into a lit display of orderly discretion. I parked in the staff lot behind the building and sat for a moment with my forehead against the steering wheel, the archive photograph still open on my phone. The line about being managed carefully seemed to have printed itself behind my eyes. Inside, the office smelled of paper, burnt coffee, and carpet holding the end of a long day. Reception lights low. Printer asleep, one lamp on in the glass meeting room. It should have felt safe. Instead, it felt like another place where language was always asked to arrive in its nicest clothes. Paula from reception looked up as I came in. "There you are," she said, not warmly. "Murray wants a word before you go upstairs." Of course he did. Murray Finch, senior partner, was standing by the meeting room glass with his jacket off and his expression adjusted into professional concern by long practice. He was the kind of man who handled bereaved families well, because he believed tone was half of mercy. "Celia," he said, 2 minutes. I followed him in. He closed the door, which only made the privacy feel performative. Through the glass, I could still see Paula at reception pretending not to hear us. "I've had a call from St. Agatha's," he said. There it was. "Have you?" One of their administrative staff wanted clarification about why you used the firm's name to access event records tied to Blackwater House. I set my bag down on the conference table but did not sit. Then what was she asking? Whether Briarwell probate is now involved in some historical matter that could become public. Historical matter. Could become public. Already the vocabulary had begun reducing and containing. "And what did you tell her?" I asked. "That as far as I knew, we were not acting in any formal capacity." He watched my face carefully. Was that accurate? Accurate was usually my safest word. Tonight, it sounded compromised. "Yes," I said. "I was looking at records connected to my sister. At the school archive, yes. Under the firm's authority, under my own name and professional credentials." He let that sit for a second. "Celia, if you're pursuing something personal that intersects with local institutions, I need to know before the office finds itself attached to a scandal by implication." I nearly laughed. Not because it was funny. Because implication was exactly the mechanism at work everywhere else too. "My sister died this morning," I said. I'm a little past being soothed by the word scandal. "No," I said. "It's about management." That hit him harder than I expected. He looked momentarily older. "It's about protecting the practice," he said. "From me?" "From local speculation, from historical claims. From a situation in which your grief and your professional access become impossible to separate in the public mind." Small-town narrative traveled fast, even here, in beige carpet and muted glass. "So there will be speculation," I said. He did not answer directly. "Another local skill. I am asking you," he said instead, "to keep anything unofficial outside the office until you know what it is. No more archive requests in the firm's name. No calls from institutions who think we are intervening in an old Blackwater matter. Too exposed." The room around us was built on that fear. "Speak carefully. Do not make death messier. Keep the dead orderly, and the living reputable." And underneath it, the quieter office rule Briarwell had taught me so well I had mistaken it for maturity. If a thing might become ugly in public, move it behind glass and lower your voice until it resembles professionalism. Murray's expression softened by a degree. "Take tomorrow if you need it. I don't need time off." That wasn't an instruction. No, just another calm version. The meeting room glass gave us both back to ourselves in pale reflections. Him composed enough to call this care, me upright enough to pass for functioning. From the corridor, nobody would have guessed anything was being protected except decorum. When I came out of the meeting room, Paula did not look up immediately. She waited until I was almost at the desk. "Your husband called twice," she said quietly. "Asked if you'd come in." Something in me tightened. "When?" "Once about 20 minutes ago. Again while you were with Murray." She lowered her voice further. "Mr. Kershaw called before that." I stopped moving. "Julian Kershaw." She nodded, all at once fascinated by the message pad in front of her. "Asked whether you were in." I said I couldn't discuss staff movements. "Then your husband rang not long after." There it was. Not proof. Not yet. Just sequence. Enough to make suspicion sit up properly. "Did you put either call through?" "No." Murray said all external calls for you go to voicemail unless you asked otherwise. She hesitated. Sorry. Sorry for what? The rule. The timing. The fact that, even here, I was becoming administratively delicate. I went into my office and shut the door. Celia's office. Cream walls, labeled boxes, the low shelf of client files, the framed certificate that had once felt like a life correctly assembled. For years, this room had taught me that paper could rescue meaning from feeling if handled well enough. Tonight, it only told me how easy it was to confuse documentation with innocence. I sat at the desk and looked at the photographs from the archive again. Extra helper through side gate, younger attendee. Leon Dre surveying, CC, J. Kershaw. Paula's voice repeated itself in my head. Mr. Kershaw called before that. Then your husband rang not long after. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe Julian had called half the town by then. Maybe Leon had rung because he knew my habits too well and could imagine exactly where I would go once paper started hardening into shape. Maybe. But the word had begun to feel cowardly. I opened my call log. 2 missed calls from Leon, 1 voicemail not yet played, no message from Julian, nothing that would convict anyone in a court, enough to contaminate a marriage. The office phone rang once at reception outside, then stopped. Soft shoes on carpet, all the ordinary sounds of a place that existed to keep emotion legible but contained. The cost of asking properly, I thought, was not only resistance, it was that every room started declaring what it was built to protect. I put the phone back in my bag, took the archive note copies with me, and left the office without listening to Leon's voicemail. By the time I got home, I already knew calm was going to be waiting in the kitchen, and I already knew it would no longer feel neutral. Chapter 11. Leon's Warning. Leon was already in the kitchen when I got back, standing at the island with both hands on the stone, as if stillness might count as honesty if he held it long enough. The house smelled of coffee, citrus cleaner, and rain drying on wool. Lights on under the cabinets, 1 mug out, my chair slightly pulled back from the table. Everything arranged for a conversation someone had rehearsed as manageable. I put my bag down and took the photocopied access memo from it without taking my coat off. You got my call, I said. I gathered. Waiting anywhere else would be a mistake. That is the closest you've come all day to accuracy. His mouth moved once, not quite toward a wince. Celia. I slid the memo across the island. He looked down at it, not performatively, not buying time, just long enough for recognition to erase any useful version he might have built on the drive home. Where did you get this? He asked. St. Agatha's archive, under Blackwater redevelopment paperwork, under seawall survey access. He did not touch the page. And this? I said, putting the email printout beside it. That one. He looked at faster. The silence after was smaller than some of ours had been over the years, and far more final. You warned him, I said. He exhaled through his nose and looked at the back doors instead of at me. Rain moved across the glass in a fine slanting hiss. The reflection turned his face into something doubled and less legible. Yes, he said, no defense first. I let the answer settle long enough to hurt properly. What did she show you? Historic maintenance material, access notes, photocopies from the archive packet. She said the lower path records had never sat cleanly with the version everyone kept repeating. He rubbed his jaw once, hard, then stopped himself. She thought the current seawall work had reopened a line someone had assumed no one would look at again. And your response was to tell Julian. My response was to stop this from turning into a public brawl before anyone knew what was actually there. There it is, Celia. No. Say it properly this time. He straightened a fraction, and I heard the formality come into his voice before the words arrived. I thought if Julian knew Romy was pushing at those records, He might stop handling her as if she was simply antagonizing him and actually answer the point she was making. You warned the man she was investigating that she was getting close. I asked for a conversation. With Julian. Yes, not with me. That landed. He looked at me then, directly, and there was enough shame in it to keep him human. You were already stretched thin, he said. Romy had come to me, not you. She was furious. She was not speaking as if she wanted help from anybody she believed was adjacent to caution. So you gave her to the man with the most to lose. I gave him the chance to keep this from becoming uglier. For who? He did not answer. Of course he did not. I pulled the chair out and sat only because standing made it too easy to turn this into impact, rather than exactness. He stayed where he was. What exactly did you tell him? I asked. That Romy had seen historic maintenance material connected to the wall and the lower path, that she was drawing links between the current survey and whatever happened in 2013, that if he had older context, he needed to stop pretending she was inventing the entire thing. Leon's eyes went back to the email. At first? That she was doing what she always did when she wanted power over a room, making sequence serve emotion. Julian's language. Even at second hand it wore the same clean shoes. And after that? He said the old material was incomplete and easy to misread out of context. He said if she got hold of the first note, rather than the later formal version, she'd read it in the worst available light. I went still. The first note, I said. Leon nodded once. Not the type summary? No, there was something earlier. Apparently. The word almost made me laugh. Apparently. As if this were weather we had both overheard, not paper, he had quietly let pass through his hands while my sister was still alive. Did you see it? No. Did he quote it? He hesitated. Enough. Enough what? Enough that I understood why he didn't want Romy near it. Then say the words. Celia. Say them. He put both palms flat on the island, too careful again, as if the right arrangement of fingers could steady the sentence before it left him. He said the first note named Romy, before anyone had decided how to contain the rest. Leon said that it made her sound like the center of the event, and another girl sound incidental, in a way that could now be read. He stopped. Read how? As if they had started by protecting the wrong person. The room changed shape around me. Not physically, more intimate than that. The kitchen island. The framed print over the radiator. All the objects that had spent years proving to me adulthood could be made orderly if you chose carefully enough. They were only surfaces inside a house where my husband had helped carry Julian's language home. And you heard that, I said, and your instinct was still to assist. My instinct, he said, very quietly now, was that if Romy blew this open without context, Julian would bury her in 5 minutes and take half the town with him. So you sided with the man who buries people well. I sided with the version that had a chance of standing up. One of his phrases, one of the sentences I had once mistaken for adulthood. Standing up to who? I asked. Fenwick, the paper, or your own discomfort? He flinched at that one, almost too slightly to count. That isn't fair. No. Fair would have been telling me my husband was passing my dead sister's urgency back to Julian, in the name of making it manageable. His gaze sharpened. I didn't know she was going to die. I know. Do you? Yes, I said. Rain struck harder against the back doors. Somewhere upstairs the house gave a small settling knock, the sound old timber made when it wanted to pretend it was only weather. Leon moved at last, not toward me but to the sink, where he put both hands on the edge and stared into the dark window over it. She came to my office first, he said. That was new. Because she knew if she came here, I might tell you before she'd worked out how to use what she had. She brought copies, not originals. Survey packet, maintenance history. Something from the archive summary. She said the newer wall work had reopened a question no one wanted asked in ordinary language. And you believed her. I believed she had found something volatile. That isn't the same thing. I know. He turned then, tired and more honest for it. She wanted me to help her get the first note, Celia. Not the typed one, not the cleaned up version, the first wording. She said Julian had panicked before he got formal, and that panic would show who he was protecting. That was Romy exactly, not looking for a confession at the polished end, looking for the first damage, before people learned how to dress it. And you told Julian she was asking for it. I told him he needed to stop stonewalling, and answer her directly, with warning. Yes, the word was barely audible. I took the email printout again, and read it a second time. If she contacts you directly, I would appreciate a steadier route back through me. Not in writing, but you replied. He did not speak. Leon. Yes. What did you say? His eyes closed once. That I'd try to calm her down, he said. That if the first note existed and was as bad as he implied, he needed to stop treating her like a nuisance, and deal with it before she took it somewhere uglier. And where, exactly, was somewhere uglier? Police. Press. You. That one hit hardest, because it sounded true. Not true in the moral sense, true in the domestic one. He had not excluded me by accident. He had treated me as one more escalation point to be managed. You were protecting me from my own sister, I said. I was trying to protect you from being pulled into a public disaster on no sleep and half the facts. He had no answer left for that. For a while neither of us moved. The kettle sat cold by the sink. My bag hung half open from the chair, notebook visible inside it, the line about being managed still written there in my hand. The whole kitchen looked as it had that morning when the first envelope arrived. Same tiles, same light, same mug rings on the drainer. Nothing safe in it now. Where is the first note? I asked at last. I don't know. That isn't good enough. Julian said the formal summary was the one that stood up if anyone ever had to review sequence. That is not what I asked. He said the earlier wording should never have survived. I stared at him. Should never have survived, I repeated. Nice. Yes. The sentence sat between us like evidence, not because it told me where the paper was, because it told me there had been something concrete enough, dangerous enough, badly worded enough, that Julian had spent years needing it to vanish. I stood up. Where are you going? Leon asked. To find out what he meant by survived. Tonight? You don't get to ask for timing discipline from me anymore. He looked as if he wanted to reach for me, and thought better of it, sensibly. Late. Celia, he said, and for the first time all evening, it sounded less like management than fear. If my warning pushed him sooner. He stopped there. He did not finish the sentence, and he did not need to. If my warning pushed him sooner, if my calm served the wrong man at the wrong hour. If Romy died after that, I picked up my bag. Find every message you sent him, I said, any call log, anything you deleted, and can still recover. Do not tidy it before I see it. Then I left the kitchen before he could offer one more careful version and make me hate its kindness as much as its damage. Chapter 12. The First Statement. I slept badly enough to call it not sleeping at all. By 8:30 the next morning, I was back at St. Agatha's, coffee sour and over-precise, carrying the notebook from the kitchen and the sentence Leon had brought home with him. That was not the sort of line a careful man invented by accident. It belonged to paper, misfiled carbon, unshredded draft, duplicate copy. Nobody had thought important once a cleaner version existed. The records woman remembered me from the previous evening and disliked me on sight, which at least saved time. You again, she said. I need 1 retention lane from October 2013. You needed 3 yesterday. Today I need the material nobody expected to matter. That did not charm her, but after I said, duplicate incident drafts, often enough to sound as though I knew such things existed, she produced a second trolley and warned me I had 25 minutes. The archive room was colder in daylight, though daylight never properly arrived there. Metal shelves. Dustless discipline. Gray boxes labeled by people who believed order and innocence shared a border. I started with the incident files again and worked sideways rather than deeper. Not events. Not safety. Not the polished governor's pack. Retained copies. Misfiled support material. Administrative duplicates waiting to become rubbish once nobody wanted them anymore. That was where institutions kept first truth, when they kept it at all. Not in the important folder, in the almost rubbish. The third box gave me a thin stack of blue duplicates clipped together under a label that had partly peeled away. 2013, Night Reports. Not destroyed, not innocent. I sat down more slowly and lifted the first page. At the top, in the hurried typing of somebody already anticipating a later, cleaner version, was a heading. Initial note, for sequence clarification onlys below it. 2 lines had been struck through in pen hard enough to fur the paper. I angled the page toward the light. The words were still legible underneath. At approximately 23:17, Romy Rowan reported that Nia Barlow had gone down toward the lower path after an argument near the seawall and might be injured. I read it again. Not younger attendee, not helper, not girl. The simple fact of it went through me like cold water. All the later euphemism, all the managerial uncertainty, all the civic language about emotional confusion and difficult sequence. And here, in the first version, before anybody had learned how to defend themselves properly, Romy had already told them who was missing and where. My hands were steady only by force. I kept reading. Romy appeared highly distressed and said others present were trying to leave Nia there, though the allegation could not at that stage be tested. Below that, messages shown by NY suggested agitation, blame fixation, and inconsistency of account. NY. Nadine. There was the feed line. Not proof that Nadine had authored the later lie for Julian. Something more ordinary, and therefore worse. She had supplied language at the exact point it became useful to reduce Romy's credibility. Agitation. Blame fixation. Inconsistency. By the time Julian reached the typed summary, the terms had learned how to sit up straight in a sentence. I turned the page. There, halfway down a second sheet, was the timing detail Leon's carefulness had circled without naming. Search delayed, pending calmer reconstruction of sequence from remaining pupils and adult review of safe route to lower path in worsening conditions. Below that, handwritten in black ink rather than typed. Torch party sent 2341. The gap opened in me immediately, not as thought, but as recoil. Wet stone under the wrong shoes, wind making every voice sound farther away than it was, a line of terrace steps that looked short until you were on them in the dark. The body beginning to refuse the edited version. I put the page down, then picked it back up, because distance did not make it less true. Behind the draft sat a thinner carbon sheet, marked ADMIN supportee, not for final pack. Most of it was routine, room use. Call board traffic, one line about locating dry blankets. Then, halfway down, another typed note with the same hurried, anticipatory quality as the first draft. Parent contact to await clearer line from Mr. Kershaw, redisturbance severity. There it was again. Not help deferred because no one knew enough. Help and disclosure both held until the right adult sentence could be agreed. Severity not measured by what had happened to Nia, but by how difficult the night might become once other families knew what sort of house they were inside. I photographed that too. When I lifted the carbon, another note sat underneath in pencil, half erased. By pressure from the page above, hold public wording until house and school aligned. Not an order any parent or child would ever have written. Institutional speech, still rough enough to tell the truth about itself. Not what happened first, what needed aligning before anyone respectable had to repeat it. Further down, another line had been revised in pen. Original. Romy continued naming Nia directly and insisted delay would worsen outcome. Revised. Romy remained emotionally heightened and resistant to calmer accounts from others present. I stared at the substitution until it became obscene. There were more substitutions above it, smaller and easier to miss if you did not already know what you were looking for. Running had become moving quickly. Lower path. N. Before sequence was clear. Every change moved the body away from the sentence and put procedure in its place, naming Nia directly. That was what had been removed, not merely a person from a line. A moral act. And in its place, emotionally heightened. Others present. The whole old machine in miniature. I checked the back of the draft. Faint transfer copy clung to it, offset from another sheet once stacked on top. Not fully readable. Just fragments. So Nadine had not merely betrayed Romy socially. Her material had become part of the wording ladder by which Nia disappeared. At the top of the transfer copy was one clearer surviving phrase, typed harder than the rest, RR, known to intensify incidents when distressed, not a description of that night. Something supplied earlier, perhaps years earlier, ready to be lifted into any present, where the right people needed her less believable than they needed themselves decent. "You've got something," Maris said from the doorway. I looked up. She had not moved far, but her posture had changed. Less watchdog now, more witness waiting to see if I could bear exactness. "He changed it after she'd already named her," I said. Maris did not ask who he was. Her face tightened by a degree. "This is all." "There was weather," she said, "and there was panic. But there was also time spent making sure the house understood itself first. I wrote the number in my notebook, 23, 17, 23, 41. 2 times on a cheap ruled page, and the whole house looked less like memory and more like delay with a postcode. When I reached the bottom of the blue stack, one final sheet slid loose and landed face down on the desk. I turned it over, not a statement. Spoke to L. Ashcroft Reparent Optics. If police called before sequence settled. Parent Optics, even then, even before the formal note had finished hardening. I did not yet know who Ashcroft had been in the hierarchy that night, only that the phrase sounded exactly like the school and the house conspiring to become one another. Reputation moving between institutions faster than help went downhill. I laid the first draft beside the later typed summary from the photographs in my phone and looked from one to the other. The difference was not dramatic. That was what made it lethal. No flamboyant lie, no cinematic rewrite, just the steady administrative sanding off of whatever still had blood in it. Nia Barlow became another younger attendee. Romy naming her became Romy agitated. Delay became caution. People protecting themselves became others present. I pulled the later statement closer and tracked the substitutions line by line, feeling something ugly and procedural click into place. At 23:17, a named person went missing. At 23:17, Romy was insisting on urgency. By the cleaner version, she had become a temperament problem. At 23:41, a search finally moved. The paper did not erase the event, it laundered it. It kept enough truth to remain defensible, and removed enough humanity to make everybody important look reasonable. At the bottom corner of the later summary, so faint I only caught it when I tilted the phone, sat an initials mark I had missed before. Not proof of authorship for every line, enough to place him where the cleaning happened. 5 minutes, the records woman said from somewhere behind the stacks. Her dislike had not softened, but the warning itself was more generous than her face. I called back. "Do you keep duplicate pastoral notes with incident holds?" A pause. If they were retained, they'd be in governance spillover, not incident. Governance spillover sounded like a phrase invented to make moral leakage administrative. I found the thin secondary folder she meant on the lower shelf, too narrow to be mistaken for importance. Inside sat a one-page pastoral summary prepared for parents after the event and never, apparently, finalized. We are supporting all pupils affected by last night's distressing misunderstanding near the lower path. Misunderstanding, not injury. Not delay, not a named girl in the dark. A misunderstanding near a path, as if the weather and the children had briefly failed to coordinate themselves into comfort. There was no signature line on it, no date sent. Only another penciled note in the margin. The folder before the sentence could become any more explanatory by staying in front of me. A crime could hide very comfortably in paperwork like that, not because paper lied cleanly, but because it said less than it should, and let respectability do the rest. I looked up, for themselves, for the house, for the school, for any parent who needed the night to become regrettable, instead of unforgivable. She nodded at the draft in my hand. Once the name drops out, the conscience usually follows. The sentence settled beside the 24 minutes, and made the gap feel uglier still. It was agreement. It was several adults deciding that sequence mattered more than a girl already going missing in the dark, with weather turning and help still waiting for permission. I checked the desk clock. 7 minutes. Enough to photograph the draft stack and the corridor slip. Enough to put everything back exactly as found. Enough for my body to keep noticing what my mind was still trying to control. The number would not stay still. It moved through the room with me as I reboxed the file. 24 minutes with wind rising and the lower path slick. 24 minutes while Romy kept saying Nia's name. On my way to the trolley, I had to stop once with my hand on the metal shelf, because a flash of wet darkness crossed me hard enough to blur the room. Not image, not sequence, just the sense of moving too carefully on steps that should have been run. The archive returned in pieces, metal edge under my palm. Fluorescent hum, box labels. Maris by the door, watching without interfering. I breathed until the present held. Then I put the blue duplicates back, slipped my notebook into my bag, and left with one certainty I had not had an hour earlier, or wanted at all, yet. Whatever happened next had happened after that. Chapter 13. Sea-wall memory. By the time I got back to Blackwater House, the sky had cleared into the kind of hard coastal brightness that made every edge look more truthful than it was. I parked where I had the day before, and went in through the side again, not because it was easier now, but because the house had already taught me what the front was for. The service corridor smelled of damp stone and old polish. Somewhere deeper in the house, a door shut with the same heavy finality I had started to recognize as part of the place's character. I moved through it without looking for anyone, past the back stair, past the press cupboard, out to the terrace where the wind came at me, hard enough to make thought feel physical. The rail was cold under my hand. Not in any clean, cinematic way. Nothing widened. Nothing blurred into a perfect earlier scene. The present stayed present. Stone beneath my shoes, wind off the sea. Salt in the back of my throat. Wet iron, dark. Somebody laughing too brightly behind us, a bottleneck knocking once against stone. I did not move. The terrace lay open before me in daylight, but my body had already found the older version of it. Night, poor footing. Voices traveling badly in the wind. The steps down, looking shallower than they were. And Nia. Not a younger attendee, not an extra helper. Nia Barlow in a too thin black cardigan over a silver top. She kept tugging higher at the neckline, as if that might make it look more like confidence and less like borrowing. Dark hair tied back badly enough that strands kept blowing into her mouth. That was the first unbearable correction. In the paperwork, she had become absence. In my head, she had become aftermath. Here she arrived as a girl trying not to be made small in front of people richer than she was. The line came back whole, with her voice attached to it, quick, tight, trying for lightness and not finding it in time. not to me. To somebody just out of frame in the memory at first, though I knew the shape of the answering silence. Adrian, perhaps, or one of the boys orbiting him. Somebody amused by her and impatient with being asked to account for that amusement. Then Romy's voice, sharper, "Nobody said you were." That too was wrong in the way surviving versions were wrong, because someone had. Not in words maybe, in tone. In the angle bodies turned when Nia spoke. In the way inclusion had already begun to become revocable the moment she stopped being decorative. I gripped the rail harder. The memory moved another inch. Romy crossing toward her first. Fast. Furiously alive. Dress him wet already from the grass. One hand out, not soothing exactly, but refusing the room's permission to keep treating this as social static, and me, a little behind. Always a little behind, in the memories that mattered. I could hear my own voice now, which was worse than hearing anybody else's, calm. Lower than Romy's, the register I used when I wanted emotion to become manageable by sounding older than it was. Romy, leave it. I shut my eyes. Not the whole thing. Enough. Not observation. Intervention on the side of smaller consequences. The wind shoved at me. Somewhere below, surf broke against the wall, in a flat repeating strike. In the fragment, Nia looked at me then. Not for rescue exactly. More humiliating than that. For adjudication. For the older girl with the sensible coat and the less breakable voice to confirm that what had just happened was not nothing and not entirely her fault. I remembered what I did. Nothing large enough to call cruelty. Only the first wrong size of response. Let's not make this worse, I heard myself say. Leon said it now. I had said it then. That was the second unbearable correction. I had spent years telling myself the pattern of calm, serving power belonged to men like Julian, later to Leon, to institutions, to rooms where I had been young and frightened, but basically separate from the mechanism, not separate. Nia backing toward the terrace steps because staying still had become more humiliating than moving. Me catching Romy's wrist for half a second, not to hurt her, only to stop escalation, as if escalation were the greater danger. Nia saying, "I'm going, all right?" Jesus. And after that, the part I had spent years calling blur. Not blur. Choice, under bad conditions. I opened my eyes and looked down the route from terrace to lower path. In daylight, the logic of it was obvious. Down the steps, along the slick bend where the house lost sight of you. Toward the seawall and the darker cut of path below it. No one should have been allowed to go alone that way in the wet. Romy knew it. Nia probably knew it halfway down. I knew it too. That was what the papers had brought back. Not the fact of danger, but the fact that danger had been visible before it became story. Somewhere behind me, a gull cried out harshly enough to sound human. I let the next fragment come without forcing it. Voices higher up on the terrace, now less playful, more irritated. Somebody saying she just needs a minute. Somebody else saying, if we all go after her, she'll make a scene out of it. Romy already moving toward the steps. And me saying her name again, in that same clipped, reasonable tone. Not because I thought Nia was safe, because I thought Romy was making it socially impossible for everyone else to keep pretending this was minor. I pressed the heel of my hand to my mouth. Romy wrenching free of me, my shoes slipping a little on wet stone. The handrail under my palm, and down below, not yet out of hearing, Nia's voice carrying back up once through the wind. Not words at first, just the sound of somebody furious enough to keep walking, and frightened enough to want someone to follow anyway. Then words. Don't bother if you're only coming to tell me I'm overreacting. That one hit low and clean, because I knew, instantly, why it had survived, not in language. Had I said that? Not those exact words. Something near enough. Something older sister sensible. Something about not making a bigger mess. something that told Nia what kind of help was on offer and what kind wasn't. I sank down onto the terrace step before my knees made the decision for me. The stone was colder than I expected even through my coat. Wind pushed hair loose against my mouth. Below, the route to the lower path kept insisting on its plainness. Nothing melodramatic, nothing impossible, just distance, weather, pride, status, hesitation. Delay is its own violence. I had read that truth in papers all morning. Here, I could feel its smaller, more shameful form. The seconds where you chose not to run, because running would make too much visible to the wrong people. I had not left Nia there forever. I had not told anyone to leave her. I had not watched her disappear and done nothing. What I had done was smaller. I had tried to calm Romy first, to lower temperature, to make sequence tidy itself before action embarrassed the room. That was enough. I looked back at the house. From here, the terrace doors reflected sky so brightly they hid the rooms behind them. Flat light. No hint of how quickly a person could be turned into atmosphere once enough adults agreed to speak carefully. Romy had gone after Nia before the rest of us did. That much was clear now. Not abstractly, in the grain of it. In the speed of her. In the fact that my memory of her was already moving, while mine was still asking for calm. Where was I then? Still up here. Still buying the room a little more time. The knowledge sat in me with a weight that felt older than grief. Behind me, in the service corridor, I heard a key ring strike lightly against a door frame, and then stop. Not close enough to startle, close enough to remind me there was still one person in this place who knew the weather, the route, the timing, and the human scale of what everyone else had cleaned into language. I stood up slowly and put one hand back on the rail, this time not to steady the memory, but to mark where it had started to come back. Nia alive. Romy moving, me delaying. Not the whole sequence, enough to know what kind of witness I needed next. Chapter 14. Maris Venn. Maris was in the service corridor when I went back inside, kneeling at an open linen press with a pencil behind one ear and a box of tarnished silver labels by her knee. She looked up once, took in my face, and did not pretend not to understand it. She closed the press with her hip and stood. Memory or paperwork? Enough of both that I don't think they're separate any longer. That earned me the smallest shift in her expression. Not approval, recognition perhaps. Come through then. She let me pass the back stair and into a narrow room off the service passage, where the windows looked not onto the lawns, but toward the rear steps and the lower run of path beyond them. An old accounts desk stood beneath the window. Two cane-backed chairs faced each other across a rug, gone thin at the center. A wall clock sat stubbornly 3 minutes slow, as if someone had once meant to correct it, and then decided false exactness would do. It felt like a room built for people who knew everything important about a house, and were still expected to count as background. Maris set her keys on the desk and sat. I took the chair opposite. Start properly, she said. I found an earlier note in the archive, I said. 2317. Romy names Nia directly and asks for help. The torch search doesn't go down until 2341. Maris nodded once. That sounds right, right? Or the delay. The plainness of it made the number worse, not better. How long was she still alive to help? I asked. Maris glanced at the clock on the wall, as if time itself ought to be given a chance to object. Longer than the version they settled on later, she said. That's not exact. You won't get exact from me where I haven't got it. You'll get what I saw, what I heard, and what I watched other people make smaller afterward. Fine. She folded her hands. I saw Nia twice from the house side after the row on the terrace began, she said. First on the turn before the wall, where the house stops seeing you if the people on the terrace are invested enough in not seeing. She was upright, angry, crying. Yes, but standing. Romy had already gone after her. I held still. In my body, the memory from the terrace locked more firmly into place. Romy moving first, not after permission. First, was anyone else with them? Not then. How do you know? Because I was in the pantry window with a towel round a bottle tray, pretending not to listen, same as every member of staff did when people with money wanted privacy for something humiliating. She looked at me evenly. Your sister moved faster than the rest of you. That part, whatever else your memory's doing, is true. The shame of that was steady enough that I could sit with it without speaking, and after that, noise, Maris said. Too much of it from the terrace, not enough of the right kind from below. People arguing whether the girl was only upset, whether she wanted attention, whether sending more bodies after her would calm things, or create a scene, the usual instincts dressed up as concern. Outside, wind dragged at the rear window and let go. Was Julian there? In and out, terrace. Service corridor. That office by the stairs where men go when they need to sound managerial in private before sounding humane in public. She tapped one finger against the desk. He wanted sequence before consequence. People like him always do. Did you hear Nia speak? I asked. Not words at first. Tone. You can tell more from tone than most people admit. Maris looked toward the window. Second time I saw her, she was lower on the path, near the slick bend before the wall. Romy was down with her by then, kneeling, I think. Hard angle, bad light, but near enough that I could tell Nia was alive. Certain? Maris turned back to me with real impatience for the first time. Yes, I know the difference between still and struggling. How long before anyone else went down? Long enough that the delay became a choice, instead of confusion. That landed in me harder than the archive note had done because it came in a human voice. 24 minutes on paper. Long enough in speech. Why didn't you go? I asked. Not because it was unfair, but because I had aimed it at the nearest available body. Maris heard that too. Because by the time I got to the terrace with a torch, she said, there were already louder people deciding what counted as appropriate. Because staff were there to clear, carry, and stay useful, not to outrank governors and schoolmen and frightened boys with surnames that mattered. Her mouth tightened. Because I was a coward in a serviceable skirt. Pick whichever version costs you most. I let the silence after that stand. Romy was naming things, I said eventually, more to test the memory than to offer it. Yes, Maris said. She kept saying the girl's name, kept saying help, kept saying, stop asking who started it and get down there. My throat closed on air that should have been ordinary. And me? Maurice was quiet for long enough that I almost thanked her for deciding not to answer. Then she did. Up top at first, she said, trying to lower the temperature. The phrase was so close to the feel of my own memory that I had to look away. You weren't alone in that, she said, but you were old enough for it to matter. Fairer than comfort, worse than accusation. The wall clock made a small mechanical click and failed, again, to move. You said people made it smaller afterward, I said. Who? Everyone who needed a livable morning. Julian with paper, Nadine with messages. Adrian with omission, 2 parents with calls made before breakfast. 1 schoolman with the genius for hearing scandal before injury. Maris gave a brief, tired shrug. That is how these things survive, not with one grand lie. With enough people preferring the version they can still pour coffee beside. The room felt sharper after that, every object too clear. The dull shine of the keys. Dust in the corner of the window where somebody had cleaned around the latch but not inside it. Did Romy come back to you later? I asked. Maris's expression altered almost invisibly. Yes, when? Twice in the last year. Why? First for records, second for witness. I did not move. What kind of witness? The kind people ask for when they already know the official one is too neat. Did she tell you what she was doing? Not in full. Your sister wasn't foolish. Maris paused. Second time she had a page in your handwriting. It felt as if the room narrowed by an inch on every side. She didn't offer it. Yes. Maris looked at me for a long moment, deciding whether I wanted the truth or merely proximity to it. She asked whether I thought a person could write something true and still spend years refusing to know they'd written it. I said nothing. And? I could feel the pulse in my neck, too hard and too visible. Did she say what the truth was? No. She said she'd made the right person say the wrong size thing. Then she asked me how long Nia might have been alive if somebody had run the first time Romy shouted her name. The seawall memory rose again, not as image this time, but as the knowledge of my own voice, choosing proportion over urgency. What I'm telling you now, long enough that delay mattered. Not long enough for anyone decent to survive turning it into a runaway story. Outside the window, a gull cried once and was answered by nothing. I got to my feet because staying seated felt too much like accepting a smaller version yet again. If anything else comes back, Maris said, don't clean it before you name it. I reached for my notebook on the desk. That is becoming familiar advice, because you keep needing it. I moved to the door and stopped there, one hand against the frame. Maris. What? If I follow that route properly now, who notices? Her answer came without delay. Everyone who benefited from nobody following it properly then. That, at last, was the cost in a form I could use, not just shame. Exposure with names attached. And if I don't? Maris looked at me with something sterner than pity. Then your sister dies having been right about your handwriting. I stood there another second, long enough for the words to settle into their proper place. Nia had still been alive when Romy reached her. Delay had not been confusion, but choice. And my own letter was waiting for me again, no longer as one mystery among four, but as the next thing in the chain that could still be made smaller if I let it. Maris's mouth tightened. Don't thank me until you do something useful with it. I stepped back into the service corridor, carrying 3 things more solid than when I had entered. A witness who matched the route in my body, a clearer shape of the delay, and the sudden knowledge that following either one much further would drag my own name into daylight next. I did not leave Blackwater House by the front. Maris had given me the route in pieces, and pieces were no use if I let them stay theoretical. I went out through the service passage and down the rear steps into a strip of gravel that ran behind the kitchens and stores, before narrowing into a darker, older line of path. Even in daylight, it was easy to see how the house performed innocence. From the lawns, from the terrace, from anywhere built for guests, the lower run all but disappeared once it bent behind the flank of the west wall. From the service side you could see more. That, I suspected, was part of the problem too. The path dropped sharply after the first turn, damp moss at the stone edge. One broken drain cover, a low section where water had gathered and then thinned into black shine. I stopped there and looked back. The terrace windows flashed with sky and gave away nothing behind them. If you stood at the rail and wanted to believe a girl had simply stormed off into darkness, the route would help you. It offered just enough obscurity to flatter cowardice into uncertainty. I took out my phone and started the timer. Terrace to bend. Bend to lower drop. Lower drop to the point where the sea wall came into view, not running. Walking carefully, the way somebody would if angry and half crying and determined not to give anyone the satisfaction of seeing fear. 42 seconds. I did it again, faster this time, the way Romy might have done it, shoes slipping once on wet stone. Hand to the wall, down hard enough that the salt wind hit my mouth before I reached the final turn. 28. No one had needed 24 minutes to locate the danger, only to decide how quickly they wished to admit it existed. I stood at the wall until my breathing settled and ran the route a third time in reverse, climbing instead of descending. Bend to service terrace to side corridor. 39 seconds. even with the climb. Which meant the old language about confusion of access was not only moral camouflage, it was physically insulting. Anyone who knew this side of the house could have reached the lower path, returned, and started moving proper help in a fraction of the time the record had spent becoming careful. From here, the service windows were visible if you knew where to look, a narrow rectangle of old glass half-screened by ivy. Maris could have seen more than the people above, not because she had a better moral position, because the house had been built to let service witness what prestige could deny. The stones were still slick from the previous night's weather. Surf struck below in a flat, repetitive force that made thought feel overconfident. I stood where Nia might have stood, or near enough to insult precision, and looked up toward the terrace, the height of it, the distance, the way voices would carry badly and bodies worse. Runaway, upset, needing a minute. All the phrases already sounded like architecture. I crouched to look at the path edge where the ground gave way to rougher rock, nothing waiting there for me. No relic, no miracle left by time. Just enough slope, enough wet, enough dark, enough delay to help anybody with status convert responsibility into weather. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. I ignored it the first time and took 3 photographs: terrace sightline, service window, lower bend. Not because photographs proved much on their own, because sequence needed all the enemies it could get. For a second, I only looked at the name: senior partner at Briarwell Probate. The woman who could make disapproval sound like something atmospheric and therefore unavoidable. I answered. Elia. Ruth. Where are you? Not, how are you? Not, are you alone? Out. That's becoming unhelpfully broad. I looked back up at the terrace, at the white flare of it against the sky. Blackwater house. There was a pause, just long enough to hold judgment without declaring it. I have just had a very strange courtesy call, Ruth said, from someone describing themselves as acting in the estate's interests. Horge, I said nothing. They suggested, she went on, that you have been asking staff questions about a historic incident and moving around parts of the property in a way that may place the firm in an awkward position if matters become public. I wasn't there on behalf of the firm, not from a firm email, I hope. No. Business card? No. Then I would strongly advise keeping it that way. The surf struck below me again, flatter this time, as if repetition itself were becoming a form of pressure. Did they say who had called? I asked. No, only that the house was trying to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding while a recent death remains under review. I almost laughed. Almost. Then why are we having this conversation? Because language I dislike still becomes my problem if it reaches clients before it reaches me. She paused. And because Saltmere is not London, people enjoy linking names. What exactly did they want from you? Ruth did not answer at once. They wanted me to recognize risk early, she said. Which means they wanted me to help them rename it before it reached the stage of allegation. That was the firm version in embryo, not lie exactly. Containment. Concern translated into housekeeping. I'm not invoking Briarwell, I said. Celia, you don't need to invoke anything. You are one of my probate solicitors. Your sister has died publicly, and somebody at a prominent local house has already decided your grief may become reputational. Wind pushed hard at my coat and found the gap at my throat. What are you asking? I said. At this stage? Caution, restraint. No queries from work systems that a later disclosure might make look personal. No conversations in front of clients or support staff. No dramatic attempts to pull old files. You then ask me to explain. Too late, perhaps, for part of that. Not the files yet. The intention. You're assuming I'm about to do something foolish. I am assuming bereavement and local politics make fools of very competent people. That was almost kind, which made it worse. Do you believe them? I asked. I believe I have a duty to keep the firm from being volunteered into a story it did not choose. Not do you believe me either, just the institution, standing where institutions always stood, one foot behind fact, both hands on phrasing. They're already assuming you'll choose the firm over me, I said. They're assuming I will choose process over improvisation. They may not be wrong, and if process is what buried the first girl. Another silence, longer this time. And if the story is already true, I said. Ruth was silent for long enough that I could hear gulls above the line. Truth, she said at last, is not a professional category, unless someone can evidence it without setting fire to 3 other things on the way. Below me the path shone darkly where my shoes had just come through it. Above me the terrace caught light like innocence. I knew with sudden clarity that following the route had already cost me something, not because I had found a witness, because the house had noticed me turning witness into sequence, and sequence into blame. My phone screen darkened and reflected my own face back at me over Ruth's disconnected call. Damp hair, wind-reddened skin, a woman on a service path holding timed proof in one hand and a partner's caution in the other, not yet expelled from the respectable version, no longer inside it either. Do you want me to stay away from the office? I asked. I want you not to make me say that before I have to. Another almost kindness. Come in tomorrow morning, Ruth said. Early. Use the back entrance if you prefer not to perform this in reception. Perform what? Whatever this is about to become. She ended the call without softening it. I stood for another moment at the wall with the phone still in my hand. The route was real. Maris was real. The delay was real. And now, so was the administrative instinct rising to meet all 3. I looked at the photographs on my screen. Terrace. Window. Bend. Useful, perhaps. Not enough. Not while the 4th apology sat in my bag like a private document pretending not to be evidence. Ruth had warned me away from work systems, from old files, from letting the firm become legible inside my grief, which meant she had named, without meaning to, exactly where I needed to go next. I climbed back up the path. Slower this time. Not because I was calmer, because cost had a way of making even urgency look deliberate. At the rear gravel strip I stopped once and looked back. From here the lower route had already vanished behind the wall. Anyone on the terrace could have told themselves a dozen cleaner stories about what happened once a girl dropped out of sight. That was the genius of places like this. They gave respectable people just enough distance to call their delay uncertainty. By the time I reached my car, I had the 4th letter in my hand, cream paper. My name folded into accusation, the nearest thing I had to proof that the route did not end at Blackwater House, but ran straight through me. I did not go home. I drove to Briarwell Probate with the letter in my bag, and Ruth's version of caution pressing on one side of me, while Maris's pressed on the other. Chapter 15. The firm version. I drove to Briarwell Probate, with the 4th letter in my bag, and Maris's voice still lodged under my ribs like something small and sharp. The staff car parked behind the office was half empty by then, a silver hatchback from accounts. One trainee's bicycle chained badly to the drainpipe. Blinds down in reception, security light bleaching the back step. Work reduced to surfaces and locks. Inside, the motion sensor caught me halfway down the corridor. Strip lights came on in sequence over cheap carpet and framed certificates. Public respectability by fluorescent tube. I let myself into my office, shut the door, and stood for a moment with my hand still on the handle. Ruth had told me not to perform this in reception, as if the danger were spectacle, as if privacy altered truth. My room smelled of paper and radiator heat, metal filing cabinets, a low bookcase, the square desk lamp I used when I did not want the overhead light flattening everything into fatigue. I put the envelope on my blotter and sat down carefully, like somebody handling evidence in a matter she had not yet decided to admit was her own. there were easier lies available to me than the one I had been living with all day. Forgery. Pressure imitation. Romy tracing old signatures. Someone close enough to my hand to copy habit and tremor and pace. I began removing them one by one. From the bottom drawer, I took the evidence ruler we used for disputed codicils and ugly family rows that had once reached toward criminality before settling for probate. Then my glass paperweight. Then the slim file box where I kept rough meeting notes before they were cleaned into attendance records and client letters, and the kind of prose institutions preferred because it could survive daylight. Not because I needed drama, because if I was going to lie to myself again, I wanted to do it professionally. I laid the apology flat and put 3 known samples beside it: a page from my notebook 6 weeks earlier, a draft letter for a difficult estate, and a client attendance note taken in a hurry when an argument had outrun civility. Different moods. My handwriting had always betrayed more than I liked. Neat at first glance, then too driven on a second look. Letters crowding each other toward the right margin, as though time had tightened without warning. Low crosses on my T's, an open lower loop on Y when I was writing quickly, a small, mean kink on capital R that 3 teachers and 1 handwriting tutor had failed to iron out of me. All of it was there. In the apology, the line where I had written, "I am sorry for what I let happen," dipped downward almost imperceptibly across the page, exactly as mine did whenever I was trying to keep emotion from accelerating my hand. The H in happen carried the same narrow shoulder I gave it when writing too fast. The second P pressed deeper than the first. The final stroke on let cut off early, as if the word itself had been something I wanted finished with. I put my notebook page over the top and held both to the desk lamp, the shapes aligned like insult. Not perfectly, no 2 live samples ever did. Real handwriting repeated its betrayals, not its geometry. I lowered the pages and looked again. Someone clever enough to imitate me might have copied the visible things. The real pressure sat elsewhere. On the apology, I had begun the word should twice with an S that curled too far left before correcting forward. I did that when I was tired or angry. In the meeting note beside it, I had done the same thing in should advise and should confirm. In the draft letter, I had done it in should not distribute. 3 versions of the same tiny failure, none of them deliberate. I checked pressure next. When people forged signatures, they tended to press hardest on what they thought mattered: names, capitals, flourishes mistaken for certainty. Real pressure sat in stranger places. I slid a spare sheet beneath the apology and took a soft pencil from the pen pot, shading lightly to catch indentations. The ghost of the letter rose in grooves. Not just the final wording. False starts above it, pressed through from a page no longer there. I am sorry for leaving her, crossed through hard enough to bite the sheet. I am sorry for letting them, crossed through again. Then the line in front of me, the one Romy had preserved because it was apparently the most I had been willing to tell the truth in one sitting. I sat back slowly. Forgery would have been easier, in its way, crueler perhaps, but cleaner. This was me drafting my way toward a truth I had not wanted on the page, and then stopping at the last survivable version of it. I read the final wording again. I am sorry for what I let happen that night. I am sorry for choosing what was easier to believe. I am sorry for helping them call it something smaller afterward. No name, no place, no date, nothing a court would have loved. Enough that I felt ill looking at it. My laptop gave a soft incoming chime. I nearly ignored it. Ruth Carvel. Celia, for avoidance of doubt, please do not access or attempt to retrieve historic material connected to Blackwater, Friar's Edge, or your sister's death through firm systems tonight or tomorrow before we speak. This is both for your protection and the firm's. We will discuss appropriate boundaries at 8:00 a.m. RC. Below that, forwarded without comment, sat the courtesy email Blackwater had sent her. Dear Ms. Carvel, We are sorry to trouble you at a painful time for the town. We understand one of your solicitors, who is also recently bereaved, has been making informal inquiries of members of staff regarding a distressing legacy matter involving a vulnerable young attendee many years ago. We are anxious to avoid confusion, particularly while present-day events remain under review, and would be grateful if any necessary queries could be channeled in a measured and appropriate way. With best wishes, for Blackwater House. I read it twice, not because it was ambiguous, because it wasn't. A vulnerable young attendee. Romy reduced into current sensitivity, the girl below the terrace reduced into category, me reduced into a bereaved employee, requiring boundaries for my own good. It was almost elegant. That was what made it dangerous. My phone buzzed a second later with a message from Ruth. Please confirm receipt. No anger in it, only process. That was what Maris had meant without saying it. The softer version did not arrive after truth failed. It arrived first, as a competent adult response. It entered rooms wearing concern and stayed long enough to become the only tone not considered embarrassing. I typed back, received. Then I sat in the quiet of my office and looked around at everything I had once believed made difficult things safer. The attendance notes. The practice manuals with their clean guidance on vulnerable clients, undue influence, testamentary capacity, family sensitivity. Language to keep the living manageable around the dead. Ruth was not Julian. That was the problem. She did not need to be a villain to do the same species of work. She only needed to believe that institutions survived by naming heat before harm, optics before fact, caution before consequence. The email still glowed on the screen. I opened one of the old attendance notes from my file box and laid it beside the apology. Not a Blackwater note, something worse. A page in my own hand with no proper heading, because it had never been meant for the file. A working sheet. Angry, compressed, written fast enough that some lines had bitten through to the next page. At the top, circled once, was a line I did not remember writing, and knew immediately was mine. Stop letting them call it concern. Not drama. Ask what was delayed and for whom. Romy had been here with me then. Or in the study at home with one of my work pads. Close enough to my professional language to turn it back on me. Close enough to force me out of the abstract nouns I preferred when facts threatened to become shame. Write what you did, not what you meant. The memory did not return cleanly. It arrived with pressure instead. Romy standing opposite the desk, furious enough to stay precise. My own voice clipped, and legal, and useless. The pad between us. Not argument exactly. Instruction. The body knew before the mind did. I had written the letter. Authorship was no longer the live question. Authorship was the dead one, and I had spent all day trying to revive it, because the alternative was worse. The real questions were narrower and far more dangerous. When had Romy cornered me into it? What exactly had I agreed I let happen? Why had I still managed to leave the girl at the center of it unnamed? And why, if I had written around her once, had I been so relieved for years to let everyone else do the same? My screen dimmed. I touched the trackpad, and the Blackwater email brightened again. A vulnerable young attendee many years ago. I looked down at the apology and understood something that should have been obvious sooner. The letter was not only confession, it was counter-language. Romy had not preserved it because it was complete. She had preserved it because it was the largest truth she had ever forced out of me, and because she had known the town's preferred response to any dead or damaged girl was reduction by tone. I flinched hard enough to hate myself for it, then picked up. Celia Rowan. Still there? Ruth asked. Yes. Good. Then hear this without turning it into martyrdom. Her voice was low and perfectly controlled. Do not confuse being morally urgent with being procedurally untouchable. If there is something real here, I would prefer you not destroy its usefulness by behaving as though standards are a personal insult. I stared at the apology under my hand. You think that's what I'm doing? I think grief likes to rename compulsion as clarity. She paused. And I think whoever wrote to you, or with you, understood that about you very well. That stopped me. What do you mean? I mean, this has shape, Celia, not only bereavement. Design. For the first time that evening, something almost human entered her tone. Be careful whom you let use your conscience as an accelerant. Then the institution returned. 8 o'clock, she said, and not a minute later. She hung up. I sat with the receiver in my hand for a few seconds longer than I needed to. Ruth was wrong about some things. Not about the existence of design. Romy had built this. The letters, the timings, the pressure, the refusal to let any of us stay at our preferred size. But that did not make the core of it false. I put the receiver down, slid the apology back into its envelope, and took the rough note page with me. On my way out, I turned off the desk lamp and let the office flatten back into respectable dark. Through the glass panel, I could see my own faint reflection in the corridor, businesslike and pale and already less private than I had been that morning. By the time I locked the office door, I knew 3 things with an accuracy I could no longer negotiate down. I had written the apology. The firm had already begun building a survivable version around my grief, and somewhere in the material Romy left behind was the name I had helped keep out of the sentence. I went home with the envelope under my arm and the awful certainty that the next thing I opened would stop this being about Romy's recent life forever. Chapter 16. Nia Barlow. I went to Romy's flat straight from the office, because home felt too available to compromise. The building corridor smelled of stale heating and somebody else's washing powder. Her door gave under my key with the same reluctant catch as before, and the quiet inside had already changed from shock into arrangement, not peace. Arrangement. Papers where I had left them. The mug by the sink with the tea line dried into a dark crescent. The courier receipts under the paperweight on the table. Romy still present as method rather than body. I switched on the lamp by the sofa and put the 4th apology beside the others. Adrian, Nadine, Julian, me. Earlier in the day they had still been capable of pretending to belong to separate emotional categories. Affair, betrayal, reputation, grief-strained anomaly. Not anymore. I took the rough note from my coat pocket and laid it beside my apology. Stop letting them call it concern, not runaway, not drama. Ask what was delayed and for whom my own hand, my own pressure. Romy having got further out of me than I had admitted even to myself. On the far end of the table sat the blue archive wallet I had left unopened that morning, because the label on it had looked too much like a trap. For when you start lying professionally, I stood over it for a moment longer than dignity required, then opened the clasp. Inside was a cheap digital recorder, a charging cable wrapped round it, and a bundle of copied papers held with a red elastic band. On top sat a single index card. If you've got as far as your own letter and are still trying to make this about my adult life, press play. Under that, smaller, and stop acting surprised by your own handwriting. I sat down. When I pressed the side button, the screen lit blue. There were 6 files on it. The last one was named simply Celia, after letter. Of course it was. I pressed play, static first, a knock against the microphone, then Romy's voice, close and unadorned. If you're listening to this, you've either finally opened the right wallet or you've run out of cleaner stories, possibly both. I shut my eyes. Her voice was not a memory. That was the first violence of it. It entered the room like recurrence. Don't pause me to be angry, she said. You'll only do the face where you look responsible instead. Listen properly. The 4 apologies are not about me. Not really. They are about Nia Barlow. The room did not move. I did. Something low and structural in me gave way. Not because I had never heard the name before, but because Romy said it like a charge sheet and a prayer at once. Not an archived fact, not a suspicion. The recording continued. Adrian's is about wanting her, and deciding that counted for less because he never got as far as touching her properly. Nadine's is about helping everyone call Nia unstable, because it was easier than saying humiliated. Julian's is about turning delay into process. Yours is about helping all of them, by choosing the adult tone over the truthful one. I opened my eyes and stared at the recorder.
Before you start with the legal face, Romy said, and I could hear the tired contempt in it so clearly that my throat tightened.
Yes, I know, no one pushed her off a cliff in front of you. That is not the defense you think it is. She was alive, while all of you decided what size the problem was. I put one hand flat on the table, because the floor had started performing distance. Your letter is recent, Romy said. That matters. I didn't make you write it 15 years ago, and then keep it in a drawer like a Gothic child. I made you write it last November in my kitchen, because you were still doing it, still shrinking her into something manageable, still saying things like concern and complication, and what can anyone really prove? The flat blurred, then sharpened again. Last November, not adolescence. Not one dramatic confession dragged out of a broken girl by her doomed sister. On the recording, Romy exhaled hard, as if she had been pacing. You said you were sorry for what you let happen. I asked you to write her name. You wouldn't. I asked you to write delayed. You wrote easier. I asked you who the them was in helping them call it something smaller, and you said if I needed a cast list to understand the point I was being theatrical on purpose. I made a noise then, not speech, something smaller and less useful, because I could feel it, not as full memory, as moral recognition. Romy in this room, furious enough to stay precise, myself colder than I had any right to be, standing where I stood now. A legal pad on the table between us, her refusing every vagueness I offered until the sentence stopped protecting me. So no, Romy said, softer now, which was worse. This isn't about whether Adrian loved me wrong, or Nadine betrayed me, or Julian's a bastard in a blazer. Those things can all be true, and still not be the point. The point is, Nia Barlow died inside a version everybody found easier to live with, and you've all been maintaining it in different tenses ever since. Silence followed. I thought the recording had ended. Then her voice came back, lower. If you've got this far, go through the papers under me in order. House copy, school copy, then mine. And Celia? Stop pretending your apology is anomalous. It's the most current document in the set. The file clicked off. I did not move for several seconds. The 4 apologies lay in front of me like smaller crimes, orbiting a larger one. Not Romy's posthumous settling of scores, forced admissions around Nia. Around delay. My letter was not the strangest, it was the freshest. I took the papers from under the recorder and set them into 3 piles, just as Romy had instructed. House copy, school copy, then hers.
The first sheet in the Blackwater pile was the courtesy language I now knew too well in older dress. One attendee, upset, believed to have left the terrace area of her own accord. Precautionary search. Julian's hand at the bottom.
2317. R. Rowan requesting adult assistance lower path. Distressed. Weather poor. Torch requested from house staff. Nia Barlow.
There she was again, no longer recoverable as inference or buried clue. A girl named in time, located in time, and then processed back out of specificity by people who preferred themselves decent. My hands had started to shake, not violently.
Named here, unnamed here. Alive enough for a torch, later described as if weather happened first. Below that, on a separate page, then they ask for sequence. Then they ask whether naming the harm properly is helpful. By the end, everyone thinks the smaller word arrived on its own. I read that twice. Then I looked at my own apology again. I am sorry for what I let happen that night. I am sorry for choosing what was easier to believe. I am sorry for helping them call it something smaller afterward. No, not anomalous, not accidental. An admission extracted from the same system that had trained me to prefer clean terms and manageable versions. The life I had been editing into something survivable could not survive this intact. There had been Romy's death, yes. The affair lanes, Nadine, Julian, Leon's caution. All of that still present, still dangerous, but the center had moved. Or rather, it had been the center all along, and I had only just allowed it back into the sentence, Nia Barlow. The letters were about her. Romy died trying to force that truth to stay named. And my own part in it was not some adolescent relic, but a recent deliberate act of self-protection, written in my own settled adult hand. Outside, somewhere below the window, a car door shut, and the sound came up thin through the night. I sat in Romy's arranged quiet, with her voice still in the room, and understood, with a clarity that felt less like revelation than like the collapse of a long-maintained fraud, that nothing from this point onward could honestly be called a runaway story again. I did not sleep enough for it to count. By morning, Romy's recording had stopped sounding like revelation and started sounding like instruction. I took the copied papers from her flat, added the photographs from Blackwater and the note in my own hand, and drove to St. Agatha's with the kind of steadiness that usually meant I was closest to doing something irreversible. The archive room was colder than the corridor outside it, its fluorescent hum flattening everything into administration: metal shelves, box lids, strict binder labels. The kind of place where institutions kept both their memory and their alibi. I signed in, gave the reference from the prior request, and waited while the records clerk fetched the box. Summer event, incident materials. That title alone was already a lesser crime. I took the box to the desk beneath the strip light and set Romy's copies beside the originals. House copy, school copy, her notes, Morris's weather book photograph on my phone, one line of my own handwriting telling me, months too late, not runaway. I started building the night in the order everyone else had spent years avoiding. First, the school note, 2317, R. Rowan requesting adult assistance, lower path. Girl named as Nia Barlow. Distressed, weather poor. Torch requested from house staff. Then Maris's entry from the kitchen weather book. 18 July rain from 2140. Terrace stones holding water. Lower path, slick after dark. Guests to be kept up from seawall side. Pantry torch not returned by 2334. MV. Then Julian's later statement. Following a disagreement among pupils at the Blackwater House summer gathering, one attendee is believed to have left the terrace area of her own accord. Staff were asked to make a precautionary search when it became clear she had not returned. At the time, there was no reason to believe the young woman was injured rather than upset. I placed them in a row. Named, located, distressed, weather poor, torch requested, torch used. And only then, later, one attendee believed to have left of her own accord. The runaway story did not merely weaken under that sequence. It became obscene. I opened the map clipped behind the school note and flattened it with both palms. Terrace, service corridor, back steps, lower bend, seawall. A blue X marked the turn below the terrace, then had been rubbed it so hard the paper had thinned. I took out my phone and called Maris. She answered on the fourth ring. Well? I have the school note in front of me. 2317. Nia named, distressed. Adult help requested, on the lower path. Yes. And your weather book entry. Lower path slick after dark. Guests to be kept up from the seawall side. Torch not returned by 2334. Also yes. no triumph in her, no surprise. Only the fatigue of having been correct for too long. If the torch was gone by 34, I said, they were still treating this as search, not disappearance. They were treating it as containable, Maris said. Different thing. I looked at the blue X on the map. You said you saw Romy with Nia near the bend. Believe? Alive? Yes. And the path was dangerous before anyone went down. Celia. Morris's voice sharpened. The path was dangerous before Nia set foot on it. That's why I wrote them down. I closed my eyes for a second. There it was. Not symbol. Not tragic atmosphere. A night assembled out of sequence, route, weather, and adult delay. A real girl, named in time, on a real path known to be unsafe, and a room full of people, deciding first whether the problem was socially survivable. Do something with it, Maris said, and ended the call. I stared at the documents. Another moment. She answered, already sounding in motion. Rowan. I have something. That phrase is doing a lot of work lately. School note from the night, 23:17. Romy requests adult assistance on the lower path. Nia Barlow named directly. Distressed. Weather poor. Torch requested from house staff. I also have a contemporaneous weather book entry from Blackwater service side, saying the lower path was slick after dark, and the pantry torch wasn't returned by 23:34. Silence. Not empty. Working. Send me photographs of all of it, Fenwick said. I will, but I need you to say this aloud first. Which part? There was a small exhale at the other end. On what you've just read me. No, not honestly. Her tone stayed measured. Named, subject. Known location, known hazard. Active request for adult assistance. That's a situation being misdescribed after the fact. The fluorescent light buzzed louder, or I heard it more clearly. And if Romy had those documents, I said, and Julian knew she had them, then he had an old problem becoming a current one. Fenwick paused. Of course she heard it. The easier story was already assembling itself because it had structure and the courtesy of a living antagonist. Julian wrote the statement. Julian converted injury into embarrassment then. Julian was already trying to manage Romy's death now. Julian had motive to stop her if she was about to collapse the old version publicly. It was not a fantasy. That was why it was so dangerous. I'm not inventing him out of air, I said. I know, Fenwick replied. I'm telling you, partial truth is the most seductive kind. He may be your man for several things at once. But if you make him the whole structure too early, you'll miss everyone who found him useful. I looked down at my own apology letter where it sat folded beside the archive box. I am sorry for helping them call it something smaller afterward, not him. Fenwick continued, practical as ever. What you've got gives me a cleaner angle on the historical sequence. It also gives your sister a very live reason to have frightened people recently. Another beat. Especially anyone who built their present respectability on the earlier wording. Julian. Julian, yes, and perhaps others orbiting him. Her voice hardened slightly. Send the images now. Then go nowhere public with your interpretation until I can lock chain and timing. You think she was killed for this? I think your sister was pushing on something that had already survived 15 years by sounding reasonable, Fenwick said. That is not a safe thing to do in a town like this. We ended the call there. I sent the photographs from the archive desk, one by one, school note, weather book page, map with the thinned blue X, Julian's later statement. As I did, the story I had lived with all my adult life kept losing nouns and gaining sequence. Nia had not run away first and died later. She had been named, placed, and delayed. The death itself remained off the page in the narrow legal sense. No final blow described. No single, clean, monstrous act. It made her death what Romy had said it was, the outcome of repeated failures small enough for respectable people to narrate themselves through while they were making them. I closed the box and tied the cotton tape again. By then the shallower explanation had become almost irresistibly usable. Julian shaped the old lie. Romy uncovered the proof. Julian, or someone acting to protect the world he represented, moved against her now. It hurt real people. It matched real documents. It left me moving. And most dangerously, it left the rest of the system almost intact. I took Romy's copies, my apology, and the rough note from the desk, and slid them back into the archive sleeve. Chapter 17. The Easier Story. I got home late enough for the street outside to have gone still. The house was lit at the kitchen end. Leon stood at the island in shirt sleeves with an empty mug by one hand and his laptop open in front of him, not working so much as sitting beside work because he had not known what else to do with himself. He looked up when I came in, took in the archive sleeve, the letter envelope, my face, and closed the laptop without asking first what he was seeing. "You've been back there," he said. "Several places." Not reproach, not quite concern either. A claim to sequence I had no appetite left for. I set the cardboard sleeve on the counter. "Romy was right about Nia," I said. "She didn't run. They named her that night. They asked for a torch. Julian turned it into something cleaner afterwards." Leon went very still. "You've told Fenwick enough." "What does that mean?" "It means she has the documents." He looked down at the sleeve, then back at me. "And what do you think it means?" That was the question I had been trying to turn into evidence instead of answer. "I think Romy had proof Julian lied," I said. "I think he knew she had it. I think the old night stopped being history the moment she made it current again." The words came too cleanly. I heard that even as I said them. Leon rubbed one hand once over his mouth. "Tiredness, guilt, both." "Have you eaten?" he asked. The question irritated me on sight. "No, I'll make something." "Don't." It landed harder than I intended. Leon flinched very slightly, and then covered it by reaching for the mug. "All right," he said. I took the archive sleeve and the fourth apology upstairs to the study before kindness could turn into discussion. The room still held the shape of the previous night, stationery box open, one cream page left under the lamp, the fountain pen uncapped beside my blotter, as if I had only stepped away for a minute, rather than crossed an entire middle section of my life and come back worse. I did not sit immediately. I pinned Romy's copied map from the flat to the corkboard above the desk, then taped up the St. Agatha's note, then Julian's statement, then the weather book photograph, then my own rough note from November. Stop letting them call it concern. Not runaway, not drama. Ask what was delayed and for whom. It looked less like insight on the board than like evidence that I had once got close enough to truth to write it down, and then still chosen not to live inside it. I sat at the desk, took out a yellow legal pad, and began doing what I had been avoiding by calling it grief, confusion, memory, anything but work. I built a theory. Not because theories are noble, because sequence is easier to bear when it looks like motive. Across the top of the pad, I wrote the names in a column. Adrian. Nadine. Julian. Leon. Then, after a pause long enough to matter, me. I circled the first four and left my own name untouched. The outline came together too fast to be innocent. Romy reopened the old night. She confronted Julian about the statement and threatened the institutional version he had lived inside for years. She pushed Adrian not only over the affair, but over his cowardice that night at Blackwater House, whatever exact shape that had taken. She forced Nadine back toward the diary pages, messages, and old social laundering that had helped make Nia, and then Romy, more dismissible than either of them should ever have been. Leon, trying to keep me safe or the house quiet or the whole thing from detonating publicly, told Julian enough to warn him that Romy had documents and had stopped bluffing. From there, the theory almost wrote itself. Julian, under pressure, and already practiced at reducing danger through language, reached outward. Adrian panicked, because exposure meant not only infidelity, but the old knight attaching to his name in the same breath. Nadine panicked because whatever she had once said or shown or passed on could come back as deliberate damage rather than adolescent disloyalty. Romy arranged a meeting on the edge of the storm, because that was where she liked to force people to stop sounding polished. Something was said, somebody tried to contain her, somebody else left too soon, and Romy died inside the crossfire of recent panic, triggered by old guilt. I sat back and read what I had written. It was good. Good in the way dangerous working theories often are. Wide enough to hold most of the known facts, narrow enough to promise movement, morally satisfying because everybody guilty remained guilty. But the arrangement of that guilt, simplified into something I could pursue, without first cutting open the deeper system Romy had spent her last weeks trying to expose. Julian became the managerial center. Adrian and Nadine became the human panic. Leon became the warning leak. I became adjacent. That was the part that made it usable. I looked down at the fourth apology lying open beside the pad. I am sorry for what I let happen that night. I am sorry for choosing what was easier to believe. I am sorry for helping them call it something smaller afterward. Romy's voice note sat in my phone beside it, like a second document. Meaning is where you go to hide from sequence. The old phrasing ran through all of it like a stain. I could not quite wash out of the page. Easier, smaller, calm, concern, complication. Every version of events I found kept carrying some older cousin of my own language inside it, as if I had not only participated once, but kept teaching myself the dialect afterward. I drew a line beneath the theory and wrote what it did not explain. Why make me write the apology last November, if the present danger sat mainly with Adrian or Nadine? Why did Romy say not to start with Julian? Why was Nia still absent from my letter if I knew enough to mean her? Downstairs, a cupboard door shut. Leon moving carefully through the kitchen as if the house itself might take offense at noise. I thought of him asking if I had eaten. I thought of his warning tone with Julian. I thought of how many adult lives in this story had been built out of tiny acts of softening that only later pretended to have been kindness. The theory still held. It just did not hold alone. I stood and went to the corkboard. Under Adrian's name, I pinned a copy of his apology and wrote, "Shame exposure, a fair timeline." Under Nadine's, I wrote credibility damage. Under Leon's, I wrote warning. Then I stared at the space under my own name for long enough that my eyes began to ache. I did not write anything there. That omission changed the whole board without changing a single other fact. Adrian still looked weak enough to be dangerous. Nadine still looked polished enough to betray twice. Julian still looked like the man most capable of turning fresh panic into durable language. Leon still looked like someone who might choose manageability over truth if frightened enough. But the blank beneath my own name made the rest of it feel arranged rather than complete, as if I had built a courtroom around a missing witness and was pretending not to notice the empty chair. My phone vibrated on the desk before I could decide whether that realization was insight or indictment. A message from a private Briarwell group thread I had forgotten to mute months ago flashed over the screen. "Have you seen what's going round about Rowan Blackwater?" There, from a junior associate who still thought discretion could survive friendliness. Sorry if this is awful timing, but people are saying Romy's death is tied to some old affair scandal and a donor house blow-up. If there is anything work needs to know before clients start asking, please tell Ruth first. There it was, already forming the way wrong answers like to form in professional air. Donor house blow-up, tragic recent consequence. Intimate enough to satisfy curiosity, contained enough to leave the town's deeper manners untouched. I put the phone face down again. My phone vibrated against the desk. Unknown number at first glance, until I opened the message and saw I had deleted it months ago without blocking it. Nadine, I have something you should have seen years ago. If you want to understand what your sister used against me, come alone tomorrow. On the desk, my theory waited in neat black lines, almost persuasive enough to pass for truth. Recent betrayal. An old friend frightened enough to reach out now. Exactly the kind of documentary and relational proof a usable theory loved. I looked at the board again. Julian at the center, Adrian and Nadine on either side, Leon half in shadow, my own name left blank. The easier story was not false. Romy had confronted all of them. Julian had reason. Adrian had panic. Nadine had pages. Leon had leaked. The present-day chain could still be built out of those truths and worn like something almost honest. Almost was where it became lethal. Because if I stopped there, the larger crime stayed historical, system-shaped, nobody's entirely. Nia remained central enough to grieve and peripheral enough not to reorder the living. Romy became the woman who uncovered a scandal rather than the woman who died, forcing all of us, including me, to stop living inside its euphemisms. The message from Nadine glowed on the screen, waiting. Where? Her reply came almost at once. My office, 11. Come alone, and don't bring police if you actually want the pages. The neatness of it should have made me suspicious. Instead, it made the whole false solution structure feel even more tempting. Diary pages, old betrayal. Recent panic. An office meeting with the friend who had once helped turn Romy into the wrong version of herself. On the desk, the theory wanted to become action. On the board, the blank space beneath my own name waited without comment. I set the phone down, looked once more at Romy's note in my hand, and understood that the next documents might almost lock the easier story into place, precisely because they were real. Chapter 18. Diary pages. I went back to Romy's flat the next morning with coffee I did not want, and the false solution folded neatly in my head like a note I could unfold whenever the truth became too unwieldy. Nadine had told me to come alone, which was the kind of instruction people gave when they wanted to preserve dignity while pretending not to care who believed them. I parked 2 streets over because the permit spaces were full, and climbed the external stair with Romy's keys in one hand and my phone in the other. Nadine was already there when I opened the door. She had let herself onto the landing but not into the flat itself. Camel coat belted too tightly, hair pinned back in a way that made her face look barer and older than I remembered. She held a flat document wallet against her ribs with both hands, as if pressure might still change what was inside it. For a second we just looked at each other. Romy's former best friend, my old misreading of safety in expensive packaging, the woman who had written one of the apologies and still somehow managed to look offended by the existence of shame. You took your time, she said. You kept the pages for years. That landed. Not visibly enough for politeness to call it a wound, but enough. I stepped back and let her in. The flat made her uncomfortable immediately. I could see it in the way she paused near the door, taking in the board on the wall, the copied map, the labeled folders by the sofa. Romy everywhere, without Romy present, to turn explanation into accusation. She made it look like a case room, Nadine said. Maybe it was. Nadine looked away from the board and held out the wallet. I didn't bring everything, she said. Only what matters. That depends who's deciding. Celia. I took the wallet anyway and laid it on the table between the 4 apologies and Romy's recorder. Inside were photocopied diary pages, message printouts, and one folded covering note in Nadine's hand from years ago. Even before I opened anything, I recognized the strategy. Not direct lies. Arrangement. Selection. These are from the weeks after Blackwater. I thought you should see what state she's in before this gets worse. She's not remembering things properly, and she's making herself the center of something already tragic enough. No signature. I looked up. You sent this to Julian? To him and one of the governors, Nadine said. And Adrian's mother saw parts of it. Why? She gave a laugh, with no humor in it. Because I was 20, and frightened, and angry, and tired of being the only person she aimed herself at. Because everything she said felt contaminated by performance by then. Because she could make you feel that refusing her version made you cruel. So you gave private pages to men in authority. I gave copies. Her chin lifted, then dropped a fraction when she heard herself, as if that distinction mattered. No, I thought, but it told me exactly what kind of guilt she had brought with her. I read the first page. Romy's handwriting slanted harder than usual, words forced toward the right margin as if thought had outrun comfort. Nobody wants the part where she was still there. They want after. They want gone. Nadine says I make everything bigger than it is, but that's because she wants it small enough to survive. My throat tightened. On the next page, Celia keeps saying calm down, as if calm is moral, as if calm makes the thing truer. If I say Nia's name enough times, maybe somebody will have to hear how alive she still was when they started deciding what story suited them. I put that one down more carefully than the first. Nadine had gone still across from me, not defensive now, listening for what the pages would do inside another person. You read these and thought unstable? I asked. I read them and thought obsessed, she said. I thought she was trying to drag all of us under, because she couldn't bear being the only one still stuck there. And now? Nadine's mouth tightened. Now I think she was right about more than I could survive admitting then. Not redemption, only scale correction. I kept going. The message printouts were worse, because they showed the laundering in motion. Nadine forwarding Romy's late-night voice notes with commentary attached. Adrian replying that she needed to be managed. A brief message from Julian's school address saying the priority was to reduce distress and avoid encouraging harmful fixation. Reduce distress. Avoid encouraging harmful fixation. Every clean phrase carrying rot inside it. He used your material, I said. I gave him the excuse to, Nadine said. That's the part I wrote the apology for. I turned to the last photocopied page in the bundle. Romy again, later, calmer, which made it worse. They will use tone before facts every time. If I sound composed, they say I've recovered and should let it go. Celia still thinks there is a version of this that can be spoken carefully enough to stay clean. I did not realize I had said my sister's name under my breath until Nadine answered it. She talked about you all the time, she said. Not kindly, not unkindly, like you were the last locked door in the house. I looked at her. Why keep these? Because once I'd handed them over, destroying my copies would have meant admitting what I'd done was final. Nadine sat down without asking, less polished now, and more tired. Then later because Romy came back for them, and I lied. I said I'd destroyed everything. She knew I was lying, obviously. She always knew when the room went too tidy. So why give them to me now? Nadine looked toward the board on the wall. Because she died and I still heard her saying your name like an accusation, she swallowed. And because the theory you're building about Adrian isn't wrong enough to save anyone if you stop there. That moved through me coldly. What do you mean, not wrong enough? I mean, Adrian was crueler than you know, and weaker than he still pretends. I mean, he had more of Nia's last hour in him than he admitted to Romy. I mean, he is absolutely capable of panicking in the present if he thought old and new were about to meet. Nadine held my gaze. But if you're asking whether this ends with one frightened ex-lover and one bad fall, no, that's still too neat. The outward theory did not collapse, it sharpened, which was worse in the short term. Adrian looked more dangerous now, not less. Nadine had given Julian cover years ago, but she was also placing Adrian closer to the old knight's ugliest edge. And all the while, Romy's diary pages kept doing their other job, the one neither of us could stop them from doing. calm is moral, small enough to survive. Tone before facts. My language in younger, crueler forms, already waiting for me before I'd even learned to call it prudence. I stacked the pages back into order. Did Romy show Adrian anything from these? I asked. Not the pages. The idea of them. Nadine stood again, tightening her coat belt with a quick, angry movement. That was enough. He thought she was bluffing at first. Then he stopped thinking that. Why? Because she mentioned the path bend. Nadine's face lost color in a way makeup could not correct. And because she said she knew who was there before the others went down. There it was at last, not proven, but alive enough to pursue. After Nadine left, I stood alone in Romy's flat with the diary packet in my hands, and felt the easier story gather new muscle, without becoming any more trustworthy. Adrian had moved closer to the center, Julian had not moved out of it, and Nadine's betrayal, once private and excusable as frightened youth, had become something the present could still use. By the time I got home, the diary packet had started to feel less like evidence than instruction. Leon was in the kitchen again, this time actually making food, pasta water boiling too hard, one pan on low heat, a tea towel over his shoulder as if usefulness might pass for normality if he arranged it properly enough. He looked up when I came in and saw the packet in my hand. I put the packet on the island between us. She gave me copies of diary pages and messages from after Blackwater, things she sent Julian, things Adrian saw, things that helped make Romy look unstable before anyone had to answer what she'd actually been saying. I should have said no. Instead, I opened the packet and handed him the first page. He read in silence, then the covering note, then the message printouts. By the time he got to Romy's line about calm being treated as moral, something in his face had gone flatter and more careful. "This is bad," he said. "Yes. No, I mean useful bad." The phrase made me hate him a little and understand him completely. Leon put the papers down in a neat stack, lawyerly despite not being a lawyer. Nadine gave Julian material that helped him formalize the old version. Adrian knew enough to be frightened. Romy recovered the pages and started pushing old and new together. If she confronted Adrian and Julian close to her death, then you've got a live chain. One people can actually follow. One people can actually follow. There it was, the relief coded into solvability. And what does that chain end in? I asked. Leon hesitated just long enough for conscience to show itself before management returned. At minimum, pressure, panic, somebody trying to stop her before she took it public. He looked down at the pages again. Maybe Adrian more than Julian in the immediate sense. That was exactly why the wrong answer felt so good in the hands. It arranged the guilt by temperament and role. Julian the architect, Adrian the weak point, Nadine the original betrayal, Leon the warning leak, all of it true enough to move. "And Nia?" I said. Leon looked up. "What about her?" "This solves Romy by way of Nia, without touching what happened to Nia, except as motive." I heard the sharpness in my own voice, and did not smooth it. "It explains the present, and leaves the center intact." Leon braced both hands on the island. "Celia, maybe that is what investigations do sometimes. Maybe you don't get to solve the whole moral architecture in one pass." The line was reasonable enough to qualify as dangerous. That's almost exactly what Julian would say. "No," Leon said quietly. "Julian would say discretion requires proportion. I'm saying if Adrian panicked and somebody died, that matters, even if the town also failed a girl 15 years ago." I turned away from him and looked at the dark window over the sink. My own reflection floated there above the garden, pale and argumentative and tired enough to mistake completeness for courage. He was not wrong. That was what made it unbearable. The easier story had enough truth in it to feed actual justice. It just also offered everyone a stopping place before the deeper structure had to be named all the way through. My phone buzzed on the counter. "Nadine." I opened the message. "He knows." Leon watched my face. "What?" Nadine told Adrian. "I have the pages." "Good."
Good. If he's frightened, he makes mistakes. I laughed once, without humor. Listen to us. We're already in it, Leon said. The phone buzzed again. This time, it was Adrian, not a message. A call. I let it ring 3 times before answering. What? His breathing arrived before his words. Nadine said she showed you things. Yes. Then you know she fed Julian half the town's version of Romy. I know enough. No, you don't. He sounded angrier than ashamed now, which was its own kind of fear. Meet me somewhere private. Leon had gone completely still across the counter. Why? I said. Because if you've seen those pages, then you're building the wrong line out of the right material. The sentence went through me like cold water. Interesting choice of words from you. Celia, where? A pause. Then, Blackwater. Back terrace. 1 hour. I almost refused on principle. Instead, I heard myself say, if this is another attempt to sound regretful in expensive surroundings, I won't stay for it. Then don't make me waste time on performance, Adrian said, and ended the call. The room held still for a beat after that. Leon spoke first. You're not going alone. I am. Celia, he won't talk if I bring anyone, and you think that makes it safe? I looked at the diary packet between us. Nadine's note. Julian's language. Adrian's fear. Romy's pages making betrayal portable. What had been private damage yesterday now had present-day use. It could move people, frighten them, flush them out. No, I said. I think it makes it clarifying. Leon pushed the papers away from the edge of the island with unnecessary precision. This is enough, he said. For Fenwick, this is enough to stop pretending nobody can act. Enough. There it was again, the most seductive word in the house. Enough to move on Adrian, enough to pressure Julian, enough to explain Romy's death as the result of old guilt becoming present danger, enough, perhaps, to stop everything in exactly the wrong place. I picked up the diary packet and slid it back into its sleeve. Maybe, I said. Leon's face changed at that, not dramatically, just the smallest shift from persuasion into resignation. A relationship cost small enough to miss if you were not looking for it, which is how the worst ones usually arrived. He looked older to me then, not in years, but in methods and practiced restraint. If you walk out on this theory being true, he said, you may not get to come back and call it caution. I met his eyes. That sounds familiar. For a second, I thought he might answer with anger. Instead, he looked away first. That was when I knew the wrong answer had acquired public and domestic weight at once. It was no longer only a theory I could use. It was one other people could live inside. I took my coat from the chair by the door. Behind me, Leon said, if Adrian gives you anything that almost solves it, don't mistake almost for mercy. I stopped with my hand on the door, because the sentence sounded more like mine than his. Then I left for Blackwater with the diary packet under my arm, and the wrong answer close enough to touch. Chapter 19. The Wrong Killer. Adrian told me to meet him at Blackwater House because he did not want to be seen in town. That alone was almost enough to convict him in the mood I was in. The morning had turned thin and bright by the time I drove up the gravel drive. Blackwater looked newly scrubbed by weather, the stone pale and self-satisfied under a weak sun. It was the kind of place that always seemed to be waiting for an event brochure to explain away what had happened there. Adrian was on the back terrace with both hands in the pockets of a navy coat that cost more than his apology letter had. He had taken off his wedding ring again. I noticed because guilt and vanity often made men careful in the same places. You picked here? I said as I came out through the terrace doors. I said somewhere private. This isn't private, it's just expensive. Something tightened in his face. What do you want, Celia? The part you left out. He looked past me toward the lawn, then toward the steps leading down to the lower path. He had not expected me to start there. Good. Nadine spoke to you, he said, among other people.
then you know she enjoys redistributing blame, and you enjoy surviving it. That landed better than I had hoped. Adrian moved a step away from the rail and back again, as if the body still remembered being young enough to think physical adjustment could pass for moral distance. Romy came to see me 3 days before she died, he said finally. I let the number settle. Where? My office. And she told me she had copies of things she'd never had before, notes, pages, that old statement. He exhaled through his nose. She said Nadine had lied about what she destroyed. Did she mention Nia? She said her name as if I had no right to hear it. His mouth twisted, which, maybe, I didn't. No self-pity, no full remorse either, just enough sincerity to keep himself legible. What did you do that night? I asked. He gave me the same look he had tried on the first time, the one meant to suggest that naming it too plainly would somehow cheapen everybody. Be exact, I said. That changed him. He heard the legal register in it, and knew I was not giving him anywhere to hide that did not still count as performance. I watched longer than I should have, he said. The terrace seemed to sharpen around us. From where? Here, mostly. He gestured toward the bend below. There was shouting. Romy making everything louder, Nia heading down the path like she wanted the whole place to chase her and hate itself for doing it. And did you? No. Why not? He gave a short, ugly laugh. Because I was 19 and a coward and drunk enough to think delay was neutrality. He looked at me directly now. Is that the line you're after? Fine. I stayed up here. I let Julian and the others talk about overreaction and embarrassment and whether going after her would make it bigger. I stayed where I was and told myself Romy had it under control. It was not the whole truth. It was too polished for that. But it was more than he had given before. Were you there when Nia went down? I asked. No. Were you there when Romy started shouting for help? A pause. I heard her. That's not the same thing. No, he said, it isn't. I looked toward the lower path. In daylight, it still resisted melodrama, which was the point. Nothing about the place announced catastrophe loudly enough to shame people into action. It had to be chosen against. Nadine said you had more of Nia's last hour in you than you admitted, I said. Adrian's jaw shifted. Nadine says things once she's sure she'll still look tidy at the end of them. Answer anyway. He dragged a hand through his hair. I went down partway after Romy, he said, not all the way to the wall, far enough to hear Nia crying, and Romy swearing at me to move faster. I stopped when I saw the state of it. The state of what? The mud, the drop, her on the ground. Pick whichever version offends you least. My stomach tightened. You saw Nia on the ground. For a second. Alive? He looked away. I don't know. Lie, I thought immediately, or coward's version of one. Maris saw movement, I said. Romy was kneeling. That hit him hard enough that he forgot to manage his face. Maris should have spoken years ago. She is. We stood in the windless quiet of the terrace with the house behind us, and the lower path in front of us, and all the old classed machinery sitting invisibly between those two things, like mortar. I asked, because by morning it wasn't a version anybody wanted. Adrian's voice had gone flatter, more honest because he was tired. Because Nadine was already saying Romy had become impossible. Because I had a mother ringing me every hour asking whether my name was going to be in anything official. Because once a room decides what's survivable, the rest is mostly paperwork. There it was again, not innocence. Never innocence. Just a man small enough to become dangerous by preferring the story that still had room for him. What did Julian actually say? I asked. Adrian frowned. That night? That night and after. He looked out over the lower path as if the answer might still be waiting there in a younger voice. He said, chasing after her with panic and witnesses would only turn stupidity into scandal, Adrian said. He said there had to be one coherent account before police arrived, or the house would spend years with every version in circulation at once. And you heard responsibility in that. I heard adulthood, Adrian said. And now? I asked. What did you do now? He frowned. What do you mean? The night Romy died. Adrian's whole body seemed to understand before his face did that this was the real reason I had come. I didn't kill her. I didn't ask that. You meant it. I asked what you did. He took his hands out of his pockets at last, cold fingers. No ring. She called me that afternoon, he said. Told me if I wanted any chance of keeping my life separate from Blackwater, I had one evening left to stop lying by omission. I thought it was more of the same. Threats. Theater. Did you meet her? Briefly. Where? In the car park below Friar's Edge. That moved through me like a wire pulled tight. When? Just after 8, he swallowed. She got in, told me she had enough to destroy Julian and not much less on me, and asked whether I wanted to tell the truth before she chose the order herself. And I said she liked ruin too much to know the difference between justice and appetite. That sounded like him, also like a sentence Romy would have taken as invitation. How long were you with her? 10 minutes. Maybe 12. Then what? I left. Why should I believe that? For the first time, he looked angry rather than ashamed, because if I'd stayed, I would have a better lie prepared. Annoyingly, that was the strongest thing he had said. Did you tell Julian she'd contacted you? No answer, Adrian. I told him she was escalating, he said, not where she was. Not what she had, just that she wasn't bluffing anymore. When? On my way back into town. Call or text. Call. How long? Less than a minute. And what did he say? Adrian stared at the terrace rail. That if Romy was building something public out of old grievance, everybody needed to think carefully before giving her fresh material. Fresh material, I repeated. Yes. Meaning truth she could use. Meaning spectacle, he would have said. The wrong answer snapped tighter into place. Julian warned. Adrian panicked. Romy pressing old and new together until one of the guilty reached for containment again. I could feel the theory settling around me with the seductive efficiency of a dress altered to fit. He stared at me, and for a second I thought he might refuse on sheer spite. Then he said, she asked whether I'd seen what she finally got you to write. The terrace moved half an inch sideways under me. What did you say? That I didn't know what she meant. His mouth tightened. She laughed at me, said of course I didn't. Then she said, you still thought the crime was tone. I said nothing. Celia, Adrian said, quieter now, almost wary. Whatever she made you write, it scared her less than the fact you could write it, and still go home believing you'd been the reasonable one. That was too close to the center to stay on the page with him. I stepped back from the terrace rail. Adrian looked nearly right now, coward then. Compromised now, present at the edge of both timelines and weak enough in each to let stronger, uglier systems make use of him. Emotionally obvious, structurally persuasive. Almost an answer. Almost was what frightened me, because the shape of it worked too well. Adrian had real guilt. Julian had real method. Romy had real leverage. Set them in the same week, and almost anybody in Saltmere could have built a convincing explanation out of those 3 materials alone. Old scandal revived, threatened man panics, respectable fixer reaches too early for sequence, and a woman already under pressure ends up dead. It had motive. It had chronology. It had male weakness in familiar proportions. Best of all, it preserved the town's dearest superstition, which was that the worst harm came from 1 or 2 compromised people, never from the orderly sequence everyone else helped maintain. Because by the time I drove home, all I could hear under the engine and the road and the ordinary Wednesday traffic was Romy forcing the same question back at me from the wrong direction. What exactly had she made me write when I was no longer able to hide behind sounding calm? Chapter 20. What I Said to Romy. By the time I got back to Rowan, Dray House, the afternoon had flattened into rain. I left my coat in the hall, went straight upstairs, and stood in the study with Adrian's last sentence still moving through me like something alive. You still thought the crime was Tone. The uncapped fountain pen was where I had left it. The fourth apology lay half under the blotter, as if it had only been waiting for the right sentence to unlock it. For a few seconds, I did nothing. Then I saw it. Not the whole memory at first, just the room 2 weeks earlier. Night outside the windows, rain then too. Romy standing by the filing cabinet with both palms flat against its top, as if she needed a hard surface to stop herself from striking me with the words instead. You are doing it again, she said. I had been at the desk, tired from work, angry before she arrived because that was what Romy could still summon out of me faster than anyone. I don't know what that means. Yes, you do. She had a folder with her, not elegant, not theatrical. A thick, ugly cardboard folder tied with a red elastic band, documents made to survive drawers rather than convince rooms. This is not evidence, I said. That's your favorite trick, she said. Change the noun and pretend you've changed the thing. The memory widened another inch. Romy opening the folder on my desk, copy of Julian's statement. Photocopies of diary pages, a typed timeline with the time gaps marked in red. My own notes from some earlier conversation tucked among them, where she had no right to have found them, and every right. You need to stop, I had said. There it is. What? That tone. She leaned over the desk toward me. The one you use when you want reality to put its shoes on and behave. Even now, remembering it, my first response was indignation, then shame for how quickly indignation arrived. I'm trying to help you, I had said. Romy laughed, not loudly. Much worse than that. No, you're trying to help the room survive me. I remembered standing then, because sitting had started to feel like conceding scale. Nobody is saying nothing happened. That isn't the same thing. My own phrase in her mouth. Accurate. Infuriating. You don't get to come in here and perform outrage at me as if I was the only one there, I said. I wasn't performing. You have been for years. That landed. I saw it land again now, the brief stillness in her face, the way injury always made Romy more precise, instead of less. Say it properly, she said. Don't tell me how to speak in my own house. Then say it badly. I don't care. Just say it properly once. I had not understood yet what she wanted, only that it was dangerous because it was simpler than argument and closer to fact. People won't believe you if you keep doing this, I said instead. There, the line Adrian had dragged back toward me. The one my mind had tried to soften into concern. Romy stared at me. Doing what? Turning everything into a spectacle, making it impossible for anyone to separate what happened from the way you need to tell it. The rain against the present window sharpened until it sounded like the old one. In the memory, Romy did not shout. That was what made the whole scene unbearable now. She was past shouting, past wanting me frightened by her. She wanted me exact. What happened, she said, is that Nia was still there, and you let them make her smaller because smaller was easier to live with. That isn't fair. No, it isn't. She stepped closer. Fair would have been you running when I did. I said the cruelest thing available because it still sounded, at the time, like the sensible one. You ruin every chance anyone gives you to be believed. Even in memory, I felt the impact of that sentence after it left me, not because it was louder than hers, because it came out cold and finished, with all the authority of the older sister who had spent years mistaking restraint for virtue. We had stood on opposite sides of the desk with the folder between us like the remains of a case nobody wanted ownership of. What do you want from me? I asked. I want you to stop hiding behind adjectives. She reached into the folder and took out one sheet of the cream paper, my study. My pen already on the desk because I had been drafting condolence letters for other families that afternoon and had somehow still believed my life belonged to a different category of sorrow. Then she pulled a folded photocopy from the folder and laid it beside the blank paper. My own old interview note from years before, not formal. A page I had written for myself after one of the first conversations, where Romy still seemed too upset to trust and too specific to ignore. One question mark. And, at the bottom, the sentence I had since spent years not revisiting. Need to separate event from Romy's way of telling it. Romy tapped it once with her finger. That was the beginning, she said. It was private notes. Yes, she said. Exactly. You didn't need Julian in the room to start helping him. She took another page from the folder and spread it open between us. Romy's typed reconstruction, times in one column, names in another. Under 2317, in red, Romy names Nia, asks for immediate help. Under 2341, search finally sent. Delay, that gap is where all of you live, she said. No, she said, it's measurable. Write it. No. Then I'll write what you said, and sign your name myself. You don't get to do that. Watch me. She reached for the pen. I caught her wrist, not hard. Hard enough. That was the next precision. Not violence, not innocence. My hand stopping hers because even then language felt more dangerous to me than truth. Romy looked down at my fingers around her wrist, and then back up at me. That, she said very quietly, is exactly it. You never push the girl over the wall yourself. You just keep deciding what is too much to say about the people who do. I let go. She straightened her wrist once and stepped back. Write it, Celia. I'm not doing this because you need a scene. You're doing it because I'm the only person in your life still willing to say what you are. I wanted to slap her then. I wanted to throw her out. I wanted, more than either of those things, to force the room back into one where she was the difficult one and I was the measured one, and language still obeyed hierarchy. Instead, that was the moment that mattered, not because I yielded to her, because some part of me knew she was right before I had the courage to understand why. I took up the pen. The first sentence I wrote was, I am sorry for leaving her there. Romy read it upside down and said, no. You're trying to make it sound like distance was the whole crime. I crossed it out hard enough to score the paper. The second attempt was, I am sorry for letting them think you were overreacting. Closer, she said. Still too soft. How is that soft? Because it still makes this about me. I stared at her. Rain at the window. The filing cabinet shadow along the rug. Romy standing there in the half-light, looking more exhausted than dramatic, which I had also spent years refusing to see. Allow. Why? I had no answer that was not confession. Because then it's specific, she said for me. Because then you can't pretend you only failed your sister. Because then you have to remember there was another girl there, and she mattered less to you than calm. I wrote without looking at Romy. I am sorry for what I let happen that night. Romy said nothing. I kept going because silence from her was worse than criticism. I am sorry for choosing what was easier to believe. Still she said nothing. My hand shook only once, on the word smaller. I am sorry for helping them call it something smaller afterward. When I put the pen down, the room felt altered in some irreversible way. Not healed. Not settled. Only stripped. Romy did not touch the page immediately. That was part of what made the memory survivable later only in fragments. I had remembered coercion, because coercion let me feel acted upon. I had forgotten how carefully she read what I gave her. She bent over the desk and looked at each line, as if she were checking a legal draft for omissions. You're still protecting yourself from sequence, she said at last. How? You've confessed shape without order. She pointed to the third line. What came first? What difference does that make? It makes all of it. I knew what she meant and hated her for it, because I had already spent years knowing. I chose calm before I chose truth, I said. Write that. So I did. I am sorry for choosing calm before truth.
Romy closed her eyes for a second when she read it, not theatrically, not gratefully, like somebody hearing a door unlock in a house she had been trapped inside too long.
Read it, Romy said. No. Read it. So I did. My own voice sounding legal and thin and nothing like apology until the last line, where it finally caught. When I finished, Romy was crying, quietly. Not because I had comforted her, because she had had to drag 3 sentences out of me like wire from a wound. You still didn't write Nia, she said. I know. Why? This time I answered. Because if I write her name, I said, I can't go on pretending I only failed you. The newly precise part. Not just that I had urged calm on the terrace, not just that I had repeated the cleaner version afterward. I had built the lie small enough to survive inside by making it principally a sister problem, a family grief, a question of Romy's volatility, something personal enough to pity and manage. Naming Nia would have turned it back into what it was, a girl outside my life whom I had still helped reduce. Romy wiped at her face angrily. Keep it, she said. I'll take a copy. For what? She used the photocopier in the hall herself, because she did not trust me not to destroy the page once she had gone. I remembered the machine light traveling under the lid, the domestic obscenity of it, one sister making a duplicate confession, while the other stood in the doorway feeling anger, because anger was still more available than self-recognition. When she came back in, she handed me the original, and kept the copy. If you come after me with tone again, she said, I'll send this where it needs to go first. To who? Whichever room still mistakes your restraint for innocence. At the time, I had heard threat in that and nothing else. Now, sitting at the same desk with the photocopy in my hand and Ruth's email on the screen, I could see something worse in it. She had been planning for the certainty that I would try to retranslate the scene into concern the moment enough time passed. That had been the end almost, not of the argument. Of my ability to pretend I did not understand what she was doing. In the present, I sat down at the same desk and looked at the apology letter until the ink blurred. I had written it. I had meant it. And even in the act of admitting it, I had still tried to leave the harmed girl unnamed, so I could go on confusing intimacy with innocence. The page in the present was only a photocopy, but I could still see where my hand had pressed harder into the downstroke of smaller, and where the nib had hesitated before truth. Those were not details a blackmailer would care about. They were details a sister kept when she knew exactness would later be all the guilty person had left to stand on. My laptop chimed. An email from Ruth sat in the center of the screen, flagged urgent. Celia, Blackwater's trustees have requested a meeting this afternoon concerning recent allegations, your contact with current and former staff, and statements being attributed to you in a way that may expose both the estate and Briarwell to serious reputational difficulty. I strongly advise attendance. Below it sat a forwarded note from Blackwater's board secretary, all sympathy and polished threat. The trustees are anxious to ensure that distressing historical matters are handled with compassion, proportion, and respect for all families involved. Compassion, proportion, respect. The same old machinery, only cleaner now. Downstairs, the front door opened and closed. Leon home or leaving, I could not tell which. Rain moved over the house in another hard sheet. What I knew now was worse than memory in fragments. Romy had not forced a false confession out of me. She had forced a partial true one. And somewhere beyond that study door, beyond the letter, beyond Adrian and Nadine, and all the smaller guilty people who almost made a sufficient answer, the institution was already preparing to call Finnish kindness again. Chapter 21. Trust Board. Leon told me on the drive that it was only a trust subcommittee meeting, not an inquest, not a hearing, not a criminal interview. Then why does everyone keep dressing like one of those would be more honest? I asked. He did not answer. Blackwater House had been arranged for institutional reassurance by the time we arrived. Cars in tidy rows on the gravel, coffee laid out in the drawing room, water glasses in straight lines on a long table that made discussion look pre-agreed before anyone sat down. Julian was already there. He stood near the windows with one hand lightly on the back of a chair, speaking in a low voice to two trustees from St. Agatha's, as if he were guiding them through distress rather than managing exposure. Dark suit, pale tie. Expression measured to the exact point where concern and authority stopped looking like separate qualities. When he saw me, he did not flinch. He softened. "Celia," he said, "I'm very sorry for your loss." There was no good answer to that which did not already concede his frame. "Don't," I said. The nearer trustee, a woman with a silver bob and the patient face of somebody accustomed to endorsing difficult decisions after other people made them, looked between us as if she'd expected grief and found administration instead. Julian inclined his head, the way men like him did when they wanted your volatility on the record before you had technically become volatile. "Of course," he said. "This is an impossible time." Leon touched my sleeve once. Not restraint, exactly. Reminder. We took seats. The trustees at one side, Julian at the end nearest the windows, Leon halfway down the table because his overlap with the board had become useful to everyone except me. I sat opposite Julian and felt Blackwater House settle into the familiar old trick of making every ugly thing sound as if it ought to be discussed with napkins nearby. No one called the meeting to order. It simply began in that classed way where the absence of formal declaration is itself a performance of control. The silver-haired trustee cleared her throat. "We're here because recent allegations have begun to blur several matters," she said. "Miss Rowan's tragic death, historical claims relating to a former pupil, and concerns about reputational harm to living staff and families." Reputational harm. There it was already, taking a chair before Truth had even sat down. Julian folded his hands. "If I may," he said, "I think what is needed most is proportion." I almost laughed, not because it was funny, because it was exact. He went on before anyone could challenge the word. "We have a bereaved family, a young woman whose life was plainly complicated, and a long-ago incident that was badly handled by frightened people in poor conditions. None of that is improved by collapsing every regret into one grand theory of malice. Poor conditions, frightened people, young woman whose life was plainly complicated. The old machine, live and polished. Her name was Nia Barlow," I said. Nobody answered for a beat too long. Julian looked at me with something that almost passed for sadness. "Yes," he said. "And I understand why saying her name feels corrective now. But part of my concern is that grief can create an appetite for coherence that the facts do not fully support." I felt Leon go still beside me. "Coherence," I said. "Is that what you call omitting the request for help from your statement?" The second trustee, a man with rimless glasses and a solicitor's caution, shifted in his chair. Julian did not. "I call it distinguishing between what was known in the moment and what later became possible to infer," he said. "That night was disorderly. Accounts conflicted. Adults were trying to avoid escalating distress among minors in bad weather near a dangerous drop. Escalating distress. He had done it again. Delay translated into care while the sentence was still warm. "You mean they were trying to keep it quiet?" I said. "No." His voice stayed level. "I mean, they were trying, imperfectly, to prevent an already unstable situation from becoming more dangerous." He was offering the same shelter with different names inside it. The silver-haired trustee leaned forward. Mr. Kershaw has acknowledged that the documentation from the time may not meet today's standards. Today's standards, I repeated. Not a warning this time. A request made from inside a room, already choosing which version of me it could tolerate. I turned to him. Do you hear this? I asked. Or does it sound reasonable because that's how it always sounds when someone's being tidied out of the way? Color rose high under his skin. I hear it, he said quietly. That isn't the same as helping you if this turns into accusation without sequence. My husband, almost beside me, and still one careful word away from Julian's side of the table. Julian took that opening as neatly as if Leon had handed him a file. Exactly, he said. No one here is arguing for silence, only care. Miss Rowan's death appears, at present, to have followed a private meeting in highly emotional circumstances. The historical matter involving Nia Barlow remains, even now, a tragedy complicated by memory, shame, adolescent conflict, and the natural distortions of time. Natural distortions of time. I saw Maris's ledger page, the 2317 note, the weather book, my own letter, all the documents that had survived precisely because time did not distort paper as kindly as men like Julian hoped. You always do this, I said. The room cooled by a degree. Do what? Julian asked. Offer a version. Everyone can still live inside by morning. That hit him harder than anything I had said about the statement, only for a second. Then it was gone. If by that you mean I try not to injure people further with claims that exceed the available proof, then yes, he said. I do. The trustees looked relieved by that answer. Relief moved around the table like a scent. That was the worst part, not his language. The hunger in the room for language that made inaction sound moral. I understood then why Romy had stopped trying to seem balanced. Balance was simply another service the room asked from the less powerful person in it. Leon looked at the papers in front of him and not at me. Records that cut against this. What timing materials? Julian answered before I could. Possibly incomplete maintenance notes and retrospective interpretation from distressed parties, I imagine. I stared at him. There it was. He already knew what would threaten him most, and had begun softening it before it entered the room. No one had shown him the ledger yet. No one had shown him the sequence in full, and still his instinct had gone straight to records, weather, and the narrowing of delay. The same old machine operating again. I stood before anyone could suggest calm as procedure. Thank you, I said, and even I could hear how dangerous my politeness had become. Julian looked up. For what? For making the next step obvious. He held my gaze, not rattled, not triumphant, only calculating. Behind me, Leon said my name once, low and strained, but he did not rise. I walked out of the drawing room with the taste of silver coffee spoons and old Containment in the back of my throat. Rain met me hard on the drive. By the time Leon caught up with me under the portico, the trustees had already resumed speaking behind the glass, as if my departure itself were a procedural inconvenience to be needed. Celia, Leon said, if they think Adrian and Julian are enough, let that be enough for today. I looked at him, at the wet stone, at Blackwater holding itself upright behind us like a respectable lie. That was how it spread. Leon did not speak on the drive home from Blackwater until we were 3 streets from the house. You made that harder than it needed to be, he said. Rain ticked lightly against the windscreen. Not storm weather now, only the kind that turned every reflection soft and every road sign self-important. For who? I asked. For anyone trying to help you, without setting the whole town on fire. I parked outside the house and turned off the engine. For a second, neither of us moved. They were trying to bury it in sympathy, I said. They were trying to stop you making accusations in a room that can hurt you. By preemptively hurting me in softer language.
Leon exhaled through his nose. Celia, not every caution is a betrayal. No, sometimes it's just cowardice with table water. That landed hard enough that he went still before getting out of the car. Inside, the house felt too orderly to trust. Wet coats on pegs. Hull runner straight. Kitchen lights still on a dimmer setting from breakfast, as if domestic calm could be resumed by not startling it. Leon put his keys on the island with more care than necessary. "What did you want me to do in there?" he asked. "Back you while you accuse Julian of engineering 2 deaths from a sequence that still isn't complete. I wanted you not to sound relieved by the version that asks the least of everyone." He looked at me then with something sharper than exhaustion. "You're acting as if refusing proportion is courage by default." The word made me laugh once, without humor. "You've been listening to him. I've been listening to you become less and less interested in what can actually be proved." That pulled me up short, not because he was right, but because he had found the version of me most likely to hesitate under professional light. "I have documents," I said. "You have fragments." Leon braced both hands on the island, echoing the trustees without meaning to. "Enough to know the old version was sanitized. Enough to know Adrian is frightened and Julian is practiced. Enough to know Romy was right about far more than any of us wanted. But not enough to drag every institution in Saltmere into one grand confession, because you finally hate the language they use." I set my palms flat on the cool stone. "I don't hate the language," I said. "I hate what it keeps doing." He held my gaze. "And I hate what happens when you decide that, because a pattern exists, every person in the room is equally reachable by the same kind of accusation." His voice lowered. "There are real consequences now. Your firm, her board. Police appetite. Press appetite. If Adrian and Julian are enough to move on, maybe enough should matter. Enough." There it was again, the most seductive word in the house. Enough to sound reasonable. Enough to stop. Enough to spare the marriage, the firm, the board, the town. And maybe enough, in another life, to let me remain the woman who had only failed her sister privately, rather than helped reduce a stranger publicly. "You sound like the subcommittee," I said, "and you sound like there is no difference between caution and collaboration." He flinched, but only slightly. "You don't mean that." I thought of Romy sitting across from me in my study with the 4th apology letter between us, refusing every smaller version I tried to hand her. "You mean I should have done more? You mean I watched them shrink it and called that adulthood? You mean I knew what language could do and used it anyway?" Maybe Leon saw some part of that pass over my face, because his own expression altered, not softer, more practical. "Fenwick will take what she can prove," he said. "The coroner will take what can be defended. Your firm will take whatever keeps your name out of a complaint. That isn't corruption every time, Celia. Sometimes it's simply how damage gets contained before it multiplies." Contained for who? For the people still standing in it. That almost worked on me, because it was the sentence I had lived inside for years, not what happened. Not who was missing, not who had waited. Only the administrative aftercare for the people respectable enough to survive it. Even the boiler seemed to have chosen its moment to stop. I looked at him and saw, with a clarity more tired than dramatic, that Leon did not think he was choosing the easier story because it was easier. He thought he was choosing the version that still allowed life to go on in recognizable rooms. That was what made him dangerous to me now, not malice. Not treachery, convergence. He and the trustees and Julian had all arrived, by different routes, at the same moral preference: finish where function can survive. If this were only about Adrian panicking and Julian cleaning up after him, I said, would that really satisfy you? Leon hesitated. Then, fatally, it might have to. There. The domestic alliance cracked not because he defended Julian, but because he offered partition as mercy. Nia in another. Past harm acknowledged in principle. Present harm solved in practice. Me invited, kindly, to live inside the divide. I felt something in me go cold and tidy. I need the tide records, I said. Leon blinked. What? For Friar's Edge. That night. And the old night at Blackwater. If delay is the method, I want the physical sequence, not the social summary. Celia, it's nearly 6. Yes. This is exactly what I mean. You keep turning from one unbearable thing to the next, measurable one, as if that protects you from being wrong. No, I said. It protects me from finishing where everyone else wants to. He straightened. And where does that end? The answer came before I had time to make it kind. Somewhere outside this kitchen. I saw it and did not retract it. For a moment I thought he would argue again. Instead, he picked up his keys from the island and turned them once in his hand, like a man checking he still possessed something simple. If you walk out now, he said, don't call what I'm trying to do cruelty later. If I stay, I said, don't call it kindness. He left the room first. Not slammed doors, not theater, only the sound of measured footsteps on the hall boards, and then the study door closing with deliberate gentleness upstairs. That was the note it ended on. Not rupture, but management. I stood alone in the kitchen long enough for the fridge motor to kick in behind me and the rain to thicken against the back doors. Then I took my phone, my notebook, and the copy of Maris's weather page from the drawer by the kettle. If the room wanted sympathy, proportion, and finish, I wanted sequence. By the time I stepped back into the wet evening, the next destination had already chosen itself. Chapter 22. The Tide Book. St. Agatha's kept its records in a room that looked too pious for accuracy. Oak cabinets, faded hymn boards, a brass lamp that made every spine on the shelves look more authoritative than it probably was. Rain pressed quietly at the leaded windows, and the whole place held that church smell of stone, paper, and furniture polish that seemed designed to make time sound obedient. It was not obedience I wanted, it was sequence. Mrs. Bell from the parish office had given me the key with visible reluctance after I said, D.I. Fenwick was meeting me. Police still opened doors in Saltmere that grief did not. Fenwick arrived 8 minutes later carrying a wet file wallet and a paper cup with no lid. Her hair was damp at the temples. She looked exactly like someone who had given up expecting rooms to be comfortable and people to be honest in them. You said Tide Book, she said by way of greeting, and old minutes, if they kept any relating to the seawall repairs. You already sound happier. I am not happier. No, she said, but you're back inside something countable. That was close enough to sympathy that I almost resented it. She set her cup down on the table and opened the wallet. Inside were photocopies, a printout from the Coast Guard, and one of the enlarged location maps she favored when she wanted land to stop pretending it was neutral. Before we romanticize paper, she said, tell me what exactly you're looking for. I pulled Maris's copied weather page from my notebook and laid it beside the map. I want to know how much time existed between Nia being seen in distress and the point everyone later described help as impossible. Good. And I want to know whether impossible arrived when they said it did, or whether it was made to arrive by waiting. Fenwick gave me a short nod that said we were, for once, speaking the same language. Between us sat the parish tide ledger, thick, cloth-bound, edges furred with age, pages ruled by hand. Someone at St. Agatha's had once taken the sea personally. High water, low water, wind shift, rainfall, remarks. I turned to the week around 11 October 2013. The dates looked indecently calm, not because the weather was calm, because the writing was. Friday, 11 October. Wind southwest, force 5 building, 6 later. Rain in bands. Low water 2054. Flood tide setting hard by 2131. Access narrowing along the lower path after 2140. Margin poor after 2147. Slip at east steps. Lantern put up.
Warned Bell family not to take lower route after dark. I stared at the line. East steps, I said. Blackwater side? Fenwick asked. Yes. She came round the table and looked over my shoulder. That matters? It means somebody local was noticing route conditions in real time, not just the tide. The steps, the lower path. Meaning the house couldn't later claim everyone was guessing. Meaning they knew exactly which route became dangerous and when. Fenwick tapped the page once. Let's build it instead of admiring it. She spread the map flat and weighted the corners with 2 hymnals and her cup. Then she began placing my scraps and her copies around it, with the ruthless tidiness of someone setting out instruments. Maris's weather note. Julian's first softened wording. The printed Coast Guard access estimates for Friar's Edge in wet conditions.
I felt the shift in the room almost physically. We were no longer discussing shame or motive or tone. We were asking the land what had been possible while people were busy becoming decent about it.
I put my finger on Blackwater House on the map, then traced the service side, the terrace, the east steps. Nia was at the gathering, not properly invited, depending on whose dignity you ask. She was seen upset earlier. Romy found her later. Maris heard Romy shouting for help before the house version said anyone understood there was an emergency. Fenwick slid over Julian's statement extract. By the time concern became justified, weather and darkness had already limited safe movement along the lower route. Concern became justified, she said. A beautiful piece of rot. I did not smile. She did. Low at 2054, she said. Flood setting hard by 2131. Path narrowing after 2140. So if Nia is alive and reachable before that, and somebody delays action until conditions worsen, unsafe stops being description and starts being outcome. Yes. What time do you have? Romy shouting. Maris never gave a clock time. Only sequence. Rain starting properly. Music off in the south room. Then Romy outside. Fenwick lifted Maris's copied note. But Maris notes the first heavy band at 2118. Yes. And your school office record means Nia wasn't yet where the later story needed her to have been. Yes. She looked at me. That sentence settled over me with the force of something colder than triumph. For years the older event had existed in my head as a moral failure too diffuse to measure. A gathering. A panic. A mistake that became a story because nobody could bear to say exactly when courage had been available and unused. But the Tidebook did not care how unbearable it had been. It kept handing us minutes. Fenwick drew a line from the house to the east steps and wrote estimated walking times beside it. 3 minutes 40 in dry weather for an adult moving fast, she said. Call it 5 in rain if you're not panicking. Add another 2 to locate someone properly on the lower route. Another 1 to turn back and shout. None of that gets you to impossible before 2131. Not unless people are standing around discussing optics. The last word was almost casual. I heard Julian inside it anyway. Or deciding whose problem she is, I said. Same family of sin. Fenwick moved to the present-day file, now the newer one. The air changed again. It always did when Romy re-entered as body rather than architect. She lifted the Coast Guard printout. Access to the lower stretch below Friar's Edge at first light on Tuesday was difficult, not impossible. Your local mythology has already upgraded that difficulty into inevitability, I know. Phone call logged at 5:46. First uniform on scene 602. Coast Guard path note says, conditions worsening from 5:30 onward, but not cut off at 5:46. She set another sheet beside it. And I now have the bakery van camera time from the lane above the cliffs. You didn't mention that. You were busy being married. I let that pass. What does it show? A car pulling off at 5:21. Not enough plate to get excited yet. But enough to tell me somebody may have been up there earlier than the emergency call. My stomach tightened, not at the possibility of a car, but at the shape of it. Not blow, then help. Not discovery, then action. knowledge, interval, management. Fenwick watched me understand. I am not saying the old night and the new morning are identical, she said. I am saying they are beginning to rhyme in a way that interests me professionally. Delay as method, delay as decision space, she corrected. The interesting thing isn't panic. Panic is common. I thought of Julian at Blackwater, of Leon in our kitchen, of myself in my study with Romy asking me to write the sentence properly, and my hand refusing her name, formalized the panic. I pulled the tide ledger closer and kept turning pages until I found the entry for the morning Romy died, Tuesday, 15 October, wind northeast, swell confused after overnight rain, low water 5:12, flood beginning, uneven. Bell rung for Coast Guard after 6. Fishermen warned off lower ledge at dawn, after 6, but the emergency call had been before, which meant the church book and the formal log were not contradicting each other exactly, only refusing to marry neatly. Fenwick saw me frown. Say it. If somebody was up there at 5:21, and the path is still passable at 5:34, then whoever knew first had a window before the official call. Yes, maybe only minutes. Minutes are what we're trading in. I looked again at the old date, then the new one. 11 October, 2013. The years between them felt less like distance than administrative storage. How much window? I asked. Fenwick uncapped her pen. If the car belongs to someone relevant, and if they reached the bend by 5:25 or so, then there is potentially a 15 to 20-minute interval before the call becomes formalized. Enough time to see, enough time to think, enough time to decide whether you're reporting an accident, preventing a scandal, or protecting yourself from being in the first version. You make it sound procedural. Despite everything, a sound escaped me then. Not laughter exactly. She went back to the older map. Here's what I can use now, she said. Not in court, not yet. But in pressure. The 2013 version collapses if anyone insists help was impossible from the first moment concern existed. It wasn't impossible. It became harder across a measurable window. Because they waited. Because enough people behaved as if confirmation were more important than response. She met my eyes, and on the new death, I may have the same structure emerging, somebody up there earlier, official contact later, and a local appetite for describing the interval as confusion rather than choice. I put both hands on the table. For a second, the room threatened to tip, not because this was new in the deepest sense. I had known, under layers, that waiting was the true engine of both harms, but knowing morally, and proving physically, were different forms of terror. One left you ashamed, the other left you useful. If you push that line, I said, they'll say grief is making me attach patterns where there are only accidents and different kinds of panic. Of course they will. They've already started. She reached into the wallet again and handed me her phone. On the screen was the Saltmere Messenger site, not the main article. A syndicated local column below it, already shared enough times to gather force. Friends described the late Romy Rowan as brilliant, vulnerable, and increasingly distressed in recent weeks. Blackwater House has asked the community to avoid speculation while authorities continue inquiries. Sources close to the family say, renewed attention to a long-settled historic incident risks causing unnecessary hurt to multiple parties. Long-settled, historic incident, unnecessary hurt. The vocabulary arrived so quickly, it might as well have been printed in the Tide book years ago. I handed the phone back. Can you prove where that came from? Not in a way that would improve your evening, but yes, I can guess whose fingerprints are on the tone. I looked down at the ledger again. The weather, the water. The remarks no one had meant as evidence. I had spent so long treating language as the most dangerous thing in the room that I had nearly forgotten. There were records that did not care who was elegant enough to phrase the delay. What do you need from me? Fenwick asked. The question struck me as oddly generous, though perhaps it was only efficient. Keep the interval alive, I said. Don't let them convert it into atmosphere. I wasn't planning to. And if the car from 521 turns out to matter. That was not a promise of justice, only weight. But by then I knew better than to despise weight, because it was not purity. I copied the tide entries into my notebook carefully enough that my hand started to ache. Date, times, remarks. When I finished, I underlined interval twice. Outside, St. Agatha's bell began striking the quarter hour. The sound came through the stone like something older than mercy. Fenwick put her papers back into the wallet. Go home? She said. No. Good. I closed the tide ledger and slid it back toward the center of the table, as if returning an object to rest could still be done honestly after it had told on everyone. By the time I stepped out into the churchyard, my phone had already lit with 2 new messages and 1 missed call. Nadine, have you seen what they're saying about Romy now? Ruth Carvel, please call me before you respond to anything publicly. Missed call from Leon. The softer version was no longer staying inside boardrooms and kitchens. It had gone out walking. Chapter 23. Managed Grief. By the time I reached Saltmere High Street, Romy had already become easier to speak about than she had ever been alive, not less painful, less difficult. The rain had thinned into a bright gray drizzle that made the shop fronts look newly scrubbed and falsely innocent. Outside the florist, 2 women I knew by sight were standing beneath the striped awning, with their heads inclined toward one another, in the posture local women used when performing confidentiality at full volume. I heard my sister's name before I was level with them. Such a tragedy. And after everything she'd been carrying. Exactly. It sounds as if the family have been through enough, without all this old business being dragged up too. Old business. I did not slow. One of them saw me and changed face mid-sentence into something gentler, more formal, the social expression equivalent of smoothing a bed cover over a body. Celia, she said, I'm so sorry. I stopped, because not stopping would have been read as confirmation of instability, and because part of me still could not stop obeying bad manners when spoken in the right voice. Thank you, I said. The other woman touched the paper-wrapped bouquet in her hands. We've been saying what a brilliant girl Romy was. So bright, so sensitive. Sensitive had arrived very quickly, too. Not cruel enough to challenge, not true enough to leave untouched. Yes, I said. And for all of you to have this historic sadness reopened at such a terrible time. She tilted her head in a way that invited me to agree that sorrow should be sorted by date, and then kept in separate drawers. The question was small. The effect was not. Both women shifted slightly, not backward exactly, but into the safer arrangement where they could later say they had tried kindness and been met with strain. I only meant, the first one said, people are talking, and once people talk, things get blurred. No, I said. She gave me a quick little smile that had nothing to do with pleasure. Well, perhaps, but sometimes that's mercy. There it was again, another branch of the same sentence. I left them with their flowers and their mercy and kept walking. My phone buzzed twice before I reached the chemist. Nadine, it's everywhere. Please don't answer any of it without seeing what they're circulating. Then, immediately after, Nadine. That's what he wants. He could have meant Julian. It could have meant the town. By now, the distinction felt decorative. I turned into the arcade beside the old bakery and stood under the overhang long enough to open the Saltmere Messenger piece Fenwick had shown me. It had already been copied outward into other mouths, shared into local groups, lifted into comments, folded into the handwritten sign on the board outside Percheron, the coffee place by the Harbour. Please respect the privacy of the Rowan family and avoid speculation. Nothing in the sentence was offensive. That was how it worked. Inside Percheron, the queue was short. I went in because I needed somewhere to stand, and because the town liked to reveal itself around espresso machines. The girl at the till knew me just well enough to know my order, and not well enough to know what expression was appropriate to death. Flat white? She asked. Please. Her eyes flicked to my face, then away. "We're all terribly sorry," she said. When I moved aside to wait, I found myself beside a table of 3 women in Pilates jackets, with their phones turned screen up between their cups. On one screen, I saw the Messenger headline. On another, a local Facebook post from someone at Blackwater's development office, all muted cream background and serif font. "We are holding the Rowan family in our hearts. We ask the community to choose compassion over conjecture, and to remember that unresolved historic pain can too easily be reshaped by present grief." It was cleverer than Julian's first versions, less exposed, less managerial in tone, but it came from the same house, the same instinct to grant the dead woman emotion and deny her accuracy in one neat movement. "Honestly," one of the women was saying, "it sounds as if the poor sister is making connections because she can't bear what happened. Well, grief does that." And the younger one was always intense. They did not say unstable. They did not need to. Saltmere had always preferred adjectives that arrived with cardigans on. I took my coffee and turned toward them before I had fully decided to. All 3 looked up. "Sorry?" said the one nearest the window. "You said the younger one was always intense. Which younger one did you mean?" The woman with the Blackwater post on her phone gave a little startled laugh. "I don't think this is our business." "No," I said. The girl behind the counter had gone still. The man at the grinder became absorbed in tamping coffee with religious seriousness. One of the women recognized me then. I saw the recognition travel. "Mrs. Dre," she said. Color rose at her throat. "I am so sorry. We didn't realize." "No," I said. "I imagine not realizing is central to the whole method." That was too sharp. I knew it even as I said it. But the sharper truth was that they had realized enough. Enough to choose tones. Enough to choose sympathy over fact. Enough to let Blackwater's sentence into their mouths, because it offered everyone the pleasure of seeming humane while doing nothing hazardous. The woman by the window recovered first. "People are only trying to stop hurt multiplying." For whom? Again that question. Again the tiny pause after it, like a dropped pin no one wanted to bend for. I should have left then. Instead, I heard myself continue. "The trouble with your version is that it always imagines the greatest danger is speaking incorrectly about respectable people. Never that a girl could be left waiting while everyone looked for better wording." Silence spread outward from the table. Not loud silence. Worse. Public silence. The kind that makes strangers on nearby stools look down at their cups so they can later report both sides sounded upset. The first woman swallowed. "No one is saying that." "No," I said. "You're saying the prettier thing around it." I put the untouched coffee on the counter and walked out before they could decide whether I was bereaved, unstable, or merely rude. Outside, my hands were shaking hard enough that I had to tuck them under my arms for a moment and stand against the damp brick wall of the arcade. I had not defended Romy properly in there. I had only punctured a mood. But the mood mattered. It was where the next version of the lie learned to breathe. My phone rang. I considered letting it go to voicemail. Then I answered. "Celia," she said at once, with the strained composure of someone already working from second-hand reports. "Where are you?" "In town." "I would strongly advise against being in town." She exhaled. "I've had 2 calls this afternoon. One from a trustee at Blackwater, one from a client who saw your name in a comment thread and wanted reassurance. There is no police issue involving the firm." "That is not what matters at this precise second." Her voice sharpened. "What matters is that people are beginning to speak as if your grief has impaired your judgment, and if you hand them scenes in public, they will use them." There it was again. Not what was true. What could be used? "Do you hear yourself?" I asked. "Painfully, yes. Ruth, they've started saying Romy's memory is being distorted by present grief. They are making her into a tragic atmosphere. Then don't assist them by becoming the visible proof of distress." I shut my eyes. Cars moved slowly through the wet street. A gull dropped onto the bonnet of a parked Audi and stared at me with frank, cheap hostility. "This isn't about optics," I said. "Everything is about optics once enough money and reputation gather around a death." Ruth was quiet long enough that I knew I had hit the place where professional caution turned into personal cowardice and resented being named. "I am trying," she said carefully, "to stop you being isolated." "By whom?" "By the story forming around you. The story is forming around both of them." "Yes," she said, "which is exactly why you cannot fight it in coffee shops." Fight it in coffee shops, as if that were what had happened, as if I had picked a public scene from Appetite, rather than walked into a weather front already moving. "Then where?" I asked. Ruth did not answer immediately. When she did, her voice had changed. Less firm, more managerial. "Not in public. Not yet. If you have something new, bring it somewhere contained." Contained. I looked up the street toward the road that led, if followed far enough, to Blackwater's gates. "You mean somewhere they can survive it?" "I mean somewhere it can be heard properly. By people who taught the town the sentence in the first place, Celia." But I had already stopped listening for reassurance. Beyond Ruth's voice, I could hear another sound, the church bell from St. Agatha's carrying thinly through the wet afternoon, and under it the memory of Fenwick's line from an hour earlier. "Managed grief always is." The town did not need Julian in every room now. It had learned the work. Florists, trustees, baristas trying not to look, women with curated condolences and social media posts saved in their phones. Even Ruth, who still thought control was a form of rescue, if spoken in the right register. Blackwater had managed something larger than aversion. It had produced manners. "Celia?" Ruth said again. "I have something new," I said. "Then come to Chambers. Come to me. We can think. Think." Another delay word. "No," I said. "I think I'm done bringing it to rooms that already know how to survive it." It meant the softer version had become public weather. It meant the town had started pitying Romy and Nia into silence. It meant every careful intermediary between me and Blackwater was now functioning like padded walling. It meant if I wanted the house version, I had to go to the house. "It means," I said, "I'm going where the sentence is still being generated." Then I ended the call. For one strange second, the street looked theatrically clear, as if everyone had stepped half a pace back from the next thing before I reached it. I put the phone into my coat pocket, left the untouched coffee cooling on the wall beside me, and started walking toward Blackwater before anyone else could call to suggest a safer room. Chapter 24. The House Version. Blackwater looked composed enough to insult me. The rain had stopped by the time I reached the gates, leaving the drive dark and wet beneath the trees, every puddle holding the house in fragments. Light burned in the west windows, and in the small reception office by the side entrance where deliveries and staff came through. Not the front. The front was for arrivals that wanted to believe in themselves. I parked by the service wall and got out without deciding in advance what I would say. That felt new. I had spent most of my life preparing language before entering rooms that might judge it. Blackwater had moved me past preparation into refusal. The side door was unlocked. Inside, the corridor smelled of polish, coffee grounds, and hot radiators. The runner was new since I had last been there, but the logic under it was the same. Soften the sound of labor, preserve the illusion that the house ran on taste. At the reception desk, a young man in a navy suit jacket looked up from a screen. I did not know him. That made the exchange easier for him, and harder for me. "Mrs. Dray," he said at once, which told me enough about the internal briefing already in circulation. "Rowan, of course." His expression shifted almost imperceptibly, not into apology exactly, but into a better-fitting script. "I'm afraid Mr. Kershaw isn't receiving visitors this evening." I didn't ask for him. Then perhaps I can help. Behind him, on the wall, a framed notice had been set up beside a table laid with white lilies and a hardback condolence book. Above it, printed on thick cream card, with sympathy for the Rowan family below, in smaller font,
Blackwater House asks guests and staff to honor grief with discretion. I looked at the book. Who put that there? The trustees asked that we create a quiet place for reflection. Reflection on what? The question wrong-footed him. Good. On a tragic loss, he said. Which one? He gave me the thin professional smile of a man discovering that courtesy was not going to cover the whole floor. I'm not sure I understand. No, I said. That appears to be one of Blackwater's central traditions. Two members of house staff passed at the end of the corridor, carrying folded table linen between them. They glanced up, saw me, and lowered their eyes with the exaggerated tact people used when they wanted their discretion to be visible. I walked past the reception desk toward the condolence table. Mrs. Rowan, the young man said, abandoning correction and reverting to distress. I'm not sure we can allow me to read what the house is inviting people to write about my sister. His silence did not amount to permission. The first pages were already half full in a range of hands that all seemed to have borrowed the same ideas. Romy was gifted and troubled. Family find peace away from speculation. 9. Some grief belongs to privacy. No one had written liar. No one had written unstable. No one had needed to. The vocabulary performed the same labor while wearing mourning clothes. Who drafted the sign? I asked without looking up. I don't know. That changed something. Perhaps it was the tone. Perhaps only that I had stopped offering him the pleasure of vagueness. It came from the office upstairs, he said. I turned another page. Someone had written, "We must not let old uncertainties deepen a family's suffering." Old uncertainties. I could almost hear Julian approving the noun choice from 3 rooms away. Do you have an events log for today? I asked. The young man blinked. I'm sorry? Visitors, trustees, press calls, delivery notes, anything showing who asked for this table, who circulated the statement, who has been in and out since lunch. He drew himself up slightly. If this is about your sister, the house has already issued the only appropriate comment. Exactly. He mistook that for concession. I saw it happen. I closed the condolence book and let my hand rest on its cover. Your comment doesn't mourn her, it domesticates her. He stared at me. I don't think that's fair. The corridor behind me had gone still in the way large houses did when news began traveling through them, without anyone wanting to be seen carrying it. A door clicked shut upstairs. Someone paused just beyond the swing door to the kitchen. The building was listening through practice. Mrs. Rowan, he said. Voice quieter now. Everyone here is trying to do the decent thing. No, I said. Everyone here is trying to do the survivable thing. For a second his face emptied of polish and revealed the younger, less trained self beneath it. People are upset, he said, staff included. About which death? He looked at the lilies instead of me. I didn't work here then. No, I said. Upstairs, footsteps crossed the gallery, not hurried, not slow. A measured pace calibrated to imply order regardless of emergency. The house's true rhythm had always lived there, not in chandeliers or formal dinners, but in the confident timing with which people moved when they believed the building would absorb consequences on their behalf. I stepped away from the condolence table and looked down the corridor toward the old service office. The door was shut now. On the frosted pane, in discreet new lettering, operations, not house manager, not records, operations. Even the rooms had learned to rename themselves. Who is in there? I asked. Facilities and events. And historic records? We don't keep those there. Where then? I couldn't say. Couldn't or won't. His jaw tightened. I think this conversation needs someone senior. Good, I said. He did not move immediately. Whatever the internal protocol was, it clearly had not been written for the dead woman's sister, arriving alone at dusk, and refusing every available euphemism. At the far end of the corridor, the swing door opened, and Maris Venn came through with a crate of clean glasses balanced against her hip. She saw me, stopped, took in the lilies, the open condolence book.
the receptionist's face. "I'll take those," she said to no one in particular, and set the crate down on the sideboard with deliberate noise. The young man straightened as if rescue had arrived in an apron. "Mrs. Rowan is asking for records," he said. Maris looked at him, then at me. Of course she is. There was no irony in it, only fatigue old enough to have become accuracy. "You shouldn't have put the book there," she said to him. She wiped her hands on her apron and came nearer. Her eyes went to the pages I had touched, then to the sign. "I told them lilies were too bridal," she said. The comment was so dry, so unexpectedly exact, that I almost smiled. "Do you have a better flower for managed grief?" I asked. "Thistles," she said, "but they don't like anything that tells the truth about handling." The receptionist made a small sound of protest. "Maris, go and fetch whoever you're meant to fetch," she said. "You're no use in the middle." He hesitated, then left by the stairs, grateful to exchange me for hierarchy. When he was gone, the corridor altered. Not safe, only less upholstered. Maris glanced toward operations, then back to me. "You're late if you came for their conscience," she said. "Just in time if you came for where they keep the rewritten parts." I felt the house tighten around that sentence. "Where?" I asked. "Not here," she said. "Not in the rooms they show when they're being grieved in public." She lifted the crate again, shifting its weight. "Old staff pantry off the East Passage. They moved boxes there when they refurbished the office upstairs. Logs, menus, function folders, incident books. Nobody wanted in the new cabinets because they looked too much like memory. Who has the key?" Maris's gaze went briefly to the gallery above, where footsteps had stopped. "Tonight," she said. "Probably the house itself." That was when I understood it completely. The conflict was no longer over interpretation. Not really. It was over access. Over whether Blackwater got to keep generating the official sentence through signage, staffing, stored paper, and the soft authority of procedures no one outside the building had been invited to see. I looked toward the East Passage door. "Then I suppose," I said, "we'll have to stop asking it nicely." Maris gave one short nod. "About time." Maris did not wait for permission, so I stopped expecting it. She lifted the crate again and started down the East Passage as if nothing in the house had altered except the direction of the evening's work. I followed her past the old still room, the laundry hatch, and a series of framed black and white photographs in which Blackwater kept trying to prove it had always been elegant rather than merely successful. "How long before whoever he fetches catches up?" I asked. "Depends whether they choose dignity or speed. Which do they prefer?" "Dignity in public, speed in corridors." The East Passage narrowed as it went, the ceiling dropping slightly, the carpet giving up and becoming old linoleum under our feet. The change in surfaces felt almost obscene. Above, the house was performing grief in lilies and cream card. Here it reverted to pipes, painted brick, and doors that had once been meant for labor rather than explanation. At the end of the passage, Maris stopped outside a heavy door with no plaque and no decorative hardware, only a brass keyhole polished by years of use. "Pantry?" I said. "Used to be. Then overflow archive. Then nowhere anyone admitted existed." She shifted the crate to her other hip. I heard footsteps somewhere behind us, not close yet, moving through the corridor we had just left. "Key?" I asked. Maris gave me a look that might once have belonged to amusement. "You really did spend your adult life believing rooms open because someone should open them." She set the crate down, reached above the doorframe, and brought down a narrow steel key taped flat against the wood with yellowing decorator's tape. "Jesus," I said. "No," she said. The room beyond smelled of cardboard, damp paper, and radiator heat that had not reached the corners properly in years. Shelves lined 3 walls. Stacked boxes filled the middle, each marked in different hands. Linens. Someone had covered certain labels with newer white stickers, as if that could alter what the boxes knew. Maris put a finger to her lips and listened once toward the corridor. "You don't have long," she said, "and if anyone asks, I never did this. You're doing it now." "Yes," My phone began vibrating in my coat pocket. Leon. I looked at the name, then at the door, then back at the shelves. Don't answer, Maris said. You don't even know what he'll say. I know enough men who believe timing becomes wisdom if they lower their voices. The phone stopped, started again at once. I silenced it. The act felt smaller than betrayal and larger than convenience, not a rupture, a filing decision. One more door no longer opened automatically because marriage had once put my hand near the handle. What am I looking for? I asked. Maris moved to a lower shelf near the radiator. Anything around autumn 13. They meant to decant, and never did. Romy came asking 6 weeks ago whether old function boxes were still kept on site. I turned toward her. She came here? Through the side door, in rain. Furious enough to make the receptionist misplace his vowels. And you didn't tell me.
At the time, Maris said, you were still one of the people I suspected of preferring the house version if it were dressed properly.
She dragged out a box half hidden behind 2 stacks of event programs. The top label had once read, Summer Functions 2013, but a newer sticker over it now said, Archive Catering. There, she said. I knelt and pulled it clear. The cardboard was soft at one corner. Dust came up off it in a faint brown cloud. On the lid, beneath the replacement label, someone had written in black marker years earlier, D.O. not discard until reviewed. No initials. No date. Only the tone of an instruction meant to outlast accountability. I opened the lid. Menus first. Seating plans. Wine orders. A list of temporary staff initials. Then, under a sheaf of invoices, a buff incident notebook with elastic around it. Maris inhaled once. That shouldn't still be here. What is it? House incidents, breakages, injuries, complaints, service problems. Anything inconvenient enough to note and too small, usually, to matter later, usually. I slipped off the elastic and opened to October 2012. Girl crying near East Terrace. Miss Rowan seen following. 2026. Mr. K advised, avoid disturbance to dining room. Ent, for towels. 2057. Mr. K instructed front approach only. Fared pending confirmation. I read the page twice, because my eyes refused the sequence the first time. Police discussed, deferred pending confirmation. Not confusion, not atmosphere, not tragic historic blur. Maris was looking over my shoulder now, breathing through her mouth. I never saw that book, she said. Did this happen? Yes. Not those exact words. I wasn't in the office. But yes, someone said police too early would make it impossible to manage if she'd only run off down the path. Too early. Manage. Every year since had lived inside those 2 ideas. From the corridor came the sound of a door opening and a woman's voice saying, "This way." Maris straightened at once. "Take pictures," she said. "No," I said, hearing the certainty in my own voice before I had reasoned it. "I'm taking the book." She stared. My phone lit again. This time Ruth. I declined the call without sound. That, more than ignoring Leon, felt like a real break. Ruth represented the last available argument for contained truth. Chambers. Procedure. Carefully staged disclosure. If I answered her now, she would tell me not to remove anything, not to expose chain of custody, not to do the one active thing that would stop Blackwater reshelving the sentence by morning. In the corridor, footsteps were near enough now to distinguish individual shoes, one hard-heeled, one softer, one trying to sound official by walking too evenly. Maris crouched beside another stack and pulled free a flat document wallet tied with green ribbon. I looked at her. "How do you know?" "Because I found it and put it back." Inside the wallet, visible through the gap, was Romy's handwriting on the first page. "If they have already made me tender, start here." My throat tightened so sharply it felt like choking. "Why didn't you give this to me before?" Maris's face did not change. Because I was waiting to see whether you still wanted the house to explain your sister to you. There was no time to answer that honestly. The handle moved. Once, then again, harder. Maris, came the woman's voice from the corridor, open this door. Maris stood, lifted the crate again, and set it down with theatrical irritation directly in front of the inward swing. Then, to me, low and flat, you can walk out through the old coal passage at the back. It comes up near the lower car park. If you go now, you're a grieving sister who got lost. If you stay, you're a problem they can proceduralize. I slid the incident book and Romy's wallet into my tote, between my notebook and the copy of the tide entries. What about you? I've been a staffing issue here for 15 years, she said. Don't try to promote me to martyrdom in the final minute. Despite everything, that almost made me laugh. This time, I knew the voice. Julian, mild even through the wood, which meant he was angry enough to sand himself down before entering. The decision happened then, cleanly. Not whether to trust Julian, not whether to trust the house, whether I still believed any version of safety offered by people who needed paper to stay in the right room. I did not. I took the back door Maris pointed to, ducked through the narrow coal passage, and stepped into the wet dark behind the east wall, with Blackwater's hidden reserve materials under my arm, and Julian still outside the locked pantry, speaking in the calm voice he used when reality required management. Chapter 25. Storage Box. I did not stop running until the house was behind me, and the lower car park had become only wet tarmac, hedges, and my own breath hitting too high in my throat. The car door slammed harder than I meant it to. For a moment I sat with both hands on the wheel and the tote on the passenger seat, listening for pursuit that did not come. Rain ticked out of the trees. Somewhere above me a door at Blackwater opened and shut. The house kept happening even when I was no longer inside it. I pulled the tote onto my lap. The incident book was first. I looked at the 11 October page again to make sure the line was still there, and not something my need had written over the handwriting. 2057. Mr. K instructed front approach only. 2108. Deferred, not failed. Not forgotten. Deferred. The word changed the whole temperature of the past. It was not only that help had come late, it was that lateness had once sat in a room with options, been spoken about, and survived as preference. My phone buzzed again. As if difficulty were still ahead of me instead of already in the passenger seat. I turned the phone face down and took out Romy's wallet instead. Green ribbon, heavy cream card inside, her handwriting on the top sheet, slanted further right than mine, less disciplined, and therefore somehow more exact. If they have already made me tender, start here. Not with Julian, not with the board. Not with your husband pretending sequence and sympathy are enemies. They will all try to move me into the category where pain explains everything and accuracy explains nothing. Do not argue in their grammar longer than necessary. That was Romy entirely. Furious even from inside her own anticipation of being softened. Under the first sheet was a second, shorter note. If this is in your hands, the house has behaved as expected. Go to the Harbour lockers below the old chandlery. Number 18. The key is taped into the hem of this wallet. Bring no one who still believes in private resolution. For a second I could only stare at the page. The Harbour lockers were for fishermen, seasonal stallholders, and people who wanted damp canvas and bait to smell like livelihood rather than poverty. I had not been near them in years. I turned the wallet over. Inside the bottom hem, where the binding had been re-sewn by hand, something thin and hard sat under the fabric. I slid my nail under the thread and found a tiny brass key taped flat with surgical care. The first was a photocopy of the same incident book page, now sitting in my lap, but with 2 lines highlighted in yellow, 2026. Mr. K advised, avoid disturbance to dining room, 2108. Police discussed, deferred pending confirmation.
Locker 118, PAA1 OCT. Then the apology letters, addressed only in block capitals. My whole body went cold in one clean sweep. Romy had not only expected suppression, she had expected sequence. House first, reserve next. Delay built into the route, just as it had always been. I started the car. The harbor was almost closed when I got there. Fish vans gone, half the shutters down, the chandlery dark behind its grill. Only the pub on the corner still throwing yellow light onto the slick stones and making every puddle look inhabited. The lockers were beneath the old steps, a row of dented metal doors painted years ago in municipal blue, and now returning, patiently, to rust. I checked the lane behind me before crouching, no one obvious, a couple smoking by the harbor wall, someone dragging crates near the ice machine, Saltmere still busy enough to feel witnessed, not busy enough to feel safe, the brass key stuck once before turning. Inside the locker was a waterproof document tube, a padded brown envelope, and a plastic evidence wallet secured with a red cable tie. All three had been packed too neatly to be panic work. Romy had done this like a woman planning for opposition, not death. I took everything back to the car and locked the doors before opening the tube. Inside were copies, not random ones, chosen ones. A typed transcript of one of Romy's voice notes, this time not to me. Printouts of emails between Blackwater admin and trustees about historic narrative management. A map of the East Route, with times marked in Romy's hand against Maris's notes and the tide entries. A list titled, People Who Will Call This Unfortunate Before They Call IT True. Julian's name first, then Leon. Then Nadine. Then, after a gap, you. I shut my eyes. No one knew how to insult me more accurately than my sister. The typed transcript was headed, Voice Note Left Unsent, for Cora Fenwick. If this reaches police, assume the people around Blackwater are already describing me as distressed enough to connect unrelated things. They will be partly right about the distress, and wholly wrong about the unrelated. Beneath the transcript was the padded envelope. Inside it I found a cheap burner phone, switched off, with masking tape on the back. F or playback. Only I if they start remembering ME. I almost laughed then, but the sound caught on grief before it became anything clean. At the bottom of the waterproof tube lay a final folded page in Romy's hand. 4 apologies was the public mechanism. It was never the full count. 4 was what could survive opening day. I read that twice, then a third time, because I wanted language to behave, and instead it kept widening. 4 was what could survive opening day, which meant she had built the letters not as total revelation, but as a staged device, a lure, a number designed to be believed before the rest of the machinery came online. I looked at the sealed envelope on the passenger seat. Not yet the locker contents. After I knew the 4 were not the whole count. My phone lit again, this time with Cora Fenwick's name. I answered. Tell me you have something, she said. I have something. I looked down at the incident book copy, the trustee emails, the burner phone, the map with Romy's timings. I have proof the house expected to control the story in stages. I have confirmation Julian deferred action that night, for reasons adjacent to optics. I have enough to know Romy built a second line in case Blackwater made her ornamental. There was a beat of silence. Where are you? Cora asked. Harbour. Stay there. No. Celia. No, I said again. Not until I know what she thought outranked the 4 letters. I heard her take that in, rather than fight it. Is this about chain of custody? She asked. It is about sequence. You are becoming very difficult to supervise. I think that's just adulthood corrected late. To my surprise, a small sound came down the line that might have been amusement. Call me back in 10 minutes, she said. No, call me back in 5, and if anyone approaches the car before then, lock the doors and make a scene. The paper was better quality than the others, thick and almost velvety under my thumb.
On the back flap, Romy had drawn a single line in black ink. "This one is not for forgiveness." I opened it carefully, aware of how absurd care could feel when arriving this late. Inside was another letter, not apology-sized, longer, folded twice. The first line was visible before I fully opened it. "To the person who decides which death gets called an accident first." I stopped breathing, not because I knew, yet, who it was for, because I did not. The addressee was a function, not a name. An office, perhaps. Below the first line, I could see only the opening words of the next paragraph. "You were there both times, though not always in the same body." The harbor seemed to tilt slightly around me. Both times. Not only Nia. Not only Romy. Not one old crime, throwing a shadow over one new death, but the same selecting intelligence operating across both events. Who gets help first? Who gets translated into dignity? Who gets entered into the record as accident before anyone has to say decision? My skin went cold in a different way now, less shocked, more exact. This was what the 4 apologies had not been able to do alone. They had opened suspects, guilt, memory, pressure. This 5th letter was aimed at the mechanism itself. And if Romy had written it, or assembled it, or forced it into being, then she had known by the end that individual remorse was too small a weapon for what had happened. I folded the page back before I read further, not from reluctance, from instinct. They had to be entered properly, with the other materials around them, because otherwise they turned into revelation without structure. Romy would have despised that. I put the letter back into its envelope and laid it beside the burner phone. Beyond the windscreen, someone moved along the harbor steps and paused under the broken lamp opposite the lockers. I couldn't tell if they were looking at my car or only deciding whether the rain was worth another cigarette. Or perhaps not even that. Perhaps 4 apologies and 1 accusation. Perhaps 4 invitations to confess, and 1 instrument designed to decide which person, which office, which habit of power had been allowed to name disaster first on both nights. My phone began vibrating again. Cora. This time, before I answered, I looked once more at the line on the envelope. "This one is not for forgiveness." Then I picked up, with the 5th letter on the seat beside me changing the count, the pace, and the shape of both deaths, without yet giving me the right to pretend I understood it completely. Chapter 26. The 5th letter. I answered Cora without taking my eyes off the envelope. "Talk to me," she said. "It's not an apology. That narrows almost nothing." "No." Rain hissed lightly against the windscreen. Out on the harbor, a halyard knocked against a mast with a maddening, patient rhythm. I could still see the figure by the broken lamp, though now they had turned away and become only another shape in wet weather. "I need 5 minutes," I said. "You said that last time. This time I mean it as evidence." She exhaled. "Call me back before you do something heroic and stupid. Which half of that are you hoping to prevent?" Dealer's choice. I ended the call again before she could decide I required policing rather than partnership. Then I unfolded the 5th letter properly. The handwriting was Romy's, but less rushed than the apologies, and less performative than the notes she had left for me. It had the steadiness of something composed after anger had done its first useful work. "To the person who decides which death gets called an accident first, you were there both times, though not always in the same body. You are not 1 man, 1 woman, 1 office, 1 witness. You are the selecting voice that arrives before help fully means help. You are the person in the room who says, 'Let's not overstate this yet.' You are the person on the phone who says, 'Wait until we know more.' You are the person who mistakes management for proportion and sequence for panic. You are the one who turns delay into tone, and then tone into record." I stopped there and pressed the paper flat against the steering wheel. It was not revelation in the cheap sense. No mask dropping, no single villain stepping into light. Worse than that. Not Julian exactly, though he fit. Not Leon exactly, though parts of him fit too. Not the coroner, not trustees, not police, not me, and all of them. It was not even always a formal decision. Sometimes, it was a suggestion, a reordered call, a word chosen in the first minute and never fully corrected afterward, a room leaning toward survivability before the facts had been allowed to finish arriving. At Friar's Edge, you wore concern better and called it caution. Girl became easier to lose once somebody decent had named the interval responsibly. Girl. Not woman for Romy. Not body, not case. Romy had written herself and Nia into the same noun on purpose. I felt the violence of that choice in my throat. Both times, a girl became easier to lose. Not because they were the same death, they were not, but because the same kind of adult intelligence had approached them first, not with rescue, not with truth, but with calibration. I looked over at the packet on the passenger seat, the trusty emails, the burner phone, the incident book copy, everything Romy had hidden against the possibility that decorous people would make her posthumously manageable, all of it aligned under the fifth letter in a way it had not before.
The 4 apologies had been about guilt. This was about permission. Who was permitted to delay? Who was permitted to interpret? Who was permitted to decide that naming danger too early was the more embarrassing error?
That was for me, as much as anyone. I knew it at once. All through this I had wanted the mechanism to settle into faces. Adrian for desire, Nadine for betrayal, Julian for authority, Leon for compromise, me for cowardice, each lane true enough to comfort the structure of blame. But Romy had built a letter that refused comfort by distribution. Nia did not die because no one cared. She died because too many people cared first about being the kind of people who would not make a scene unnecessarily. I may have died by a different edge, but do not let them flatter themselves that the method changed. I thought of the incident book. Police discussed Chittiford pending confirmation. I thought of the Coast Guard timing and the 5:21 car by Friar's Edge. I thought of Leon in the kitchen saying enough, of Ruth telling me to bring it somewhere contained, of the women in Percheron speaking kindly over Romy's disappearance into atmosphere. Different bodies, same office. My phone vibrated with a message before it rang again. Fenwick, I'm coming to the Harbour, do not vanish. I almost smiled. It was the sort of instruction that proved she understood exactly what kind of woman I had become in the last 3 days. I read the last section of the letter standing half outside myself. The reason I made 4 apologies is that private remorse still flatters the people involved. It lets each of you feel singular, guilty, tragic, misunderstood. But there is a 5th letter, because guilt is not the whole machine. Someone always decides that accuracy can wait until dignity is arranged. Someone always thinks the first lie is mercy, because it leaves room to be corrected later.
I folded over then, not dramatically, only with the body's plain refusal to take one more sentence standing up. My forehead touched the heel of my hand. The paper shook once between my fingers. Later is where both girls went. Romy had found the one phrasing cruel enough to be exact.
Nia had gone there first, into the later where people would review, clarify, regret, revise. Then Romy, years afterward, forced toward the same territory by people who still believed nothing was truly lost until the respectable version had been settled. The blast radius was not that there had been a 5th letter, it was that the 5th letter made every smaller explanation feel like vanity. Affairs still mattered, betrayals still mattered. Julian still mattered, Leon still mattered. My own letter mattered monstrously. But none of them, alone, could bear the full moral weight anymore. They were all rungs inside the same machine Romy was naming. I sat up and looked through the windscreen at the Harbour Road, leading out toward the cliffs. Not because the 5th letter told me where to go in so many words. It did not. But because once the question changed from who last touched catastrophe to who first translated it, the cliffs became necessary again, the edge, the interval. My phone rang. Fenwick.
I answered this time. I'm leaving the station, she said. Tell me why your voice in that last call sounded like you were standing on a fault line. Because Romy wrote to a role, not a person. Silence. Then, go on. She says the same deciding intelligence was present at both deaths, not the same body. The same function. The one that calls it an accident first, so everyone gets time to become decent about it. When Fenwick spoke again, her voice had changed. Less detective. More Blade. And you believe her? I think she has made belief irrelevant. Where are you going? I started the engine. Friar's Edge. Of course you are. I need to look at the path again under the right question. Which is? I pulled out of the harbor space and turned toward the road above the seawall. Not who killed first, I said. Who named first? Fenwick was quiet for just long enough to tell me she understood the size of it. I'm meeting you there, she said. Good. The 5th letter lay open on the passenger seat beside the incident book as I drove, its pages lifting faintly each time the heater changed speed, as if even now Romy refused to stay still inside one version of events. By the time I got home, the 5th letter had changed temperature inside me. Not shock, alignment. The house looked exactly as it had that morning, which now felt like another species of threat. Calm frontage. The herb pots, Leon insisted on keeping even through the salt winds lined up by the step, as if good order could still count as innocence after enough evidence had learned to speak. His car was on the drive. I carried the harbor packet, the 5th letter, and the copied incident book pages inside, without closing the front door properly behind me. The latch bounced once and stayed a fraction open, letting in a strip of cold air that moved through the hall like a witness. He looked up at me and saw at once that whatever version of the day he had been preparing was already late. You turned your phone into a rumor, he said. Only briefly. Fenwick called twice. That sounds like diligence. His eyes went to the papers in my hand. What's happened now? I put everything on the table between us and kept the 5th letter closest to me. Romy stopped writing to guilty people, I said. She started writing to a function. Celia, no, stay with the actual words for once. That made him flinch, not theatrically, only in the small private way of a man who had been relying on tone as shelter and found tone unavailable. He set his mug down too gently. All right, he said. Actual words. I took out the letter and read him the opening lines. Not all of it. Enough. To the person who decides which death gets called an accident first. By the second sentence, Leon had gone still in a way that did not read as surprise so much as recognition arriving earlier than he wanted it to. It's not saying one person did both things, he said. I know. He rubbed his jaw, looked toward the window, not out of it, at it, as if exposed glass itself had become part of the problem. What else does Fenwick have? He asked. Enough to make the order matter. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, which, with Leon, meant I had reached the sentence underneath the safer one. Who's calling? I asked. Ruth. How many times? And? One from Julian. Did you answer? Ruth. Yes. Julian, no. Why not? Why not? Because I knew you'd hear the tone in my voice and decide I was lost. You say that as if it's paranoia. He looked tired then, not cleansed by it, just tired in the expensive, middle-aged way of a man discovering that prudence had generated a bill. Blackwater's preparing a statement, he said. The trustees want to get in front of this before the local press turns it into a theory carnival. Get in front of what exactly? He hesitated for half a second too long. Romy's death being misdescribed. Misdescribed by whom? That's a polished answer. It's the one currently moving. There it was again, not his truth, only the movable version. Tell me the statement, I said. Celia, tell me. He picked up his phone, unlocked it, and read from the screen as if reading from it made him less responsible for the sentence. Blackwater House extends its sympathy to all affected by the recent tragic events.
We urge sensitivity around a bereaved family facing complex personal distress. Historic speculation regarding the Barlow matter remains exactly that, and attempts to connect separate tragedies through retrospective interpretation risk causing further harm. I let the words finish poisoning the room before I spoke. Complex personal distress. He did not answer. Historic speculation. Still nothing. Separate tragedies. I'm not defending it. You brought it into my kitchen. Because it exists whether I bring it or not, and because part of you still thinks it sounds reasonable. Part of me thinks language like this is what happens when institutions panic. No, I said. Language like this is how institutions panic, without ever having to look panicked. Ruth says Briarwell's concerned about you being seen as both participant and narrator, he said carefully. They're worried anything you say now can be pulled apart. It can. Then why help them do it badly? That was Leon, at his most dangerous, not lying, not even arguing for the wrong side in openly selfish terms, only asking the question that turned exactness into imprudence, and prudence into apparent care. I took the fifth letter back from the table and held it by the edges. Because later is where both girls went, I said. He looked up sharply. What? That's in the letter. I read him that part too. The line about adults arranging dignity first, the line about delay becoming tone, and tone becoming record. The line about later. When I finished, the kitchen had gone so quiet, I could hear the fridge kick in, and the front door still not latched properly in the hall. Leon sat down. That frightened me more than if he had stood. I did warn Julian, he said. He had admitted it before in pieces, defensive, softened, half-explanatory. This time there was no shape around it but fact. His mouth twitched once at the cruelty of that. I didn't think she'd end up at the cliff, he said. That is not the question anymore. I know that too. Maybe he did. That was the trouble. By now almost everyone knew enough. It was who would still accept the cost of saying the order aloud once they understood it. His phone lit again. This time, I saw the name before it dimmed. Neither of us touched it. What does he have to lose? I asked. Leon gave a short, unbelieving breath. Blackwater. The redevelopment. Every polite version he's ever supplied about Nia. His own call order on Romy. The town's sense of itself is unlucky, rather than managed. And you? His eyes came back to mine. The marriage, if we're being exact. The business in local terms. The right to call myself decent without qualification. My phone rang on the table. Fenwick. I put her on speaker because I no longer had patience for partitions. Tell me you're not in the sea, she said. Kitchen. Shame. I had money on dramatic topography. Her voice flattened as she caught the second presence. Leon there? Yes. Good. He can hear this too. Leon looked at the counter as if dignity might still be recoverable from laminate. Go on, I said. We've just had another witness shake loose from the lane. Dog walker. Early. Couldn't identify Romy. Not Julian's plate. Not usable that cleanly, but it narrows the interval again. I felt everything shift one notch tighter. How early? Near enough to make first naming even more dangerous. Leon shut his eyes briefly. Fenwick continued. Also, Blackwater's soft statement is already circulating. Someone forwarded it before they'd finished pretending it was private. They want private instability for Romy, tragic uncertainty for Nia, and bereaved unreliability for you. Yes, I said. We're reading the same scripture. Then here's the practical bit. If they get the site back in people's heads as scenery before we get it back in their heads as sequence, we'll spend the next 2 days arguing atmosphere. That was it. The active pressure. Not abstract urgency. A live race over what the place meant first. I looked at Leon, at the open front door, at the fifth letter between my fingers. The cliff was no longer where Romy had died. It was where the first wrong noun had been given room to breed. I'm going back, I said. Leon stood. Celia, wait. For what? For daylight. For 1 hour in which this doesn't become another scene. Another scene? I repeated. He winced because he heard it then. Finally, the old corruption inside the harmless phrase. That's not what I meant. It may be the most exact thing you've said. Fenwick made no attempt to rescue any of us from the sentence. I'm heading there now, she said. If you go, don't go all the way down before I arrive. Leon was still standing in the threshold between kitchen and hall, exactly where he always chose to stand when conflict threatened to become irreversible. Not in the room fully, not gone from it either. A man trying to preserve the option of having been reasonable in retrospect. I am trying to keep you safe, he said. I know. I picked up my keys, slid the 5th letter back into its envelope, took the incident book copy and left Ruth's forwarded statement where it lay on the table like something already contaminated. Because at some point, I said, safety stopped being the first job and you kept behaving as if it still was. He did not follow me to the door. That, too, was information. Outside, the air had sharpened. The sea was somewhere beyond the houses, sounding closer than the distance allowed. I got into the car and looked once through the windscreen toward the road that climbed back to Friar's Edge. Now the place read differently before I had even reached it. Not memorial, not cliff, not scene. Interval. Translation. First language. I started the engine and drove toward the edge under the only question sharp enough to deserve the road. Who had seen danger there first, and what had they called it before help fully began? Chapter 27. Friar's Edge looked cleaner than grief had any right to allow. That was my first thought when I pulled into the lay-by above the cliff path and killed the engine. The rain had gone through in bands, leaving the sky scrubbed pale behind ragged cloud. The sea below was ironed into long dark plates by the wind. Even the railing looked indecently legible, every flake of paint an old salt mark brought forward by the wet. Before, the place had read as aftermath. Tonight, it read as sequence. Fenwick's car was already there, nose angled toward the road as if she mistrusted any sight that encouraged lingering. She stood by the path in a dark waterproof, one boot on the low wall, looking not at the water, but at the route down. You beat me, I said. I assumed you might stop somewhere and make a catastrophic independent decision. She handed me a torch without preamble. We're not going all the way down, she said. Not in this light, but we're going far enough to stop the place pretending it means only one thing. We started down. The path had changed character since morning, not because the earth was different, but because I was. Every bend now carried a timing question. Every slick patch asked not only who slipped, but who first decided slip was explanation enough. Fenwick moved carefully, not theatrically so. She kept the beam low, showing me footing, drainage runnels, the places where water crossed the path diagonally and made confidence expensive. Talk me through the 5th letter again, she said. Not the whole thing, I told her. Not word for word. Enough. The recurring role. The function that names accident early. The line about later being where both girls went. She listened without interrupting, which with Fenwick counted as respect. At the first landing, she stopped and shone her torch toward the rail. When people stand up there, she said, nodding toward the top path, they see drama, height, water, a fall. Down here, the site becomes administration. How so? Entry point, angle, delay to reach, delay to report, delay between seeing and formalizing what you think you've seen. I felt the word formalizing hit the air between us. Same office. Different bodies. We moved lower. The wind came up harder as the path bent west. Below us, the tide dragged at the rocks with a repetitive force that made human panic seem almost vain by comparison. Fenwick crouched near a muddy scuff where the path narrowed by the bend. This is what I want you to look at, she said. Not the theatrical edge, the bottlenecks. I aimed the torch where she pointed. The path pinched between rock face and rail. On one side, a slick of mud where runoff kept crossing. On the other, the drop easing steeply down toward the lower ledge. If somebody reaches this point at speed and half light, she said, they have three choices: commit down, turn back, freeze, or call. Yes. I thought of the emergency call log, of the bakery van camera at 5:21, of weather entries and church bells, and all the tiny secular clocks that had begun betraying the larger story. You think somebody saw Romy earlier than they admitted, I said. I think somebody almost certainly saw enough earlier to start translating. That word again, not finding, translating. We stood there with the sea below us, and the path under our boots, and both deaths running through the same grammar. What if they didn't know it was Romy? I asked. They didn't need to, Fenwick said. That's the point. Identification is later. The first decision is much cruder. Is this accident? Is this self-harm? Is this scandal? Is this scandal? Is this mine? Is this police now, or after I protect myself from being the first person attached to it? The wind shoved at my coat. I stepped nearer the rail without meaning to, and looked down toward the lower ledge where the rock darkened almost black in the wet. Morning had made that place look terminal. Tonight, it looked procedural. Not less terrible, more. At Blackwater, I said. They deferred while confirmation was still available. Here it could be the same shape. Not identical. Don't make that mistake. I'm trying not to. Good. Because similarity is not saneness, and saneness is what frightened people grab when they want the world simpler than it is. She straightened and took the torch from me long enough to angle the beam back up the path. Look. At first I saw nothing but wet stone and rail. Then the order of things resolved. From the bend where we stood, anyone above had partial visibility down toward the ledge, but almost none of the approach beyond it. Enough to know something was wrong. Not enough to know exactly what. Enough to choose the first noun badly. If you were here at 5:25, Fenwick said, you could see enough to begin telling yourself a story, but not enough to be sure. Exactly. And certainty is overrated in decent people. What matters more is what kind of uncertainty they choose. I heard the fifth letter in that, the selecting voice. The person who decides which death gets called an accident first. An accident buys time, I said. An accident buys manners, Fenwick corrected. Which buys time? We climbed 2 bends higher, to the point where the path widened near the memorial bench. Romy had hated that bench, said it made everyone behave as if grief were a municipal amenity. Fenwick opened her folder against the wind and held down 2 sheets with gloved fingers. I started lining it up on the drive over, she said. Van camera at 5:21. First formal emergency call, 5:46. Uniform 6:02. Coast Guard note puts conditions deteriorating through that interval, but not beyond use from the start. And if someone saw her before 5:21, then our gap widens. Do you think Julian was here? Fenwick glanced at me, then back at the papers. I think that question is too flattering to him at the moment. Flattering? Yes. It assumes danger requires presence. What I care about is who has trained this town to think. Delay sounds responsible. Below us, the lower route curved out of sight. At Blackwater, the house had trained people in tact, sequence, discretion, survivable versions. Here, the cliff did not teach anything. It only exposed what people brought to it. Sleep deprivation was making my brain show its scaffolding. I crouched by the bench instead and looked at the muddy edge of the path where footprints blurred into one another from the morning surge. Mine among them now. Police, Coast Guard, gawpers. A sight never remained itself once people began stepping through it in retrospect. Tell me what you're seeing, Fenwick said. A place where the first description matters too much. Good. Keep going. A place where, if someone arrives already trained to prefer a manageable version, they don't need malice to do damage. Yes. It's full of language. That was the line that changed her face, only slightly. Enough. Exactly, she said.
She folded one sheet back and showed me the cleaner timeline she'd started building in her hard, narrow handwriting. 521 vehicle on lane. Upper path. Beneath that, separated by a ruled line, 2013-2026, avoid. Disturbance. 2057 front approach, only 2108 police. Discussed. 2 deferred. 2 columns, not identical, but morally rhyming, in a way I could no longer ignore. This doesn't prove homicide, Fenwick said. I know. It doesn't even prove the same person chose badly both times. I know. What it proves, she said, tapping the page, is that containment becomes urgent the moment sequence is allowed to exist. This clearly. Because once people see the intervals, the softer versions stop sounding kind and start sounding trained. Containment becomes urgent. There it was. Cora's timeline. Not only evidence, but pressure. The moment at which accurate order itself became dangerous to the people who depended on blurred beginnings. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. Leon again. Then, almost immediately, a message from Nadine. Julian knows you were at Blackwater. Please do not go anywhere alone. Too late for the warning. Useful for the tone. I showed Fenwick. Interesting, she said. That he's worried? That he knows already. That means the pantry breach has traveled fast, which means whatever was in it matters beyond embarrassment. I looked back down the path. What emerges is worse than I expected. Good, she said. Good. Cleaner villains are easier to live with. Worse is often truer. The wind snapped hard against her jacket, flattening it briefly against her frame. Below, a wave hit the rocks with enough force to throw spray up into the dark. I thought of Romy writing later, is where both girls went, of the 5th letter refusing singular blame, of Blackwater's incident book, and its disgusting civility. So, what's the sharper question? I asked. Fenwick slid the timeline sheet back into the folder. Not who was last with Romy, she said. Not even who delayed longest. The question that matters now is this, in the minutes after the fall, who first imposed an order on the event that made every later decent choice easier to miss. And once asked properly, it made Julian more dangerous, not less. It made Leon morally smaller than I wanted him to be. It made me look back at every softened sentence I had ever accepted, and feel the ground alter under my feet. Fenwick started back up the path. She glanced over her shoulder. Then we find out who gets frightened first when the order becomes visible. I followed her up, with Friar's Edge no longer reading a shrine, scene, or singular tragedy, but as a site where sequence had finally begun resisting the people who needed it. Blurred. Chapter 28. Cora's timeline. Fenwick did not take me to the station. She took me instead to the back room of the Marine Police outpost near the old lifeboat shed, a place too temporary-looking to inspire performance. Strip light, dented kettle, map board on one wall, a metal table scarred by years of mug rings and wet folders, the kind of room where truth had fewer surfaces available for decorative behavior. Flat, I sat. She spread the timeline sheets between us, then added the incident book copy, the tide entries, the bakery van still, the route sketch from Blackwater, and a printout of the emergency log. Last of all, she laid down the 5th letter, folded but not hidden, as if acknowledging that what had changed was not only evidence, but the logic by which the evidence would now be read. No ghosts, no atmosphere, no family mythology, no Blackwater manners. If we can't say where something came from and what it changes, it doesn't get to sit in the middle. Only because accuracy is dying elsewhere. She drew a fresh line across the top sheet and wrote 3 headings. Scene named, formalized it. Then she looked at me. This is where the 5th letter matters, she said, not as proof on its own. As an instruction about sequence, I nodded. My hands still smelled faintly of damp paper and Harbour metal.
Fenwick tapped the 2013 column first. Scene, Nia in distress, Romy following. Raised voices lower route side. Tap, named, avoid disturbance, front approach only, confirmation needed. Tap. She shifted to the new death. Scene, someone likely arrives above Friar's Edge before the emergency call, possibly by 5:25. Named, accident, self-harm, tragic inevitability, whichever version buys calm fastest. Formalized, 5:46 call, then official machinery starts from a softened first position. The room seemed to narrow around the page, not because any one line was surprising now, because together they removed the remaining luxury of calling the parallels suggestive. You think the same person made the first naming decision both times, I said. She turned the fifth letter toward me and read one line aloud. Someone always decides that accuracy can wait until dignity is arranged. Then she set it back down. That is not prose to me anymore, she said. That is a working description of the behavior. The kettle clicked behind us as it cooled. Outside, somewhere near the slipway, chain hit metal in the wind. I looked at the headings again. Scene, named, formalized. At Blackwater, the mechanism now seemed almost embarrassingly clear. Dining room first, disturbance managed. Event, until the house had chosen how the event would sound. At Friar's Edge, the current version was murkier, but only in the way newer lies often were. There were still too many live interests attached to them. Where does Julian enter the new death? I asked. Careful, Fenwick said. That isn't an answer, it's a better instruction. She took up the van still and set it beside the emergency log. Julian becomes more dangerous if the order is visible, she said, whether or not he stood on the cliff path himself. Because he's the person in your world most practiced at converting threat into something administratively survivable. And Leon? Leon becomes more dangerous in a different way. He legitimizes the first soft landing because he sincerely experiences it as adulthood. That hurt with an almost stupid freshness. You say that as if sincerity makes it worse. Sometimes it does. Malice is easier to isolate. Good manners with institutional backing, that spreads. I thought of Percheron, the florist. Ruth on the phone. How quickly language multiplied once dressed as care. Fenwick reached for the trustee emails from the Harbour locker. These matter too, she said. Not because they prove who caused the death, because they show narrative management was active before the facts had settled. Which means if my cleaner order starts moving, someone is going to interpret that as a threat to be handled, not a truth to be welcomed. My phone, abandoned face down on the table, vibrated hard enough to rattle against the metal. Then Ruth, then an unknown local number. Fenwick glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. Popular. Contaminated. Same family of problem. I turned the phone over and opened the unknown number's voicemail transcription. Mrs. Rowan, this is Simon Vale for the coroner's office. We need to clarify a statement attributed to you regarding prior concerns about the deceased's state of mind. Please call back tonight if possible. They've started, I said. Fenwick held out her hand. I passed her the phone. She read, then gave it back. That is fast. Too fast. No, she said. Exactly fast enough. If sequence is beginning to harden, they need the death psychologically padded before morning. Psychologically padded. That was nearly elegant enough to be one of Julian's phrases. My screen lit again. This time Nadine. Do not answer official calls without counsel. Julian is saying you are spiraling and attaching old blame to Romy because the letters have destabilized you. There it was, not even concealed now. He moved quickly, I said. Not violence first, order. If he can fix the terms early enough, every later objection looks hysterical. I stared at the rows of paper between us. Then your timeline makes him dangerous. No, she said. The order makes him dangerous. The timeline only lets us see it. That distinction mattered. I felt it settle into place with the rest. Julian was not frightening merely because he might have done something monstrous in secret. He was frightening because he could stand in daylight, with minutes and weather and concern and procedure all around him, and still make the wrong version sound like care. Once sequence visible level, containment attempt. This, she said, tapping it, is where we are now. What does a containment attempt look like? Depends who's running it. Coroner pressure, welfare framing, sudden concerns about your reliability, requests for calm, requests for privacy, hard advice not to circulate materials, polite threats about chain of custody. She looked at me pointedly, possibly some deserved? I know. Do you? Enough. She considered me for a second, then accepted that as the most accuracy available. The point is, she said, we've crossed the line where your evidence stops being merely interesting and becomes metabolically dangerous to the people living inside the softer version. Outside, a car pulled up on the gravel and idled. We both looked toward the darkened window instinctively. Are you expecting anyone? I asked. No. She stood, went to the window, and shifted the blind half an inch. Local paper, she said after a beat, or someone pretending not to be. 2 silhouettes. Already? You keep sounding surprised that pressure works weekends. I almost smiled despite myself. Fenwick came back to the table and gathered the most sensitive sheets into one stack. 5th letter, incident page copy, trustee emails, the cleaner timeline. After tonight, there is no quiet version of this left. Maybe there never was, but now there definitely isn't. If we keep building order, someone will move to shut it down. That may help us. Fright can be evidentiary, but it also means you stop walking around as if this is still an argument among the guilty. What is it then? A truth war with paperwork? That sounded absurd until I realized it was the cleanest description yet. I looked again at the headings she had written: seen, named, formalized, then at the line beneath: once sequence visible, containment attempt. The room, the kettle, the blind, the low industrial light, all of it now seemed to belong to the same transition. We were past interpretation. We were into pressure response. What do we do first? I asked. Fenwick slid the cleaned timeline map across to me. You keep this copy, she said. If mine gets leaned on, I want the order surviving outside the building. And you? I start asking official questions in an order that will make certain people answer too quickly. My phone vibrated again. Another voicemail alert from the coroner's office. Then a text from Ruth. Do not, under any circumstances, circulate documents tonight. Call me now. There. Break containment. That's not break containment. That's containment beginning. Exactly. I folded the timeline map once, then again, and slid it into my bag beside the 5th letter. Somewhere outside, the idling car door opened. Fenwick turned off the strip light over the window side of the room without taking her eyes from the blind. Time to leave by the back, she said. You say that very calmly. Calm is not the same thing as safe. That's one of the lessons, apparently. She wasn't looking at me when she said it, which made it kinder. I stood, the bag heavier now with order than with paper. As we moved toward the rear exit, I understood that someone, somewhere between Blackwater, the coroner's office, and the people who had already begun describing me as destabilized, now had every reason to close the truth down before Fenwick's sequence hardened any further. Chapter 29. Break containment. By the time I got home, the containment move was already waiting in the kitchen with the lights on. Leon was standing by the island in shirt sleeves, one hand flat on the worktop, the other holding his phone as if it had become an instrument he no longer trusted not to injure someone. He looked up when I came in, and I knew at once that whatever had reached him had arrived dressed as concern. It was almost a plea, almost an order. On the island lay 3 things: my voicemail list written out in Leon's neat block capitals on a sheet from the printer tray, a business card from the coroner's office, and a folded note on Blackwater letterhead. The last one was addressed to me. In light of your recent distress, and in order to protect all involved from speculation that may worsen harm, Blackwater House asks that any historical materials connected to Romy Rowan's final days be directed through counsel rather than informally circulated. No signature, of course. That came by courier 10 minutes ago, Leon said. Efficient. Stop doing that. Doing what? Speaking as if this is interesting. I put my bag down on the chair nearest the door and kept my hand on the strap. It isn't interesting, I said. It's coordinated. Leon looked wrecked in a way I might once have mistaken for innocence. Ruth called. Twice. And now this. He touched the Blackwater note without lifting it. Whatever you're doing, it is spilling everywhere. Good. He stared. Good? Yes. Celia, they're building a welfare case around you. That was precise enough that I almost thanked him. I know. He came around the island then, not aggressively, just with the old instinct of wanting to lower the temperature by occupying the room more fully. Once I had loved that about him, or believed I had. Listen to me, he said. This is the moment you stop. Not because you were wrong to ask questions, not because Romy wasn't trying to tell you something, but because if you keep pushing now, everything gets translated as evidence of instability. Work, police, the coroner, all of it. Translated. He had chosen the correct word without knowing it. And what happens if I stop? I asked. Then counsel takes it, properly. Fenwick does what she can through procedure. You sleep. Tomorrow we think. Tomorrow we think. Later is where both girls went. The fifth letter seemed to move in my bag, though nothing had touched it. What move? This one. Tonight. Everyone arriving in the same language at once. Dignified cooperation, distress, speculation, proper channels. Tomorrow. I looked at the Blackwater note again. They are trying to make sequence look like symptom before morning. Leon closed his eyes briefly. Not everything is they. No, I said. Some of it is you. That landed hard. He opened his eyes. That is unfair. Is it? I am standing in our kitchen telling you that people are beginning to describe you as unwell in rooms that matter, and your response is to treat me as if I'm part of some committee. Because you are. I am your husband. Those two things are not excluding each other nearly as much as you would like. The silence after that was dense enough to feel furnished. He picked up the coroner's card and set it down again, exact in his movements, already reverting to the kind of order that had made him safe to live beside for years. What do you actually have? He asked. There it was, the dangerous question asked in the tone of somebody entitled to a stabilizing answer. Enough. Enough for what? Enough that the order matters now. His jaw shifted, not anger yet. Something closer to hurt, discovering that it might not win. Ruth said if you have removed documents from Blackwater, Ruth can speak to me herself. She tried, I know. Then call her back. No. That changed the room more than shouting would have. Leon went still in the old way he had when deciding whether calm could still retrieve authority. You are making yourself indefensible. No, I said. I am becoming unmanageable. He looked at me as if the distinction were the cruelest thing I had said all night. Perhaps it was. My phone buzzed again in the bag. Fenwick. Leon heard it and held out his hand before I could stop him, not touching me, simply requesting the device in the universal posture of, let me help you handle this. Give me the phone, he said, just for 10 minutes. Let me answer the official calls. Let me stop this spiraling before they formalize it. All the headings from Fenwick's table standing in my kitchen wearing my husband's face. He was frightened. That part was true. He loved me in the way he knew how. Also true. And still, at the center of him, the same instinct. Let me get to the language first. No, I said. Celia, no. The second time was colder. He dropped his hand. You are choosing exposure. Yes. For Romy? For the truth, before they finish arranging its manners. His expression altered then, and I saw with a nauseating clarity that some part of him had expected the appeal to us to work, marriage, shelter, tomorrow. The fact that it did not made me newly dangerous to him, because it meant I had stepped outside the sequence he knew how to manage. We both turned. Once, then again, more insistently. Leon swore under his breath. "Who is that?" I already knew the likely options, Ruth. A courier, someone from the local paper, perhaps even one of Blackwater's emissaries in civilian clothing. The bell went a third time. Leon moved first. I caught his wrist before he reached the hall. "Do not answer it without me." He looked down at my hand, as if it belonged to a person he had not been properly introduced to. "You're proving their point," he said quietly. "Then let them be provable." I let go. He opened the front door. Ruth stood there in a dark coat, damp at the shoulders, with a leather folio under one arm, and urgency arranged across her face like tasteful makeup. Behind her, at the curb, "Thank God," she said, stepping inside without waiting to be invited. "Celia, we need to manage this now." Manage. The word hit the room like a final confirmation stamp. For one suspended second, it looked as though the respectable version might win first public life. After all, husband, lawyer, coroner, Blackwater letterhead, all converging before midnight to stabilize both deaths into something containable and to recast me, if necessary, as the unstable carrier of old damage. I saw it completely. Which was exactly why it could not be allowed to settle. Ruth shut the front door behind her with the care of someone who believed doors could still keep a situation private if handled correctly. "Sit down," she said. "No." The repetition startled even me, but not as much as the calm underneath it. Something in me had passed the point where politeness could still disguise submission as adulthood. Ruth set the folio on the island and unlatched it. "Then listen. The coroner's office has received concerns about the reliability of any informal narrative you're currently building around Romy's death. Blackwater is preparing a statement emphasizing distress, historic guilt contamination, and the danger of speculative linkage to an unrelated older event. If you hand over what you have now, through counsel, we may still keep this from turning into a public self-destruction exercise." I asked. Ruth's expression tightened. "For you, to begin with, no. For them." Leon made a small, exhausted movement with one hand. "Please stop talking, as if everyone trying to help you is part of a conspiracy." Ruth looked at me more carefully then, not dismissing me, which was almost worse. "What exactly do you think is happening?" she asked. "You are all trying to get to the language first, because language matters." "Yes," I said. "That is precisely the problem." I took the Blackwater letter from the island and held it up between us. Every single word here exists to make sequence look pathological before morning. Ruth opened her mouth, but I was beyond letting other people organize the tempo. "And the coroner's office is now interested in Romy's state of mind before it is interested in who named the site an accident too early. Leon wants to answer my phone for me." "You arrived with a folio instead of a question. It is the same move in better clothes." Leon flinched. Ruth did not. "If you have taken documents from Blackwater," she said, very evenly, "you are exposing yourself to criminal and professional risk." "Good." "Good? Yes. Because for once, the risk is arriving in the same room as the truth." That broke the last thread of legal courtesy in her face. "You are not thinking clearly." "No," I said. "I'm thinking in order." I took the fifth letter and incident book copy from my bag and laid them on the island before either of them could stop me. Leon's color changed first. Ruth's eyes went to the incident page and narrowed on contact. 2057, Mr. K instructed front approach only. Ruth inhaled. "Where did you get this?" "Blackwater." "Jesus Christ," Leon said. No, I said. Again. Staff. Ruth reached for the page. I put my hand over it first. Read it where it is. This is exactly why you need representation. No, this is exactly why representation became the move. I turned the fifth letter toward them. Not all of it, only the relevant lines. Someone always decides that accuracy can wait until dignity is arranged. Someone always thinks the first lie is mercy, because it leaves room to be corrected later. Later is where both girls went. Leon read the lines once, and then stopped looking, which was its own form of confession. Ruth kept looking. This is not evidence in the formal sense, she said. No, I said. It is an instruction from a dead woman who was plainly trying to force outcomes. Yes. Ruth pressed her fingertips briefly against the edge of the island, organizing herself. Listen carefully. If you circulate this material tonight, without context, without chain of custody protection, without legal framing, you may destroy its usefulness. You may also destroy yourself. Leon stepped closer. Please, he said, and this time the word was naked enough to hurt. Whatever this is, let Ruth do it properly. One night won't change the truth. Later is where both girls went. One night is exactly what changes it, I said. I took out my phone. Ruth's head came up sharply. What are you doing? Breaking sequence. Before either of them could move, I opened the Notes app, set it to dictation, and began speaking clearly enough for all three of us to hear. My name is Celia Rowan. The time is 11:18 p.m. On 19 April 2026, I received pressure from Blackwater House, the coroner's office, and my own counsel to route newly recovered materials through private containment before broader witness alignment could occur. The materials include an incident book extract from Blackwater House, dated 11 October 2013, and a letter from Romy Rowan indicating that sequence management across both deaths is central to interpretation. I did not. Present in the room are Leon Dre and Ruth Carvel. Both have advised delay. I am making this record because delay is itself a live issue in this case. I ended the dictation, hit save, and immediately forwarded the note, the incident page photo, and the relevant fifth-letter extract to Fenwick, to my private backup email, and to the encrypted address Ruth herself had once insisted I keep for sensitive probate transfers. Ruth stared at me in something close to professional disbelief. What have you just done? Created a sequence outside this kitchen. My phone rang almost instantly. I answered on speaker. Tell me you didn't just send me what I think you sent me, she said. I did. Because I have the Harbour office manager awake, a van witness willing, and a Coast Guard officer ready to speak before shift change. Can you move? Ruth made a small, furious sound. Do not answer that, she said. I looked at her, and answered anyway. Yes. Where? Harbour outpost first. Statements tonight, while everyone's scared enough to be exact. Harbour statements. There it was, arriving not as plan, but as consequence. I'm on my way, I said. Leon stepped in front of the door before I could reach it. Not dramatically, not with force, just enough to make the shape of the marriage visible one final time. If you walk out now, he said, you don't get to pretend later that no one tried to save you from this. I looked at him, at the man I had built my adult life around, because he knew how to make danger sound premature. No, I said. If I stay, I lose the right to say I saw it happening. For a moment, I thought he might physically stop me. What undid him was not courage, only uncertainty, the inability to know, any longer, whether stopping me would look like love or evidence. He moved. Ruth closed her folio with quiet fury. Then as your counsel, she said, I am telling you this is reckless. As my sister's witness, I said, picking up the bag, I'm telling you reckless was always their favorite word for anyone who arrived before the record settled. I walked out with Fenwick still on speaker, and the Harbour directions in my ear, leaving Leon, Ruth, Blackwater's letterhead, and the whole respectable apparatus behind me in the bright kitchen, where it had briefly hoped to win. Chapter 30. Harbour Statements. The Harbour outpost smelled of salt, instant coffee, and damp nylon.
By the time I got there, the room was awake in the ugly, improvised way buildings became awake when official time had already ended, but consequence had not. Fenwick stood by the wall map with her sleeves pushed up and a marker in hand. At the table sat 3 people who looked as if they had been dragged there by different species of reluctance.
The Harbour office manager, Nia Barlow, still in a quilted gilet over her nightclothes, hair clipped back too fast. Tom Ellis from the bakery vans, broad-shouldered and furious at being sober and useful after midnight, and a wiry man in a Coast Guard sweatshirt named Ewan Reese, who had not seen Romy's fall, but had seen the path and heard the first language used about it before the official note settled. Different witnesses, different domains. Same hour. Fenwick looked at me once, sharply, to confirm I had made it through the kitchen war intact enough to be of use. Good, she said. Sit. Listen first. I sat. Tom Ellis was halfway through repeating himself for what sounded like the 3rd time. I'm not saying I saw a body, he said. I'm saying my van camera caught a car stopped wrong on the lane at 5:21, nose out toward the cliff turn, and when I came back down after the first drop, there wasn't anyone there, and the lane had that look. Nia Barlow gave him a sidelong glance. No, he said, but it's a Saltmere one. That almost made Fenwick smile. She uncapped the marker and wrote on the board. 5:21 car on lane. Anything else? She asked. Only that when I got to the bakery at 5:30, Pete asked me if there'd been another unfortunate incident up by the cliff. Tom looked from her to me. He said it like he'd heard the phrase already. From who? Didn't say, didn't ask. We were unloading bread. Another unfortunate incident. Not discovery, not emergency. Incident. Named early, then allowed to harden by repetition. Fenwick wrote it down under the time. Nia Barlow spoke next, reluctantly at first, then with the dawning anger of someone realizing bureaucracy had been used around her, rather than through her. Locker 18 was paid through the end of the month in cash, she said. That part you've seen. But what bothered me after your call was the note attached to the rental form, not on the front copy. On the internal carbon, it said. Fenwick asked. Not mine. Recognize it? Nia hesitated. No, but I know the phrasing. Meaning? Nia looked at me then, apologetically, as if the social rules still required her to regret usefulness. It sounds like Blackwater admin, she said, or Briarwell. That kind of professional caution, where a person gets turned into a future complication before they've even properly become a present one. My stomach tightened. You're sure the note existed? I shredded the carbon this evening because that's the retention policy, but yes, I'm sure. I remember thinking it was odd at the time. People usually write hold until collection or family to contact, not regardless of family contact. Fenwick wrote, then drew a line from it to the 5th letter on the table. So, or someone else did, Nia said softly. Not only that Romy had planned, that the system around her already knew how to think in advance about access, kinship, and control. Fenwick drew a 2nd column on the board and copied the phrases across from the first. Event first language. She wrote quickly, in the clipped block capitals of someone trying to keep interpretation behind order. NIA disturbance, sequence, calmer accounts. Fall, likely self-harm, immediate narrative control. Tom Ellis stared at it. That looks bad, he said. Good, Fenwick said. Bad is sometimes just structure finally visible. She added 2 arrows between the rows. 2013, name reduced after delay. 2026, cause reduced before certainty. Same instinct, she said. Not identical wording. Same instinct. Nora Bell leaned forward. Meaning, make the person smaller if you can. If you can't, make the event smaller. No one corrected her because none of us could. Ewan Reese, who had been quiet until then, rubbed his thumb over the paper cup in his hand and spoke without looking at any of us. The first phrase I heard on the radio wasn't casualty, he said. It wasn't person over cliff either. It was probable fall, likely self-harm, assistance requested. The room altered around that. Fenwick's head came up. Who transmitted that? Control relaying what came in, from the original caller. Presumably, time? Just after the first official call, before the full team was assigned. Fenwick wrote it beneath the others. Probable fall, likely self-harms requested. I watched the phrases accumulate on the board. Another unfortunate incident. Retain access regardless of family contact. Probable fall, likely self-harm. Different rooms, different professions, different mouths. And under all of them, the same moral answer. Get there first with something manageable. I know how this sounds, Ewan said. Good, Fenwick said. How? Like language drift, like local talk. Like nothing you'd hang a case on. And? He finally looked up, and like somebody wanting the event smaller before the facts were even in their coats. That was better than most witness statements, because it was not polished. It still had weather on it. Smaller for who? Nora asked. Ewan rubbed his face. For the people who'd have to answer for it if it stayed large. No one said Julian's name then. We did not have to. The board was beginning to do that work without theatrics. Fenwick nodded once and drew a square around the three phrases. This is what I needed, she said. Words? Tom Ellis asked. Order, she said. Words in order. I looked down at my own hands, folded too tightly around the edge of the chair. Romy had given me the moral map. Fenwick had given me the headings. Now these people, none of whom belonged to the same intimate circle, were each handing over one piece of the same structure from the outside. That made it harder to bury than paper alone. Fenwick glanced at me, then obliged. Unfortunate incident, probable fall, likely self-harm, administrative access retained regardless of family. All of it points to the same protective behavior. Interpret before verifying, soften before witnessing fully, and position the record before the inconvenient people arrive. Ewan made a face. When you say it like that, it sounds organized. No, I said, it sounds practiced. That landed better. Tom leaned back in his chair. So who are we talking about? The simplest answer was Julian, which was why it could not be the first one. Fenwick looked at the board instead of at any of us. We're talking, she said, about whoever benefits from omissions arriving in the right order. Nora Bell gave a humorless little laugh. In this town that still narrows it, it did, not to one person. Fenwick turned to me. You wanted human observation. You have it now. Different witnesses, different institutional locations, same shape. The first version gets arranged quickly, and once arranged, everyone downstream behaves as if revision would be indecent. I thought of Ruth at my door, of Leon offering tomorrow, of the florist and Percheron, and the condolence book. Revision would be indecent. That was exactly the town's theology. What comes next? I asked. Fenwick tapped the board with the marker, directly under 2013's Avoid Disturbance and Front Approach Only. We also need to know who first used compassion language today, she said, not because compassion itself is suspicious, because in this town it arrives too often as advance cover for not revisiting sequence. Tom made a face. You're saying condolences can be tactical. I'm saying tone can arrive before fact and start doing administrative work, what Julian left out. Because omissions are now the through line. She capped the marker. At Blackwater he leaves out the alarm, the route, the police deferral. On the new death, someone leaves out the uncertainty of the first minutes by naming too early. If Julian isn't the same body in both, He is still the clearest patron saint of the method. Tom frowned. Can you say that officially? Not yet, she said. Officially, I can say several people appear to have entered stabilizing language before the facts had settled. Unofficially, she looked at me. I can say the omissions are no longer random. That was enough for the room. Enough for fear. Enough for movement. My phone buzzed once on the table with a news alert. Black waiter. She only needed to see my face. There it is, she said. They've gone public first. Nora Bell swore under her breath. Tom Ellis muttered, Of course they have. Iwan stared at the board, as if the words on it had become a weather chart for human failure. The alert changed the room's temperature immediately. What had been witness gathering became statement pressure under competition, not only what was true, but what would win first public life. Fenwick took the phone from where I had pushed it toward her, read the first lines, and put it down again with deliberate care. They're not only naming compassion, she said. They're naming rumor, which means anyone who contradicts them after this gets pre-filed as unkind before they even open their mouth. Tom swore softly. So they've started the moral paperwork. Yes, I said. Before the factual paperwork catches up, then we answer with witnesses, I said. Fenwick nodded. Exactly. Separate witnesses, same moral answer. That's what survives scrutiny. She began assigning next steps with a speed that made panic look amateur. Tom would preserve the van still and send the original file directly. Nora would write a contemporaneous note of the locker instruction and delivery timing. Iwan would provide the radio phrasing and call sequence recollection as an officer memorandum before shift change. Nothing conclusive alone. As they moved, I stood and went to the board one last time. Avoid disturbance of front approach. Only probable fall of likely self-harm. Years. It was a habit powerful enough to survive bodies, years, and institutions. Celia, Fenwick said. I turned. When we go at him, she said, we go at the omissions, not the performance. Performance is where he lives. Omission is where he bleeds. That was the truest thing anyone had said all night. Outside, the harbor wind battered the shed walls with the flat impatience of bad weather. Inside, the statements were beginning to exist in separate hands, each one imperfect, each one limited, each one saying from a different angle what the town had spent years renaming. The first lie was not a mistake, it was a sequence decision. And Julian's omissions were now the clearest path through it. Chapter 31. What Julian left out. Julian received us in the old library at Blackwater, as if we had arrived for a donor dinner he regretted, but intended to survive with grace. That was the first thing Fenwick made useless by not sitting down. He had chosen the room carefully. Fire banked low, lamps on, not overheads, books in dark ranks behind him, all authority and no urgency. A decanter on the side table untouched but available, should the evening need to be framed later as regrettable rather than dangerous. No surprise in the voice, no welcome either. Only that exact degree of composure by which he liked to prove nothing had yet escaped his range of management. Mr. Kershaw, she said, we're not here long. That depends on what you think you need, what you left out. Something flickered then, not fear. Recognition. He knew at once which battle had finally arrived. I stayed by the mantel, instead of taking the second chair he had implicitly assigned me. Somewhere deeper in the house, a door closed with padded care. Julian looked at me. You've been busy, you've been consistent. That almost drew a smile from him, a dangerous compliment. It's not one. Fenwick opened her folder and laid out only 3 sheets on the table between us, the 2013 incident book extract, her cleaned timeline, and a single-page summary of the Harbour statements. No performance stack. No bluff. Different witnesses, she said. Different institutions. Same behavioral shape. Events are named down before facts settle. Disturbance reduced. Police deferred. Uncertainty padded. You appear in the old event at the center of that language, and in the new one, your preferred phrasing is already traveling before the morning has properly formed. Julian did not look at the papers immediately. That is an impressive arrangement of unrelated anxieties. No, I said. It's an arrangement of your omissions. He turned to me again, and for the first time that evening, I saw how tired he actually was. Not weak, only costed. Like a man who had spent years carrying his own self-justification in fine china, and now suspected someone was about to drop it on stone. You think omission is the same thing as guilt, he said. No, I said. I think omission is how you prefer guilt to sound. That landed harder than anything Fenwick had said. He sat down then, not because he had regained control, but because the standing version of himself had become too exposed. You are making me into a type, he said. That is always morally satisfying, and usually intellectually lazy. Fenwick slid the 2013 sheet closer to him. Avoid disturbance to dining room, she read. Front approach only. Police discussed and deferred pending confirmation. That is not a type, that's a sequence. From a house incident book, whose provenance is, at best, compromised. And the present-day radio phrasing? She asked. Probable fall, likely self-harm. Assistance requested. The coroner's office asking after Celia's reliability before first light on the witness side. Trustees urging compassion as rumors swirl. Different provenance, same order. Julian folded his hands. You are describing how institutions work under uncertainty. Exactly, I said. He glanced between us, perhaps recognizing too late that agreement was no longer a safe tactic. Under uncertainty, he repeated, more carefully. Responsible adults try not to inflame what they do not yet understand. There it was, the whole theology in one sentence. Fenwick wrote it down. Julian noticed. Really? I like exact phrasing, she said. He leaned back. Then be exact with yourself too. There is a difference between refusing premature theater and causing harm. I asked. His eyes came to me and held. On which night? The question should have been clarifying. Instead, it sounded like a habit grown confident enough to forget shame. He exhaled once through his nose. Not impatience exactly. Something closer to fatigue at being asked to name what he had spent years refining into tone. Nia was not treated well, he said. I know that now. That isn't the same thing, I said. No, he said. It isn't. Silence entered the room then, and this time he did not soften it quickly enough. Fenwick took the opening. Romy's final night, she said. What did you leave out? Julian did not answer at once. That was answer enough to tighten my whole body. I have already given a statement. A controlled one, Fenwick said, a truthful one. Truthful in the way your condolence book was sympathetic? I asked. The corner of his mouth moved, not smile. Damage control considering whether irony could still pass for authority. Celia, grief has made you more rhetorical than accurate. No, I said, you did that. He looked at the fifth letter in my hand for the first time. I had not realized until then that I was holding it half-folded against my coat, like a blade with a paper edge. So this is Romy's posthumous prosecution, he said softly. No, I said. This is where your omissions stop being tasteful. Tasteful, he repeated. You know what I mean. I know you think civility is evidence of bad faith. No, I said. I think you use civility to buy time for the version most livable to you. Fenwick stepped closer to the table. Did you speak to Romy that morning before the official call? The room changed. Not in volume, in temperature. Julian's stillness became effort. I don't see the relevance. Good, said Fenwick. He looked at her, then at me, and something in the arrangement must have told him what the witnesses had already done. Separate hands. Same answer. enough public survivability to make denial more dangerous than trimming confession. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. She called me. I felt my vision sharpen so abruptly, it was almost pain. When? I said. Shortly before 6. Be exact. His eyes flicked to me. 5:34, or thereabouts. Fenwick did not move, but I saw the number strike against everything else in her head at once. During the interval, what did she say? She asked. Julian looked at the fire, instead of at either of us. Not much. Coherently. She was upset, breathing hard. I thought at first she was drunk. Did she identify where she was? Fenwick asked. Friar's Edge, or near it. Did she say she was alone? She said Leon wasn't answering. The sentence struck and stayed. Did you call emergency services? I asked. He did not answer. Julian. No, he said. The words sat there without decoration. He turned his head slowly back toward us, and now, finally, his calm looked what it had probably always been: rationed confession, not steadiness. Allocation. About Nia, about letters, about ruining people. I believed she was in a state of mind that required de-escalation before escalation. There it was again. Adult language over emergency, dignity before accuracy, containment as first love. Extraordinary to who? I asked. He looked at me sharply. This is exactly the problem, he said. You all speak now, as if later certainty can be poured backward into panic. In the moment, it sounded like an unstable woman assembling old grievance into present crisis. So you chose category first, Fenwick said, again. I chose prior knowledge, Julian said. I had years of it with Romy. Threats, ultimatums, brinkmanship. She could be exact and utterly unreasonable in the same breath. And because she could be difficult, a cliff path became a private matter, I asked. Because she could be difficult, I believed a familiar intermediary was safer than uniformed escalation in the first minutes, Mick said. He did not answer. So what did you do? I asked. I told her to stay where she was. To breathe, to let me call Leon. The room lurched, not physically. Morally. You called Leon first, I said. Yes. At what time? Perhaps 5:37. And emergency services? Were called later. Later is where both girls went. I did not realize I had moved until I was at the table with both hands on the wood, looking down at him as if distance itself had become indecent. You heard my sister in distress on a cliff path after dawn, and called my husband before you called for help. Julian did not flinch. I called the person I believed could stabilize her fastest. No, I said. You called the person most likely to keep the event inside the adult version. That hit hard enough this time that he looked away. Fenwick spoke before I could. And what did Leon say? Julian's jaw tightened. That he was trying to reach her. That she had been sending messages. That if this was what it sounded like, police would only inflame her. The marriage did not break in that instant. It rearranged itself into evidence. I heard my own breath, and hated the sound of it. You left that out of your statement, Fenwick said. Yes. Why? He met her gaze, then mine. Because once I wrote it plainly, he said. I would have had to write everything plainly. That was the closest thing to confession he was ever likely to offer. Not melodrama, not remorse. Method. Including what? Fenwick asked. He laughed once, tiredly, including that I heard enough in her voice to know the risk was not merely reputational, including that I still preferred private intervention for too long, including that, by the time emergency services entered the chain had already been moralized. By whom? I asked. He looked at me, and for 1 second I thought he might still reach for the old magic of vagueness. By me first, he said. By Leon next, and by the town very quickly after. Fenwick let the answer sit without rescuing him from it. So the first live chain on Romy's morning was not help, she said. It was interpretation. Julian said nothing. She wrote 3 words at the bottom of her page. Heard, categorized, managed. I could see them upside down from where I stood, and even upside down they looked like the whole of him. Not a man who set out wanting women dead. A man who kept mistaking private handling for moral seriousness until private handling became its own form of danger. "Did you ever mean to call emergency services yourself?" I asked. That finally seemed to wound his vanity. "Of course I did." "When?" He opened his mouth and closed it again. There it was, not the lie. The absence where his self-image expected a timestamp and found none. At Friar's Edge, call the husband, not emergency. Across both, choose the order that makes scandal manageable and later correction possible. Julian's omission habit was no longer pattern, it was action. Fenwick gathered the pages without hurry. "Thank you," she said. He gave a short, disbelieving laugh. "You make that sound civil." "No," she said. "I make it sound recorded." I still had not sat down, could not. 5:34, I said, almost to myself. Leon, then later. The last minutes were not solved, but now they had shape, order, and betrayal enough to reconstruct. Julian stood as we turned to leave. "Celia," he said. I stopped at the door, not out of respect, only because old habits sometimes took a second to die. I did think I was helping. I looked back at him in the lamp-soft library, surrounded by all the rooms that had taught him how to make harm sound like proportion. "I know," I said. "That's why it counts." Chapter 32. The Last Minutes. The reconstruction did not arrive as revelation. It arrived as order. Fenwick drove us back toward Friar's Edge without speaking for the first mile, which was kinder than comfort would have been. The roads were almost empty. Saltmere at that hour belonged to foxes, delivery vans not yet awake, and the last people still trying to force events into the right sequence before morning ratified them. Julian's voice stayed in the car long after we had left him. Then later, I had wanted, for so much of this, the final truth to arrive like impact. A push, a shove, a shove. A body on rock, a body in water, a single decisive act, brutal enough to let everyone else off the hook by comparison. Instead, the truth kept insisting on minutes. When we reached the lay-by above the cliff path, Fenwick killed the engine and opened the folder again across the dashboard light. "We're not walking it this time," she said. "We're pinning it." She took out the timeline map, the incident book copy, the van still, the radio phrasing memo, and her notes from Julian's admission. Then she laid the 5th letter across the steering wheel, like a rule we were not allowed to forget while using all the smaller facts. "Start with what we can now say without decoration," she said. I looked out at the dark path and began. Fenwick nodded and wrote it again, though it was already written. "He does not call emergency services." Right. "He calls Leon at 5:36 or 5:37. Right. Leon already knows she's distressed. Right. At some point before or around 5:21, a car is on the lane above the path. Likely before Julian's call, or around the same broad window," Fenwick said. "Hold it, without forcing it." I nodded. "Right. And the first working language in the system is probable fall, likely self-harm, assistance requested." Right. The page began to look less like notes and more like indictment. Not of one blow, of one method. Fenwick drew arrows between the points. "Now the difficult part," she said. "Not what can be proved happened physically in the instant of the fall. What can be proved happened after it." The cliff outside the windscreen seemed to lean closer at that. "Romy was alive when she called him," I said. "Yes. Upset enough to be incoherent in places, but coherent enough to name Nia, letters, and consequence. Yes. He decided she required management before she required help." Fenwick did not write that sentence at once. "Support it," she said. So I did. "He called Leon, not emergency services. He left that out. He admits he thought police would inflame the situation. He chose adult containment first. That one hurt enough that I had to stop for a second before continuing. Or if not agreed, he failed in the same direction. Reach her first, calm her first, keep it inside relation before it goes outside into record. I looked back to the path, the bend, the rail, the lower ledge black below it. The place had terrified me first as scene, then as symbol. Only now did it become what Romy had died inside, an interval long enough for adults to choose the wrong order and still tell themselves they were helping. The question is no longer whether she slipped or jumped or was pushed in some clean dramatic sense, I said. The question that matters is this: once she was down, and once her distress had been heard and translated by the first people in the chain, how long did help remain secondary to management? Fenwick underlined management. I thought of Nia then with an almost physical nausea. Maris's route timings. Julian's front approach only. Police discussed and deferred pending confirmation. They did it twice, I said, careful. No, I said, not identically, but causally and morally enough. Both girls became survivable to the adults around them only after being translated down first. That time she did not correct me. We rebuilt it together, almost clinically, which was the only way to survive the content. 5:34 Romy calls Julian from or near Friar's Edge, distressed, naming Nia and the letters. 5:36 Julian calls Leon instead of emergency services. 5:36 onward, the event is routed first through private adult management. 5:46 formal emergency call enters the system already softened by earlier choices. From there, the radio language begins narrowing the event toward probable fall flash likely self-harm before the full human truth is even in reach. Nothing in that sequence proved a theatrical murder. Everything in it proved a devastating method. So what killed her? I asked, and heard at once how childishly singular the question sounded. Fenwick closed the folder halfway. The delay made certainty worse. The early naming made rescue smaller. And the whole arrangement made the wrong story first alive in the system. I stared at the dashboard light reflecting off the edge of the fifth letter. Later is where both girls went. Romy had not been writing metaphor, she had been writing sequence. She called for help, I said. Yes, and they answered with order. Fenwick looked at me, and this time there was no detective distance in it at all. Yes. Not who last touched catastrophe. Not who had the most stained conscience. Not even who lied most fluently afterward. Romy called for help. They answered with order. Nia had needed help. They answered with order. Different bodies. Quote out. Same office. My throat hurt, with the effort of remaining useful inside that understanding. Then what Julian left out isn't only incriminating, I said. It's explanatory. Exactly. He omitted the calls, the order, the preference. Without that, her death could stay tragic. With it, it becomes patterned. And pattern is what respectable people fear most, Fenwick said. Because once you have it, you can stop arguing taste and start arguing duty. I let my head tip back against the seat and shut my eyes for 1 second. Only one. When I opened them, the cliff was still there, the path, the dark. But the event had changed shape. No longer a blank edge into which Romy had vanished. Now, a terrible, assembled sequence of call, decision, preference, delay, and afterlanguage. The pattern locked into place so cleanly that for a moment, grief itself had to move around it like weather around a solid object. Fenwick did not answer immediately. She looked down at the timeline one last time, then at me. Now, she said, you decide how the truth lives outside your head, not whether it exists. Not whether it is fair, how it lives. That was more frightening than any simpler answer could have been. Because by then, the reconstruction was no longer the hard part. The hard part was choosing the form in which it would injure everyone necessary. And injury, I was beginning to understand, required more than truth. It required order that could survive hostile rooms, which meant names every time, timings every time, no padded nouns, no charitable abstractions waiting helpfully at the edge of the page, to let everyone decent continue seeing themselves clearly. I gathered the fifth letter, the cleaned sequence notes, and Julian's timings into one stack. Outside, dawn had not yet begun, but the dark was loosening in the east, just enough to suggest that morning would come, whether or not any of us were morally ready for it. Romy's final night was no longer unspeakable. It was speakable in the worst possible way. She fell or was downed into danger. She called for help. The first adults in the chain chose management over emergency, and by the time the system fully arrived, the wrong version had already gone ahead of her. That was the act that mattered. Delay, dressed as steadiness. I put my hand on the door handle. Celia, Fenwick said. I looked at her. Once this goes out, it doesn't come back in. I know, and I did. Because that, too, was part of sequence, the point at which truth stops being private suffering and becomes public weather. The folder sat on my lap, timings, witness notes, Julian's admission, the fifth letter, years of dread reduced now to sequence and its moral answer. Fenwick turned into my street without asking whether I wanted to be taken there. You know what happens next, she said. That was so close to Leon's phrasing that I almost laughed. He says that too. Yes, she said. And now you know why that should worry you. My house stood in the row with all its usual competent lines intact. 2 lights were on downstairs. Fenwick left the engine running. Do you want me to come in? Not yet. She nodded once. Call me before you send anything. That sounds dangerously like support. No, she said. It's evidence preservation. I got out with the folder tucked under my arm, and the fifth letter inside it like a small hard weather system. I stood at my own front door for half a second longer than necessary, hearing voices inside. Leon's low, trying to sound measured. Ruth's flatter, cleaner, already optimized for record. I let myself in. The kitchen smelled of coffee and fresh paper. Ruth was at the island in her dark coat, gloves folded beside her phone. Leon stood by the sink, one hand braced on the counter, mug in the other. Leon put his mug down. Where have you been? Reconstructing what happened after my sister called for help. No one answered immediately. That, too, was answer. I put the folder on the island without offering either of them the chance to touch it. Ruth, I said, why are you in my kitchen before 6 in the morning? Because your husband called me after the article went wider, and because things are now moving in a way that could become professionally catastrophic if nobody imposes sequence. Imposes sequence, I repeated. Ruth had the decency to look irritated rather than embarrassed. You know what I mean. Unfortunately. Leon stepped in then, not physically closer, but with the tone he used when trying to keep a room from becoming morally precise too fast. We needed someone practical. About what? About how to say anything next without destroying the parts that can still be protected. I looked from one of them to the other and thought. Ruth slid a printed sheet toward me. I've drafted a holding line. Nothing binding. Just a sentence structure so no one says anything expansive while emotion is still doing the driving. I did not pick it up. She did. We ask for sensitivity around a death involving complex personal distress. Any attempt to draw definitive connections between current circumstances and historic uncertainty is premature and risks causing further harm to all concerned. Complex personal distress, I said. Historic uncertainty. All concerned, Celia. No one is trying to erase anyone. No, I said. You're trying to lower the event until everyone important can stand near it without changing shape. Leon's jaw moved once. That's unfair. Is it? I turned to him. Romy called for help, and Julian called you, before he called emergency services. His face changed. Not because he hadn't known I knew, because I had put the order in the room before Ruth could professionalize it. "This is not the way to do this," he said. "There is no other way left." Ruth looked between us quickly, recalculating. Leon told me there were timing irregularities. He did not say anything that changes the need for caution. "Timing irregularities," I said. "You hear yourself, don't you? I hear a woman, exhausted, and in danger of overcommitting publicly to a theory that adversarial people will enjoy dismantling." I opened the folder and took out Fenwick's cleaned sequence sheet, then the 5th letter. Then Julian's timings. I laid them down one by one, so the island became what it had always threatened to become, not a kitchen surface, but a site of record. "It is this," I said. "My sister called for help." The first adults in the chain responded with management, delay, and softened language. The earlier death of Nia Barlow was approached by the same moral method. Not the same bodies every time, the same office. The same office? The same selecting instinct. Accident first, dignity first. Tone first, context first. Help later. Leon's hand tightened on the back of the chair nearest him. "Don't put me inside Julian's choices as if they're identical." "I didn't say identical. You're making them rhyme because grief needs architecture." That might once have wounded me. Now it only clarified him. "No," I said. "I'm giving them architecture because without it, you all get to keep calling the pattern unfortunate." Ruth touched the printed holding line with 2 fingers, as if steadying it against a wind that was not physically present. "Even if I grant your view of the morality," she said, "public language cannot run ahead of provable fact." "Public language has been running ahead of provable fact all week," I said. "That's the point. It just ran in the direction you prefer." Silence. Leon tried once more, softer now. "Celia, listen to me carefully. If you say this wrong, Blackwater, the trustees, the coroner, the press, Briarwell, all of them will decide you're unstable, implicated, and impossible. They already have the language ready for that. Then don't hand it to them." By doing what?" He looked down, then up again. "By being accurate, without being incendiary." I picked up Ruth's printed sheet and read it once more. Tragedy, distress, uncertainty, all concerned, no neutral language, I said. Neither of them moved. Ruth's tone chilled by a degree. "You do understand that all language presents a view." "Yes," I said, "which is why I am done pretending yours presents none." I folded the holding line once, then again. Not dramatically, precisely. "If I say tragic event," I said, "I help them. If I say complex distress, I help them. If I say historic uncertainty, I help them. If I say everyone meant well under strain, I help them. And if I help them now, after all this, then Romy built the whole machine for nothing." "I am not trying to help them," he said. "I know," I said. "You are trying to help everyone survive the truth with their self-image intact. That is how they keep winning." Ruth gathered her gloves. "I'm leaving my card," she said. "Call me before you distribute anything. Whatever you feel, the consequences will still be real in the morning." "They already are." She picked up her bag and went to the hall. Leon did not follow her immediately. He stayed where he was, hands flat on the counter now, as if bracing against a weather event visible only to him. "Once you do this," he said, "there is no private life left to return to. There wasn't one when she called, and you all decided privacy first." He shut his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he looked older, not broken. Only stripped of the flattering version of himself. "What are you going to say?" he asked. I looked down at the papers on the island, at Romy's hand, at the sequence sheet, at the names that had spent too long being turned into atmosphere. "The exact thing," I said. Then I took the folder and walked out of the kitchen before either of them could offer one more survivable version of the same old lie. Outside, Dawn had advanced just enough to make the street look returned to itself. Bins by gates, milk van at the corner, a gull on the opposite roof, shrieking with indecent ordinary confidence. I stood on the step with the folder held against my ribs, and let the cold air finish what the scene inside had begun. The pattern was complete, not because every fact in the world had been found, but because the moral relation between them no longer admitted tasteful phrasing without damage. Romy and Nia had not been joined by tragedy. They had been joined by management.
And if I used one more careful public sentence to make that sound debatable, then I would simply be the next office in the chain.
I went back inside carrying only one usable instruction forward. Say what happened in words they couldn't smooth away. Chapter 33. No neutral language. By the time I let myself back into the house, morning was already beginning to edit the edges of things, not kindly, simply enough light to make objects resume their obligations. Leon's coat was gone from the bed by the door. Ruth's card lay on the hall table under the bowl, where we kept keys and spare change, as if her profession could still be left neatly in a place designed for small civic items. The kitchen smelt faintly of coffee and the remains of argument. On the island, under my own dictation transcript, Leon had left one line on a torn page from the printer tray. I cannot help you if you choose publicity over accuracy, even now. As if the danger were publicity. As if accuracy had not been the first casualty all along. I put the note face down and took everything to the study. The room had been my refuge for years, because it rewarded precision without requiring courage. Files, neat stacks, clauses, wording refined until emotion lost standing. It was where I had written wills, managed aftermaths, and convinced myself that exact language and moral honesty were cousins rather than strangers. I sat at the desk with the fifth letter, Fenwick's sequence sheet, the incident book copy, and the witness summaries laid out around the laptop in a fan. Dawn pressed pale and unforgiving at the window. My inbox had already become an ecosystem of pressure. Ruth Carvel, do not release anything until we speak. Briarwell managing partner, please call before 8 a.m. This concerns firm reputation and possible press exposure. Unknown journalist, Ms. Rowan. We'd like to offer you the opportunity to comment on reports linking your sister's death to historic allegations. Nadine, if you do this publicly, don't let them make Romy sound erratic. Don't let them do that to Nia either. Even Nadine understood the essential point now, not whether to speak. Statement was already too mild, too procedural, too much like an artifact built to survive the people who would later quote it selectively. I deleted the word and started again. What happened? I began with Romy. Began again with Nia. Deleted that one because it sounded like a case summary. The truth, once assembled, had become harder to phrase than mystery had ever been. Mystery tolerated mood. Truth required moral alignment. My phone buzzed on the desk. Fenwick. Have you slept? She asked. No. Good. Sleep would make this sentimental. Encouraging. Have you written anything yet? Only the wrong titles. She was quiet for a beat then. Read me the first true sentence when you find it. I looked down at the fifth letter. Someone always decides that accuracy can wait until dignity is arranged. Then at Julian's omitted timings. Then at the witness phrasing. Then at the line I had once thought of as my own salvation, and now understood as a weapon turned outward. My sister Romy Rowan did not die inside an isolated tragedy. She died after calling for help into a chain of adults who answered first with management, delay, and softened language. I stopped. Not because it was wrong, because it was right enough to frighten me. That's the sentence, Fenwick said in my ear before I had even read it aloud. How do you know? Because you stopped breathing. I read the line to her anyway. In the next. This same moral method shaped the earlier death of Nia Barlow, whose danger was also translated down before it was properly met. On the page, the two names looked almost unbearably plain. Not atmosphere, not historic pain, not girls people still felt tenderly about while choosing the wrong nouns around them. "Keep going," Fenwick said. So I did. I wrote that Romy had called Julian Kershaw before the formal emergency call, that he had called Leon Dre before emergency services. That language, like probable fall and likely self-harm, entered the sequence before the facts had settled. That witness statements from Harbour staff, Venn timing, and radio phrasing all aligned around the same protective habit: name it down, then let the system inherit the gentler lie. Each sentence cost something different. Julian cost public war. Leon cost the life I had built. Nia cost the story I had told myself about being young, frightened, and therefore less responsible. Romy cost the last available fantasy, that she had only wanted punishment rather than accuracy. By the time I reached the final paragraph, the sky outside had lightened to the color of paper left too long in sun. I wrote, "I am releasing these materials because delay has already done enough. Neutral language has protected the wrong people. If there is dignity left for either Romy Rowan or Nia Barlow, it will not come from making their deaths easier to manage." Fenwick let the silence after it stand. "Will it hold?" I asked. "No," she said. "It will detonate. That's the point." I almost laughed, almost cried. The body often failed to distinguish between those two once it had gone too long without permission. Another call came through. "Well?" I answered before I could decide to be afraid. "Celia," said Martin Vale, managing partner, in the flattened voice of a man who had been awake since 5 and already regretted every coming hour. "Ruth has told me enough to say this plainly. If you publish inflammatory allegations tied to current proceedings, the firm cannot stand behind you." Cannot stand behind you. Another architectural phrase for removal. I'm not asking it to. Think very carefully. I am. No, I don't think you are. There is a difference between seeking truth and making yourself its unusable instrument. That was better than most of them. Sharper. Still wrong. "Martin," I said, "the problem isn't that truth will use me badly. The problem is that everyone respectable keeps trying to use language before truth arrives." That may sound profound to you right now. "No," I said. "It sounds late." I ended the call before he could turn concern into policy. The house felt different after that. Less mine, more transitional. A place from which things would now leave rather than remain. I printed the statement once and laid the pages side by side with Romy's 5th letter. My handwriting and hers looked unrelated, which was comforting. It meant I was not ventriloquizing her, only finally agreeing to the burden she had already carried further than I had. My phone buzzed again. "If you release this, don't tell yourself you're doing it alone." I stared at it for a long time. Then I wrote back, "No. I'm doing it after too many people tried to do it for me." I didn't know if that was cruel. At that point, cruelty and precision kept arriving in the same coat. I sent Fenwick the finished statement, the witness bundle list, and the release note naming the attached materials. She replied with only one line, "Use the names every time," so I checked the draft again. Nia Barlow. No one reduced to event. No one padded into abstraction. The pattern had locked. The language had to lock with it. I attached the materials to a fresh email, addressed to Fenwick, the coroner's office, Ruth, my own archive, and a contact list I had assembled before dawn, from Romy's packet, the trustee emails, and the messages already hitting my inbox: journalist, trustees, select witnesses, and one local publication too small to be bought with access, but large enough to start weather. Subject: what happened to Romy Rowan and Nia Barlow? I did not press send, not yet. But the terms had changed anyway. Truth was no longer something arranged privately into correctness. It was now a pending weather system, with names, order, and a line of release waiting only for my hand. Chapter 34. The Release. I pressed send at 6:07. There was no ceremony to it, no thunder, no internal swell of righteousness. Only the slight visual shift on the screen as the message left drafts and became sent, carrying with it the statement, Romy's fifth letter extract, the incident book page, the witness bundle summary, the timeline note, and the subject line I had revised 6 times until it stopped sounding like a brief and started sounding like truth. What happened to Romy Rowan and Nia Barlow? The first reply came from Fenwick, before I had even shut the laptop. Received. Logging independent copy now. No signature. For once the sentence had the dignity of honesty. I stood in the kitchen with the laptop still open on the island and watched the morning brighten around the room I had once thought of as a neutral center of adult life. The kettle needed descaling. One of the chair legs was still slightly uneven because Leon kept meaning to fix it and never had. Truth did not abolish domestic detail. It only made it look insufficient. My phone began vibrating in waves. Fenwick. Unknown numbers. Nadine. Briarwell switchboard. A journalist from London now, not just Saltmere. Within minutes, the kitchen stopped being a room and became a routing point. Then the local publication, this time with a live link preview before I had even answered. Anyone. But not tragic loss, historic pain, or community speculation either. The names were in it. Romy Rowan, Nia Barlow. That was enough to alter the weather. I clicked through. The piece was blunt and ugly in the way local breaking news often was, but the ugliness helped. It had no room for velvet. My statement sat there, almost intact. The line about adults answering first with management, delay, and softened language survived the copy desk. So did the sentence naming Nia. So did the chronology of Julian's call and Leon's involvement as allegation supported by recovered materials and ongoing inquiry. Too early, perhaps, for perfection. Exactly on time for life. My phone rang again. Fenwick. It's out, I said when I answered. Good. That's your whole emotional register? At 6:10 in the morning, yes. Also, Blackwater solicitors are threatening defamation language already, and the local paper's wording is ugly enough to be useful. Useful how? Because it isn't trying to protect anyone's self-respect. I almost laughed. Have they denied it? Not directly. The bereaved being me, apparently not in the active sense. That did make me laugh, though the sound was wrong in my own mouth. I asked, externally. The false version has lost its first life advantage. It can still fight, but now it fights uphill. She paused. Privately? I imagine your phone will answer that in under 30 seconds. Leon. I stared at the name until it stopped, then started again. I answered on the 3rd ring. He did not say hello. You released it. Yes. The quiet at his end was worse than shouting would have been, not dead air. Controlled air. They're calling me, he said. I know. The firm, the paper. My mother, somehow, and Julian has left 2 messages saying you have made an already unbearable situation obscene. That sounds like him. Does it? He asked. And for the first time since the kitchen, I heard something in his voice that was not calm, but injury stripped of all its furniture. Because from where I'm standing, it also sounds like you have named me inside a public sequence before I have said one full sentence to you since you walked out. That landed, not because it was wholly fair. Because enough of it was. Leon. No. Did you write that I tried to keep her calm? No. You wrote the order that damns me. I wrote the order that happened. He breathed in, once, sharply. Those are not always the same thing. They have to be now. I heard movement at his end. Car door, maybe, or office corridor. The old shelter already gone from his side as well. Then there isn't much left for us to say this morning, he said. No threat, no plea, only fact, finally stripped of management. No, I said, not this morning. When the call ended, the kitchen seemed abruptly larger and less habitable. It's everywhere now. Not because it vindicated me emotionally, because omission, once public, began forcing even denial to choose its own gaps more carefully. An email landed from Briarwell Operations while I was still looking at her message. Pending review, all external queries referencing Ms. Rowan's public statement are to be redirected to management. Staff are asked not to characterize the matter informally, not support, not expulsion, institutional quarantine. Even that, perversely, helped. I opened the article again. Already the comments were dividing along the town's fault lines. If true, this is monstrous. This family needs privacy, not persecution. Gently, both. Even the confusion had changed register. The truth war was no longer whether anything connected. It was what kind of connection people could morally survive admitting. Another alert pushed in above the comments before I could scroll further. Blackwater House. We are deeply concerned by misleading material causing additional pain to bereaved families and staff. No denial of timings. No denial of calls. Only pain, staff, families, concern. I clicked through to the full statement on the trust site. No spring gala image now. No Harbour view. Only the house crest, and 3 paragraphs of professionally laundered sorrow asking the public not to inflame historic uncertainty with selective materials. That word stayed on the screen like a fingerprint. My voicemail icon ticked up again. A clerk from the coroner's office this time, voice clipped by fatigue and care not to sound aligned with anyone. Ms. Rowan, this is to confirm receipt of the materials you distributed this morning. The coroner is convening an urgent evidentiary review at 11:30. You are requested to attend with any originals or provenance notes in your possession. Please do not circulate altered copies from this point forward. Not, don't speak, not retract, not retract. Attend. The change in register was immediate enough to feel physical. Yesterday the system had been trying to decide whether I was distressed, unstable, or merely inconvenient. This morning it was scheduling around the materials because they now existed outside private management. A text arrived from an unsaved number immediately after the voicemail. Trustee board meeting moved forward. Julian will not attend in person. Please stop sending incomplete material to local outlets. No name, no greeting, no denial again. Only the old instinct in a fresh wrapper. Not this is false. Only stop making it harder to stage. I set the phone down beside the laptop and watched my own reflection ghost across the black of the screen for a second before the next alert replaced it. Even my face, briefly doubled there, looked less private than it had an hour earlier. Another email came through. Martin Vale, Briarwell. Effective immediately. Please do not present yourself at chambers until we have clarified the firm's position. Professional cost arriving not as drama, but as access revocation. I put the phone down and looked around the kitchen again. The pears, the open laptop. The mugs not yet washed from a marriage that, only yesterday, had still expected sequence to protect it too. The materials were out. The names were out. The first false version had been beaten to the morning by a truer one. Blackwater could contest, soften, threaten, and posture, but it could no longer pretend this all belonged to private grief and local rumor. And so was its cost. The house did not feel like shelter anymore. The firm no longer presumed me inside it. Leon's voice had crossed into a register where love and accusation no longer took turns, but arrived together. My phone buzzed one last time before I shut the laptop. Press wants comment. Coroner wants meeting. Blackwater wants to deny by adjective. We move first again in 20 minutes. I stood and went to the sink, not to wash anything, only to put my hands on something cold and fixed. Outside, morning had fully arrived, not redemptive, merely public. That was the immediate residue Romy had known better than I did. Once truth existed outside my head, it did not become peace. Chapter 35. After the statement. By mid-morning, the house had started behaving as if I were already absent from it, not haunted. Leon's overnight bag was gone from the bedroom chair, 2 shirts missing from the wardrobe, his charger unplugged from the wall on his side of the bed, with that peculiar tidiness people used when trying to make departure look temporary enough to remain morally flattering. On the kitchen island, beside the pears and the cold kettle and the morning's stacked damage, he had left nothing further at all. Even the fruit looked accusatory. That, more than a note would have, told the truth. My laptop stayed open on the article updates while I moved through the rooms gathering papers into piles that now belonged to different futures. One pile for Fenwick, one for the coroner's office, one for myself, which looked less like ownership than evidence preservation. Pending review, your access to firm systems has been suspended. No accusation, no support, only removal in neutral typeface. I read it twice because part of me, some absurd pre-moral fragment, still expected the adult life I had constructed so carefully to behave as a witness for my character. Instead, it behaved exactly like every other institution around me. Access denied. Years of probate files, client histories, internal precedents, and the dense administrative version of myself I had spent so long treating as adulthood proper were now on the other side of a password that no longer recognized me. I tried Leon next without meaning to, not his number. His side of the bed. The duvet still held the shape of the sleep he had abandoned too early. One pillow indented. Wardrobe door not fully shut. The old shelter had not exploded. It had simply withdrawn its assumption that I still belonged naturally inside it. In the bathroom, his razor was gone from the shelf, but the pale rectangle it had left in the dust remained. That, too, felt like evidence. The house had become a witness in tiny negatives. Missing charger. Missing shirts. Access denied. No breakfast cup on his side of the sink. Absence. Itemized. The domestic version had begun keeping records too. Ruth sent a shorter message. I would have advised against all of this. I still cannot say you were wrong. I did not answer. Nadine did. They've started taking flowers away from the Blackwater condolence table. That nearly made me laugh. Not because it was funny, because even the flowers had become an administrative vulnerability. I sat on the floor of the study with Romy's packet spread around me in concentric circles of paper. The house was quiet, in the way houses became quiet once the official calls had slowed, and the more private absences began making their own shapes. I had already released the main body. What remained now was smaller and somehow more dangerous, not to the case. At the bottom of the green ribbon wallet, beneath the 5th-letter copy and the Harbour receipt carbon, and a page of Romy's furious timing notes, was one final folded sheet. I had not yet opened because all morning there had been other fires more publicly deserving of oxygen. That worried me more than if it had been dramatic. I unfolded it. My name wasn't on the front, only 3 words in Romy's hand, no softer words. Inside, there was no greeting, no apology. No explanation of motive, only this: if you are reading this after choosing exact language, then we are past forgiveness. I sat very still with the page in both hands. Romy had always understood that apologies, though necessary, still flattered the apologizer. They made guilt feel active, chosen, almost noble in its own self-exposure. The 4 letters had weaponized that vanity on purpose. but this last sheet wanted something colder. Do not spend the rest of your life telling the story as if everyone meant well and chose badly under strain. It is not the part that matters. With management and calling the delay maturity. Closed my eyes. Not because I disagreed, because agreement had become a form of injury. The page went on. If you soften it now, after all this, then the letters were only a game, and you are only the woman they needed you to be, exact in private, vague in public, faithful to atmosphere, useful to the living. Don't forgive them too neatly either. That line was so Romy, it almost restored her body to the room for a second. Not sentimentally. As force, as demand. The kind of sentence that mocked grief, if grief tried to become decorative around it. I read the sheet twice more, then a third time, because once was comprehension, twice was pain, and the third was instruction. No softer words. That was what remained, in the end. Not another apology. A moral demand arriving after all available gentleness had already been spent on the wrong people. My phone buzzed on the floorboards. Good. Mine too. I told her about the note. Read it aloud. When I reached say what happened in words that survive rich people, Fenwick made a sound that might have been the nearest thing to admiration she would ever permit herself on duty. Your sister was a menace, she said. Yes, useful quality. I looked around the study then, the shelves, the wills, the files, the framed qualification certificate on the wall that now looked like evidence of an earlier faith rather than achievement. No, she said, that's also useful. I should have hated that. Instead, it felt like the first clean sentence I had heard all day. What now? I asked. Coroner this afternoon, press line holding. Blackwater's statement already being picked apart because they won't deny the call order directly, and your small local paper has now been quoted somewhere bigger. A rustle of paper at her end. You've changed the shape. You don't need to keep proving that every 6 minutes. That sounds suspiciously like care. No, she said. That was scheduling. I smiled despite myself. After the call, I remained on the study floor and looked at the note until the words stopped feeling like instructions from the dead and started feeling like the only language still capable of honoring either girl. The factual resolution had come. But resolution had not ended the wound. It had only stopped the wound from hiding inside taste. Downstairs, a delivery van pulled up, and then away again, after a pause too brief to be accidental. Somewhere in the street outside, someone spoke my name in the lowered public register, reserved for neighbors, scandal, and fresh tragedy. Truth had not returned me to myself. It had taken the version of myself that used marriage, work, and quiet competence as proof of moral adulthood and stripped it for parts. What remained on the floor of the study was smaller, angrier, and less protected, also more exact. I folded Romy's last note and slid it into the front of the file I had labeled in black pen. What happened? Not archive, not case materials, not release bundle. What happened? Outside, the day kept brightening with the indecency of ordinary weather. Inside, the house no longer offered the old shelter of silence, compromise, or managed adulthood. Only this: the answer had been spoken, the cost had arrived, and there would be no softer words left to hide inside now. Chapter 36. No softer words. By late afternoon, the house had gone quiet in a way that might once have passed for peace, not healed, not restored, only briefly unoccupied by fresh damage. The calls had slowed. That was the first change. Not stopped, but slowed enough that silence could begin arriving, in measurable stretches, rather than as the space between alarms. The coroner's office had rung at 13:08 to say there would be further review before any clean public language was settled. The woman on the line had been careful, respectful, and so studiously neutral that for a second I nearly laughed. Even now the system could not help itself. But neutrality, this time, was no longer winning. It had been forced back into delay where it belonged. Fenwick sent a message at 13:21. At 13:47, the local paper updated its online headline again. Romy Rowan's name stayed in place. Nia Barlow's name stayed in place. The phrases around them were still clumsy, still hungry in the way reporting often was when trying to make narrative from damage, but the old sheltering terms had weakened. No private distress in the title, no historic rumors, no graceful fog. What happened had begun, however imperfectly, to live outside my body that should have felt triumphant. It did not. It felt expensive. I made tea because tea was one of the few domestic acts left that had not yet been fully claimed by evidence. The cup warmed my hand. The kitchen window had misted lightly from the sink, and for a moment the room looked almost like itself again, until I turned and saw the folded remains of Ruth's holding line still in the bin beneath the island, the white edge of it visible through vegetable peelings, and coffee grounds like an official bone. Leon's note was gone from the counter, not because anything had been repaired, because I had torn it in half at noon and dropped it into the outside recycling with the estate agent flyers and takeaway menus. I had not heard from him since morning. That, too, had changed shape. Earlier silence from Leon had felt like accusation, abandonment, tactical retreat. Now it felt more ordinary, and therefore more final. Two adults occupying different moral weather, and no longer pretending the same roof meant the same climate. I carried the tea into the study and sat at the desk with the file open in front of me. What happened? The label still pleased me for reasons that had nothing to do with aesthetics. It asked for no tact. It assumed no audience that needed soothing first. It did not flatter me as curator or survivor. It behaved as if truth were a thing you laid down in daylight and then allowed other people to bruise themselves against. Romy's last note sat at the front of the file. I did not read it again. I did not need to. By then, it had moved past language and become instruction in the body, the way certain forms of fear or shame eventually did. Not visible at every second, still governing movement. I looked instead at the other contents, now that they no longer needed to function as weapons in motion. The incident book copy. Julian's omissions. My own statement draft with its opening lines still hard enough to make my chest feel briefly overbright whenever I saw them. My sister Romy Rowan did not die inside an isolated tragedy. The sentence no longer frightened me for its force, only for its cost. Outside, someone was mowing a back garden, an absurd sound in November, thin and industrious, and fundamentally disrespectful to catastrophe. A gull landed on the chimney opposite and shouted at nothing I could see. Somewhere further down the street, a child laughed once. The town was taking me back into its ordinary noise, not because it had understood anything fully, but because ordinary noise was what towns did once they had agreed where to put the scandal. I thought of Romy then with less violence than I had managed all day, not softer, just less jagged at the edges. She had always hated the false solemnity that followed damage in places like Saltmere. The theatrical casseroles, the soft civic weather that let everybody feel sympathetic without changing any of the habits that had made sympathy necessary. She would have mocked half the flowers and most of the articles. She would have read my draft and crossed out every line that looked too pleased with its own clarity. That thought nearly comforted me, nearly. I stood and went to the spare room where 3 of her old boxes still sat against the far wall, because I had not known, until then, whether I would ever be equal to opening them properly. The top carton held books, receipts, a chipped enamel lamp, and one cardigan she used to steal back from my house in winter, as if theft improved warmth. I sat on the floor and lifted it out. It still smelled faintly of salt and her old cheap citrus soap under the starch of storage, not enough to become apparition, enough to make absence local. I held the cardigan in my lap and looked around the small square room we had called spare all these years, as if naming a room by vacancy made vacancy harmless. Romy had not been spare. Nia had not been spare. None of this had happened in the margins, except by the will of people who needed some lives to remain easier to move past than others. The thought came without drama. The large truths were no longer arriving as shocks. They had settled into place and begun behaving like furniture, impossible to ignore once correctly positioned, difficult to remember you had ever walked around the room any other way. My phone lit once on the bed behind me. Nadine. I let it ring through to message, then listened after. Her voice sounded smaller than I had ever known it. Julian said it was becoming unhelpful. I thought you'd want to know. A pause. I don't know what to do with any of this now. Neither did I. That was another kind of quiet. Not resolution, not forgiveness. Only the point after exposure, at which everyone had to discover what shape they were, without the lie doing their posture for them. I deleted nothing. Kept the message. When the next silence came, it lasted nearly 14 minutes. I knew because I watched it. No calls, no article alerts, no new witness, no legal caution, no one asking me to lower the temperature, or widen the sentence, or leave room for decent interpretation. Only the house, the tea cooling on the desk, the cardigan, the file, the pale, unpersuaded daylight shifting a fraction across the spare room floorboards. This, I thought, was what truth made possible at best. Not relief, a cleared surface. Somewhere to stand, without having to keep defending the fact that the ground was there. It was almost enough to resemble completion. Almost. Then the church clock struck 4, and the sound passed through the room with the plain authority of another record entering sequence. Time continuing. Time not caring. Time making even revelation join the ordinary order of things, whether or not the heart felt consulted. I got up, carried the cardigan back to the study, and laid it over the back of the chair, instead of putting it away again. That was the closest I came all day to kindness, not toward myself, toward her. When I sat down, the file was still open where I had left it. Romy's note at the front. The evidence behind it. My draft ready on the laptop if I wanted to sharpen it further, or dull it, or turn it into something the living could wear more comfortably. I did none of those things. For a little while I let the quiet exist exactly as it was, earned, altered, and too thin to trust. By 5:30, the light had thinned into that cold suspended hour in which Saltmere looked least sentimental and most itself. I took the file, Romy's last note, and her cardigan and left the house without telling anyone where I was going. No one called to ask. By then, even absence had stopped pretending to be courtesy. That belonged here too, not drama. The road up to Friar's Edge was almost empty. A delivery van came the other way with its headlights already on. Someone had parked badly outside the church hall. At the mini roundabout by the post office, 2 schoolboys in oversized blazers crossed without looking and forced me to brake. The town had begun its evening return to ordinary use around a truth that, 12 hours earlier, had still been treated as indecent to phrase directly. I parked in the lay-by above the path and sat with the engine off until the wind found the car properly. Below me, the sea moved in long, dark folds. The rail took the last of the light and held it meanly. There was nothing dramatic in the view now. No storm, no police tape, no crowd. Only the place itself, relieved of event, and therefore more offensive. Places, I had learned, could become respectable again, much faster than the people inside them. I took the cardigan first, and draped it over my knees. Then the note. I still knew most of it by heart. Not because I had memorized it deliberately, but because certain sentences attached themselves once they had found the softest available damage. Don't apologize to me again. Don't forgive them too neatly either. Say what happened in words that survive rich people. Earlier in the day, those lines had still felt like instruction from the dead. Now, with the cliff in front of me and the town behind me and no one left in the car but myself, they began to feel worse than that. Not easy to live, not noble, not cleansing, only true in a way that would go on making demands after the public appetite moved elsewhere. I opened the note again anyway, not to discover anything. Romy's handwriting looked less furious in the half-light than it had on the study floor that morning, more controlled, more final. She had not written like a girl begging to be avenged. She had written like a woman sick of watching intelligence get mistaken for moral caution. There were no new meanings in it. No final hidden culprit. No secret exoneration. No after-death kindness waiting to tell me I had done enough now, that I could set the uglier parts down and return to a respectable scale of feeling. I looked out through the windscreen toward the bend in the path where the wrong order had first become fate. Decision, preference, delay, after language. Sequence had solved the event. It had not solved me. That was the quieter violence of the end. Truth did not arrive, and then stand off politely while I resumed being a version of myself likely to do well at dinner. It altered the grammar I would have to use everywhere after. With clients, with the town, with Leon. If Leon and I still had any life left in which sentences could occur between us without supervision. With myself, most of all, which was the worst jurisdiction, because it had no witnesses and too many precedents. I thought then of the years before any of this, when I had called my own life steady, as if steadiness were automatically virtue. I had admired my capacity for moderation, my distaste for scenes, my instinct to let time bring context before anyone said anything irreversible. I had mistaken delayed judgment for fairness, because delayed judgment had so often protected structures I benefited from. Romy had seen that before I did. Nia had paid for it before either of us could name it. The cardigan slid slightly from my lap as I shifted. I caught it and held it close for a second. My hands curled into the stored wool where her shoulders had once been. "You unbearable girl," I said aloud. No answer came, of course, but neither did the older craving for one. I did not need Romy returned to know what she wanted. I needed only to stop bargaining with the parts of her I still found inconvenient. That, I thought, was what grief might mean after truth, not purity. Allegiance. Outside, a gull crossed low over the cliff and vanished down toward the water. Somewhere further along the top path, a dog barked once and was silenced. The town bells would strike 6 soon. Someone in one of the houses below had lit a kitchen, and the square of yellow looked almost indecent against the darkening sea. People would make supper. Children would be collected. Blackwater would issue a different statement tomorrow, or none. The paper would update the headline again. Julian would begin reconstructing himself inside whatever version still left him a future. Leon would perhaps call, perhaps not. The world was not going to hold still long enough to honor exactness out of gratitude. Not because I was pure enough for it, because I no longer had any defensible excuse not to do it. I read the last line of the note one more time. Say what happened in words that survive rich people. Then I folded the page and slid it back into the front of the file. Not archive, not relic, not comfort, rule. I started the engine, but did not pull away yet. The heater came on low. The windscreen cleared a fraction. My own face in the glass appeared and disappeared over the view in alternating layers, as if even now the self I had been and the self left to me were not fully resolved into one body. Perhaps they never would be. The demand was not to become healed enough for the truth. The demand was to stop using injury as permission to soften it. At last, the church bells reached the hill. 6 clean strikes, nothing theatrical in them, just sequence. Another record entering the day. On the passenger seat, the file shifted slightly at the turn of the engine. Romy's cardigan beneath it, the note at the front, all of it now reduced to ordinary weight and therefore harder to romanticize. I found that, unexpectedly, a relief.
Because romance had been one more softer word, one more way of making damage beautiful enough to live beside without changing your life.
I looked once more at the path, the rail, the sea beyond. Then I drove back down toward town, carrying the only rule worth trusting, that from now on I would call things what they were, before comfort had time to arrive.